Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, this is not normal. This is not okay. So I will preface this by saying I did not want to go. This is not my cup of tea. This is not how I generally meet people. I was very concerned and very anxious, going into this. I really was. Like, truly. I tried to get out of it multiple times. I texted my best friend. I was like, I just don't think I should go. She was like, no, you need to get out there. Stop meeting men on these apps. Start meeting men in real life. As we know, men don't approach women as much in real life. So a speed dating event felt like the perfect place to meet men where they would feel comfortable approaching women and women would feel comfortable being approached. So got dressed, got cute, put shit on, might I add, okay? And headed on down there, okay? Here's where everything went wrong. Now, the event started at 6 o'clock. I will admit, I got there at 7:30. Maybe a problem. But the thing about it is the flyer said this is a mix and mingle speed dating happy hour. First of all, I don't even know that those words really go together, but to me, it felt like kind of a come and go as you please. So I didn't want to be the first one there at 6 o'clock. Showing up at 7:30 was also not the move though, because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw? Exactly what I thought I was going to see. 80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None. I promise you. I will overlay a video. I could not see one man outside of the people servicing tables at this place. So eventually I get the courage to go sit down with a group of girls at a table. And I'm like, yo, what the niggas at? Like, where are they? I know I'm late. Like, is there some sort of game going on where the men are in one room and the women are in another room? They were like, oh, girl, you just got here. You must not have heard. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, basically, about an hour ago, she came downstairs, took all the men, 10. Keep in mind, there's like 85 women and 10 men. She got the 10 men to choose the women that they wanted to come upstairs with them. So the 10 men out of 85 women chose 10 women to take upstairs. And that's where they did the speed dating upstairs, while everybody else was downstairs looking at each other. Everybody was on their phones. Everybody was looking around like, what the hell is this? I have never been so uncomfortable in my entire life. The mismanagement, I don't even know where to start. This was a ticketed event. So the event owners knew, hey, we have 85 women RSVP'd and only 10 men. They knew that this was a problem going into the event. This was not a surprise. And I figured there would be like a level of disparity between the number of men and women because speed dating tends to attract women and not necessarily men. So when one girl came downstairs from the 10-person thing, we were all like, girl, what's going on up there? She was like, oh, none of them are my type, so I just walked out. And they were like, well, we're going to have to replace you. She was like, go ahead. Like, I don't want to be up here. I was like, well, what were the guys like? Are they cute? She was like, girl, they're all underneath 5'9". She's like, and I'm 5'8", so I really only talk to men that are 6'2" and above. I was like, point blank, period. I'm 5'9", so I'm the same way. Like, I really only talk to people above 6 feet. So she was like, no, every single person was short. It didn't make sense for me. This entire, like, way that they're doing this isn't like interesting to me at all. So everyone was just sitting around waiting for the men to come downstairs so that they could have a chance to talk to them, I guess. I was not going to be one of those people sitting and waiting. I mean, what am I supposed to do when they come downstairs? Bum rush them? Especially after you've told me they're all pretty much below 5'9"? I'm out of here. I stayed for 17 minutes and then I left. Like after that, I had nothing to say. The cool part about it is 2 people though, they had seen my previous TikTok. So your girl felt a little viral. Slightly embarrassing, but also fine. I say all that to say that was so bad. And the planners, event planners, owners of that, y'all really got to get it together. Don't ever put together an event like that again. People left extremely disappointed. The only part I am happy about is that that was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was parking, and I'm mad about even that. But truly so unhinged. I also, last point, I can see why men think they're the prize. If I was a man dating in this day and age, I would feel like I was the prize too. To have 85 beautiful, good smelling, intelligent black women sitting in a room just waiting to talk to me, wanting me to pick them. I mean, I would feel like rookie of the year. I don't know what else to say. I would feel like I was the prize too. And I think that's what gives a lot of men this illusion of choice. On dating apps, it feels like endless women. For dating in Charlotte, it feels like an endless amount of women to choose from because we quite literally outnumber them by 7, 8x everywhere we go. I don't know how we're going to work through this. I don't. Feel free to give me ideas, but I can't see how this can work.
So I went to a singles event, and when I got there, it was literally 90% women. And I was like, I'm gonna go now.
Went to a singles mixer, and only women showed up.
Look at me, look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina. Look at me. If you are a single female in Charlotte, stay home, okay? I was feeling good, and then I had to go make a return at Whole Foods, and I just didn't realize there was that many people in North Carolina and Charlotte that are booed up, okay? Like, to the left of me, to the right of me, in front of me, behind me, it was just flowers. Men, short, tall, medium-sized kings, getting their queens flowers, okay? So just do yourself a favor, okay? I took one for the team. I went and I saw it, and I'm telling you, stay home. DoorDash those fucking chocolate-covered strawberries, okay? And you're not alone, okay? We are single queens.
I signed up for a singles event on Valentine's Day, and here's how it went. It was fun, but there was more girls than there were guys. It was definitely like The Bachelor a little bit.
We're about to attend a speed dating event in Los Angeles.
Plot twist, no men showed up because they're trash.
5 slots left for the girls, but surprisingly there are a lot more slots left for the guys.
And I was very happy to leave. This is me saying that was awful.
Pet talk before we leave. No attractive men found. Maybe.
Didn't realize that had music. God damn it, they're gonna get me on that one. Well, that got demonetized. That was just like that. Oh, well, they're gonna get me on that. Damn it, YouTube. You got me. You got Z. Okay, let's play this one then.
So am I like the only woman that no longer gets approached by men? No, because I had to actually sit and think about this, and I had to ask myself, when is the last time a man came up to me and wanted to get to know me or exchange numbers? And it's been a long time.
Yeah. Now, there's a couple I'm going to play again because there's something that they say that I want y'all to catch. This one in particular. She says something very important. Here you go.
Look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina. Look at me. If you are a single female in Charlotte, stay home, okay? I was feeling good, and then I had to go make a return at Whole Foods, and I just didn't realize there was that many people in North Carolina and Charlotte that are booed up, okay? Like, to the left of me, to the right of me, in front of me, behind me, it was just flowers. Men, short, tall, medium-sized kings, getting their queens flowers, okay? So just do yourself a favor, okay? I took one for the team. I went and I saw it, and I'm telling you, stay home. DoorDash those fucking chocolate-covered strawberries, okay? And you're not alone, okay? We are single queen. Look at me, look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina.
Did y'all catch that? This is what we say when we're single and we're... Listen again.
Look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina.
Dear Miss, I guess your name is Medina. You called yourself that. We know. Men know, we know you're lying. We know you're lying to yourself. We know you're lying to everyone else. We know you're lying to us. We know you're lying. Huh? And a number of young men are calling women's bluff. Men are calling women's bluff in general. The young men, not even intentionally so much, are calling women's bluff. You might want to go talk to your other homegirls and girlfriends. Huh? Exactly, Indigo. And Indigo says, nope, I'm taking you at your word, even though I know you're BSing. Exactly. We know. We know that's what you tell yourselves. We know you're lying. Huh? Now, yes, Mr. Z was reading y'all comments about her chin. Yes, I saw them. Yes, Mr. Z was muted, laughing his ass off. Of course, right? Oh boy. And Black Uru says, even the light brights are getting left alone. It's crazy. I think she might be some type of different background or whatever. I'm not even sure she's black, but yeah. The young men are fed up. The men are fed up. The young men are definitely, especially. I don't even know if we can say they're fed up. Is they were born into post-apocalyptic dating scene, or better yet, maybe not born into it. They came of age in the post-apocalyptic dating scene. There you go. Right? The millennials were here for the nukes and the fallout, and the youngest of millennials and definitely Gen Z, y'all came of age in the post-apocalyptic dating. Right? Oh man. So I can understand. And for those of you who pointed out that the young lady is 5'9", so we'll play this again. It's a long story. It's annoying, but we'll play it again. Appreciate Mr. Z watched a couple of clips with this young lady. She says she was 5'9". She only dates over 6 feet. Okay, fine. We already understand that's rare air. Also appreciate, like, the attitude is still... Just because we outnumber them, they think they're better. That whole beggars can be choosers. Yeah, black women never got that memo. The beggars can't be choosers. Black women apparently never got that memo. And they actually get even more, besides themselves, even more angry. They're even more assholes when the choices are limited or when they're delusional. If you doubt Z, here you go.
I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, this is not normal. This is not okay. So I will preface this by saying I did not want to go. This is not my cup of tea. This is not how I generally meet people. I was very concerned and very anxious, going into this. I really was. Like, truly. I tried to get out of it multiple times. I texted my best friend. I was like, I just don't think I should go. She was like, no, you need to get out there. Stop meeting men on these apps. Start meeting men in real life. as we know, men don't approach women as much in real life. So a speed dating event felt like the perfect place to meet men where they would feel comfortable approaching women and women would feel comfortable being approached. So got dressed, got cute, put that shit on, might I add, okay? And headed on down there, okay? Here's where everything went wrong. Now, the event started at 6 o'clock. I will admit, I got there at 7:30. Maybe a problem. But the thing about it is the flyer said this is a mix and mingle speed dating happy hour. First of all, I don't even know that those words really go together, but to me, it felt like kind of a come and go as you please. So I didn't want to be the first one there at 6 o'clock. Showing up at 7:30 was also not the move though, because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw? Exactly what I thought I was going to see. 80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None. I promise you. I will overlay a video. There were I could not see one man outside of the people servicing tables at this place. So eventually I get the courage to go sit down with a group of girls at a table, and I'm like, yo, what the niggas at? Like, where are they? I know I'm late. Like, is there some sort of game going on where the men are in one room and the women are in another room? They were like, oh, girl, you just got here. You must not have heard. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, basically, about an hour ago, she came downstairs, took all the men, 10. Keep in mind, there's like 85 women and 10 men. She got the 10 men to choose the women that they wanted to come upstairs with them. So the 10 men out of 85 women chose 10 women to take upstairs. And that's where they did the speed dating upstairs, while everybody else was downstairs looking at each other. Everybody was on their phones. Everybody was looking around like, what the hell is this? I have never been so uncomfortable in my entire life. The mismanagement, I don't even know where to start. This was a ticketed event. So the event owners knew, hey, we have 85 women RSVP'd and only 10 men. They knew that this was a problem going into the event. This was not a surprise. And I figured there would be like a level of disparity between the number of men and women, because speed dating tends to attract women and not necessarily men. So when one girl came downstairs from the 10-person thing, we were all like, girl, what's going on up there? She was like, oh, none of them are my type, so I just walked out. And they were like, well, we're going to have to replace you. She was like, go ahead. Like, I don't want to be up here. I was like, well, what were the guys like? Are they cute? She was like, girl, they're all underneath 5'9". She's like, and I'm 5'8", so I really only talk to men that are 6'2" and above. I was like, point blank, period. I'm 5'9", so I'm the same way. Like, I really only talk to people above 6 feet. So she was like, no, every single person was short. It didn't make sense for me. This entire like way that they're doing this isn't like interesting to me at all. So everyone was just sitting around waiting for the men to come downstairs so that they could have a chance to talk to them, I guess. I was not going to be one of those people sitting and waiting. I mean, what am I supposed to do when they come downstairs? Bum rush them? Especially after you've told me they're all pretty much below 5'9"? I'm out of here. I stayed for 17 minutes and then I left. Like after that, I had nothing to say. The cool part about it is 2 people though, they had seen my previous TikTok. So your girl felt a little viral. Slightly embarrassing, but also fine. I say all that to say that was so bad. And the planners, event planners, owners of that, y'all really got to get it together. Don't ever put together an event like that again. People left extremely disappointed. The only part I am happy about is that was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was parking, and I'm mad about even that. But truly so unhinged. I also, last point, I can see why men think they're the prize. If I was a man dating in this day and age, I would feel like I was the prize too. To have 85 beautiful, good smelling, intelligent Black women sitting in a room just waiting to talk to me, wanting me to pick them. I mean, I would feel like rookie of the year. I don't know what else to say. I would feel like I was the prize too. And I think that's what gives a lot of men this illusion of choice. On dating apps, it feels like endless women. For dating in Charlotte, it feels like an endless amount of women to choose from because we quite literally outnumber them by 7, 8x everywhere we go. I don't know how we're gonna work through this. I don't. Feel free to give me ideas, but I can't see how this can work.
When we speak about women, we never speak about quality. When we speak about men, we speak about quality. Notice how she framed this. The men are spoiled for choice because they have what? Quantity? They have quantity. And that's if I even agree with your framing. The quality is what? Nice smelling women and whatever you said. Yeah, it's not your choice. It's not up to women. Number one. Number two, y'all still smell that, right? That air of superiority. The men are spoiled for choice sheerly and simply because of the numbers. That's if we agree with your framing. Huh? You gotta love it. Listen to the young lady speak. Listen to her speak. She didn't want to go anyway. Fine. She showed up late. Y'all know Mr. Z know about showing up late. 10 men to 80 some odd women. Okay, fine. The 10 men get to choose the women they find attractive and bring them upstairs because the disparity is so great. Ma'am, that's real life. That's real life. Have you ever been, well, you know what? Maybe you don't know how VIP in front of the club, the VIP line. Sorry, Z said that wrong. The VIP section in the club, because there's no VIP line because it's VIP. Maybe you don't appreciate how this works. This is how it works in real life, ma'am. So even if we take this out of this situation that you were in, this experiment, we'll call it, this is how it works. If we take it out of the controlled environment of a speed dating event, this is how it works. The elite men get to pick. Ma'am, those men were elite because they were the only men there. By default, they were elite. 10 to 80 some odd, by default, they were elite. Oh, but you're 5'9" and you only date men that are 6'2" and above. How's that been working for you? Huh? How's that been working for you? The reason why I played that again, I'm probably going to play it a few more times, is you still smell the superiority complex. The it's not fair. It's not fair. The men got one of, and you could smell it. Like she still wants to humble men, black men. It's not fair. The men get to choose whatever they want simply because there's more of us than them. Huh? And then she puts all the qualifiers. Oh, you know, the nice smelling and yawn. Right? But much of this is it's not fair.
Fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
It's always it's not fair. You let the ladies talk, it's always it's not fair. Huh? And then, you know, with the young lady y'all says look like Jasmine Guy, y'all over here talking about her chin. She said something very important also. How the women lie to themselves and lie to others. Because that's what they're supposed to say, right? Say it again for me. Hey, the internet will expose us all. You gotta love it. You gotta love that the women are telling the truth. Huh? Say it again, ma'am.
Look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, you know, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina. Look at me.
I was feeling good about myself. I'm a bad B. I don't need no man. And you know, that's what we say. Actually, I do. That's what we say And she caught herself. Focus, focus. No, man, keep telling the truth. Huh? Keep telling the truth. Let's hear that one more
Look at
again.
me, look at me, look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, you know, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina. Look.
Ah, you gotta love it. The internet will expose us all. This young lady straight up said to everyone, yeah, we're lying. We're lying. This is what we say. We're lying. We're lying. Women writ large have convinced themselves that if they tell you their price is $1 million, then you will pay $1 million. And they'll run off all the men who refuse to pay it. And that second part, they definitely have right. The first part, they definitely have wrong. What women hate is that when they said equality, they didn't read the fine print. The dating scene is not affirmative action. The dating scene is not DEI. The dating scene is not lopsided. It is as fair as it could be, which it's not fair. Uh-oh. Huh? People get to be biased. It's their future. It's their sex organs. It's their eyes. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Isn't that what we're told? Huh? It's not fair. And
That's not fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
we know, ladies. We know. We know. We know. Huh? That's what she's angry about. The first young lady, that's what she's angry. She's angry. She went to this matchmaking speed dating event. And what annoys them about the speed dating events and when they end up in this, it's a visceral reminder of how lopsided, for them at least, the dating scene is. When you heard her speaking, all that she was saying, that whole 5.5 minute screed was really her just saying, it's not fair.
Fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
That's what all it is, 5.5 minute screed. Actually, it's closer to 6 minutes. It's not fair. That's not fair. It's not fair. And when they go to these matchmaking events, and once again, it's one man for every 5 women, 7 women, 8 women, 10 women. It's a very intense, visceral reminder in their mind how lopsided and how unfair the dating scene is. Right? Not because there's so many women out competing them, simply because dusty loser men won't take their dusty loser asses, level up, show up to these speed dating events, and offer up their services to women. Yeah? It's a visceral reminder. She hated that the men got to choose. The men got to choose the women they found attractive and then go upstairs with them. Also, catch another thing. When she asked the other young lady, were at least any of the guys cute? Were they attractive? She said, they're all under 5'8", and I'm 5'9". You see that correlation between height and attraction? Period. Yep. And let's read this one now. We'll get to KMS super chat in a minute. And Vince is, and thank you for the super chat. Feminism isn't gonna fix this one. They've reached the market cap of what feminism can do for them. Feminism can't fix the dating. Feminism is not going to get men, no matter how hard y'all try. Feminism is not going to get men to bow to women in the dating and marriage market. It's just not. Especially an increasing amount of entitled, snarky, mean, rude, consumerist, materialistic women. Y'all could call it what you want to call it. Huh? So as that young lady is speaking, what she's really saying, it's not fair. It's not fair. At least you have other women who are more, Mr. Z wants to say honest, but that is not the word. That's actually not the word. I'll search for the word. There are other women that are coming to terms with it a bit better than others. And maybe they don't show their ire as well, but of course the videos are much shorter, so we don't really appreciate how bad it is for them. But here you go.
So I went to a singles event, and when I got there, it was literally 90% women. And I was like, I'm gonna go now.
Yep. So talking about fairness, to be fair, I wanted to cover the Powell memo today. I have a lot of the materials ready, and life happened, and I got with compassionate, and the time constraint and whatnot. I want to be able to cover it without being worried about such a what might happen, right? So if y'all get it, y'all get it. Right. Reckless streams, right? Yeah, so we'll get to it. We'll get to there's a couple of things I need to cover. Just time constraints, everyone, time constraints. So I know that I wanted to cover the matchmaking events. We were supposed to be speaking about speed dating and matchmaking. There are so much videos out there speaking about this. Men not showing up to speed dating events, men not showing up to matchmaking events, men not showing up to mixers. As the young lady I just played said, women showing up to mixers, and it's 1 to 10, right? It's 1 to 9, men to women. There's a whole other conversation to have. As a matter of fact, to include in this about the atomization of all of us in society. What does decades of some version of I don't need no man coming from women, what does that result in? What does decades of thumb on the scale for women socially, what does that result in? Right? You definitely can include that in this conversation. Do the women fully appreciate? I really wanted to cover the one with the Latinas. I didn't have the time to segment it out. But the one with the Latinas who went out and they recording themselves after the fact in the car. But yeah, so do they really appreciate the environment and why this is a thing? Why is it that y'all are going out, and even if you're not at a mixer or matchmaking event, the men are approaching? Y'all are going out to clubs, the men are not approaching. That's if the clubs even exist like that anymore. They don't. Huh? Ah. And from Africa I came. He said empathy, but I hear you. And from Africa I came says, but see, if men just showed compassion to women, if you're referring to what I covered yesterday with Lil Bill, he said empathy. But yeah, nope. Huh? The men are actually showing compassion and empathy by not attending. I read a comment and I thought it was the realest thing. I think I might even screenshot. And no, somebody else screenshot it and they read it. No. So I read the comment and it said, why would I show up to a speed dating event to get left swiped in real life or something like that? And I thought that was hysterical. Was it right swipe or left swipe? Mr. Z don't know. I've never been on no damn dating app. But yeah, to get left swipe IRL, which I think is pretty much the most accurate comment to say, right? That's another thing, Vince. All the third spaces have been dismantled, which actually contributes to the atomization of society. The wealthy people are still rubbing elbows, right? Their children are still marrying each other. A lot of that is going on also in the upper middle class. Everyone else, huh? Everyone else is just out here, huh? Ah, there's so much of these videos to cover. I just didn't give myself enough time. I didn't want to have y'all waiting even longer. So Mr. Z was late. Mr. Z could have been even more late, right? But we're going to continue to see this. Could the political landscape change a lot of this? Yes. Yes. But for the foreseeable future, if things don't change, oh yeah, you're going to continue to see stuff like
Went
this.
to a singles mixer, and only women showed up.
Huh? For those of us that remember that and remember how viral the story was for men and for women. Women tried to pretend like it wasn't that serious. Nah, it's that serious. Huh? It's definitely that serious. Right? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourself. And we're back. So let me read this. Which one did I want to read first? I wanted to read this first from KMS. And this is important. This is a very important message. And KMS says, to any man who walks across this stream or this super chat, heed my words as if they were the words from God, as if they were from God himself. There will never be a lack of women needing a man's provision and protection. Never. This goes to what Godfrey said concerning, who was he talking about? Who was he talking about? And he said, when you're rich and successful, um, what did he say? Because I posted it in my community tab. You're everybody's type. That's what he said. When you're rich and successful, you're everybody's type. You're everyone's type. Who was he speaking to again? Right? You're everyone's type. Exactly, Dominic. You're everyone's type. When you're rich and successful, you're everyone's type. Godfrey said that. Huh? Travis Hunter. Thank you. Yeah. Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter. Yeah. Yep. And that says a lot. That's exactly what we're speaking to. When you are rich, you're everyone's type. So, as KMS is saying here, and let's tie that to how the ladies were raised and socialized, particularly black women. And you're seeing black women say this more and more as an excuse, but it's true. But once again, as the Roger Report said, we have to hold you accountable for what you believe in. But Mr. Z was saying in those classes, and especially for those of us millennial men, we were around as our sisters and girl cousins and the young women around us were being socialized and indoctrinated and raised. Don't worry about a man, don't worry about no boys, go to school, get your education, and then you'll be the one to eeny meeny miny mo a future husband. That's if you choose to be married. That's if women were raised to see men, in the black community in particular, to see men as the ball and chain. It's not the other way around. That's in other communities. No, in the black community, women are socialized and raised to see men as the ball and chain. Now that they're adults, especially for the ones that are doing okay-ish in life, they're running into the wall of men on your success level and above aren't going to be treated as an afterthought. This is the wall that black women in particular are running into. That if we had to play top trumps on who's going to be prioritized, have fun thinking it's going to be you. You could pull that on the brothers further down in income and maybe class. But even they're not going. They'll pipe and leave. This is the wall that black women are running into. Huh? And to what KMS is saying about there never being a shortage of women needing provision and protection, we know that now. The ladies are still, particularly in the black community, we know that now it's not up for debate. Although we still have some late to the party, right? People who are still reciting or speaking as if black women are holding the black community up on their backs financially. Definitely not. Now that we know that single childless black women have the least amount of wealth in America, now that we know it, now that it's not up for debate, that now frees black men to not see themselves as a burden. Huh? It now allows for black men, for all the black men that do know this, that read the article or that know this because we're one of their friends or family members and we have informed them and provided them with the materials, it frees them from seeing themselves and other black men as a burden that black women have to deal with and manage. Huh? Let's see how that look. Mr. Shook to you says, "Oh man, y'all doing Z wrong with the like button." Let's see how we looking. Let's see. I'll give you a second. Oh, y'all doing me way wrong. That's way wrong. Look, we have like 115 people watching type thing, and we got 51 likes. We're not even at half. Look, over the past few months, shout out to y'all. I actually am shouting out everyone listening. We've been consistent on getting over 100 views a stream, like consistent 100 viewers a stream, which is, for Mr. Z, it's a good landmark. But that like button though, that like button. We've gotten a bunch of new subs over the past few months. Mr. Z been doing numbers over the past few months with subs. This month look like it's going to be a little slow, so it doesn't look like it's going to be over the same as the past maybe 3 or so months. Regardless, that like button though, right? How they say like up the stream. I'm gonna have to put like a overlay that says that. Have to find one of my Jamaican partners to say it with the accent, because I think they say it the best, right? Well, this is true. And Saint Cyr says, you already know there's cloud watchers hating and stealing ideas too from your commentary and comments. I've seen that from people I rock with that I haven't spoken to before, but that I rock with. And to be fair, I've used stuff from their channels also. They're way more known than I am. So I've definitely seen people with better production quality and all of that stuff definitely say things. I'm like, bruh. But you know what? All right, I'm using some of your materials too, but some of the things you saying you definitely got from here. But we need these ideas to go viral. So it is what it is. That's for the brothers that rock with us. So it is what it is. I'm okay with that. But the haters though, so they're just gonna hate watch. What you think you're doing? You think you're coming up with good ways to respond or to rebut what we're saying here? You don't have it. Uh-oh. Z, you're not supposed to sound like arrogant like that, Z. Huh? So for all the hate listeners and watchers and whatnot, the problem is, as I said last stream, as Mr. Z is going to continue to say over and over again, shout out to Black Uru, Mr. Z's remix of what he was saying, but I'm gonna just say it like how Black Uru said it. Profanity incoming, y'all. Somebody gonna have to pay for these hoes. It's that simple. Huh? So for all the hate watchers, men and women, namely black, somebody have to pay for these hoes. And if y'all can't get some type of someone, black man, white man, Latino man, another woman, huh? If you can't get someone to pay for them, then it doesn't matter if you're able to rebut Z. I don't think you're really going to have a good, or I don't think you have a decent chance at really doing it. But even if you were able to, does it really matter if, okay, fine, you outwit Z in a debate. One of y'all pop up on the stream, we go back and forth, you outwit Z in the debate. Ooh, congratulations, clap, 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 clap. And black women are struggling and losing homes and going homeless and in crippling student loan debt and fighting each other for the cereal when they're doing their Golden Girls thing. Huh? You see how that works? Huh? Let me read this one now because I want to get this one out the way. And Guy Incognito says, I should have left this for the end of the stream, goddamn. And Guy Incognito says, and thank you for the super chat, back from the gym, so many fat black women, shaking my head, Jesus. Guy Incognito, please don't be like Grinch. Every time Grinch pops up on my stream, he puts up a super chat and says something says something reckless, and he puts it in the super chat just so I can read it, because he know I'm not going to read it if it's not in the super chat. Guy Incognito, please don't be like Grinch. Right? Well, they're in the gym, though, Guy Incognito, so what do we want to give it? A C for effort? Mm. Unless, of course, they're doing way more picture taking in the mirror than they are actually working out. Huh? Neo Neo One says Golden Girls. Oh man, you never heard Z say Golden Girls? Yeah, the ladies are gonna be doing the Golden Girls thing. I would like to direct your eyes to the screen, right? That's what they're gonna be doing. Man. Well, you know what, Party? Yeah, you're right about that too. And Party says, Z, you forgot they in the gym because they're homeless. Ah, yeah. We're not gonna pretend like it's a lot of black women that are homeless. But we do know that the number is increasing. Now, there's reasons for that. There's the kinless black women. So that's one thing I really want to emphasize. That's why once again the link is in the link speaking about homeless black women, or excuse me, wrong, kinless black women is in my community tab somewhere in my community tab. I posted it a couple months ago. An increasing amount of kinless black women. So I have the thumbnail for it, and then if you go through it, there's the link for the article. An increasing amount of kinless black women, right? Uh, nah, I ain't signed it yesterday. I went off yesterday. I looked at it. My pen almost hit the paper. I ain't signed. And Mr. 60 says it's okay, Z. We notarized the paperwork you signed yesterday. You can let it all out now. I saw y'all in the comments yesterday. Is this Z signing the paperwork? Z signing the paperwork. Shout out to Edward Anderson. Right? Oh man. And Neo says, nah, I just finished my run. Black women walking, snow bunnies, and a couple of Marias, Latinas running. Right? And so, actually, and once again, thank you for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. Let's highlight that. And let me read this one now, too. And KMS says, to Black Uru's rhetorical question, start the channel. For a black woman to compete for a black man would literally unmake their worldview. Exactly. I agree with that 100%. How dare I compete for a person who is supposedly beneath me unless... Huh? Let me play this clip for everyone because this is a good one to play to what you're saying. Because I think this is when they start trying to pull sympathy. And you have to understand, right? So, Camus, bear with me because we're going to play this to what you said.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
I'm going to ask, because I'm going to bring up, as a matter of fact, if somebody could find it now, that'd be great. I'm going to try to download it, but I'm going to bring y'all up in a minute. Somebody find the clip where they were having a panel discussion with the women, and one of them was like, yeah, the men know they were talking about Atlanta. The men know their prizes over here. And the other sister checked her. Was like, no. They're delusional. Someone find that, please. Send it ASAP because I'm going to play it. Because that says something. What this lady said, it's easier for her to say that. I'm not sure if she's American or not. It's easier for her to admit that about Germany. As Mr. Z has said, not with any glee, but as a matter of fact, or at least observation. But I think we all see this, including the women. That's why they're throwing a fit, right? Black men are seen as the beautiful ones. That's not something that black men asked for. This lady is able to admit what it is about Germany. I wonder if she would admit that in America. She's speaking about in Germany in specific, but I wonder if she's willing to admit that about the West in general, America specifically. Huh? I wonder. I played that to what KMS said because black women have convinced themselves that black men are beneath them. Someone cue up the clip of Tiffany Cross telling black men to get in line next to behind black women, right? Get in line with, get in line next to, no, behind. Let's say it how you really meant it. Black women. Black women run into the wall that at least in dating and mating, black men's prospects are better than black women. It really is ain't our woman taking to the dating scene. It's not fair that not only are more and more people likely to have sex with black men, but are likely to marry black men. Now, that divorce rate is a whole different conversation, but likely to marry black men. What this lady said about Germany, think about what she's saying. Essentially, black men are lauded in Germany. Now, is that the case in America? Not so much. But black men are just seen differently. The women, these women from other groups, they gawk at black men, especially a fit black man. God forbid you have some height on you, but a fit black man, a charismatic black man who commands the room, demands attention in the room, commands attention in the room, right? It won't just be black women drooling over you. Black women know that. They refuse to admit it and say it out loud. But this lady was able to say that at least about her experience in Germany. But if we're fair and honest, this is black women's experience across the West. Definitely in America. And there's actually a clip where a black woman says that. She says that like these other women, they're tripping over to come get our men. And she's not even on some hotep thing. Somewhere, if slow down the internet, I've seen it. Mrs. He got to get really better at downloading these things when I see them. Where a black woman just straight up said it. Huh? That's something I think really needs to be interrogated, right? Investigated, maybe? Is exactly what KMS is saying here. Once again, to Black Uru's rhetorical question, start the channel. To Black Uru's rhetorical question, for a black woman to compete for a black man would literally unmake their worldview. Quote, how dare I compete for a person who is supposedly beneath me? Unless, ... Huh? Telescope, this is, you see this, right? And Telescope says, you need to apologize for being likable in Germany. Not known worldwide for being assholes. Huh? You need to apologize for being likable in Germany. And that's essentially what it is, right? It's not fair.
That's not fair. That is not fair! That is not fair!
I want everyone, for all of you, young, especially you brothers under the age of 30, under the age of 25. There was a clip. I want to say it was on was this? It was. Was it MTV? It might have been MTV. They had the series with that undocumented Latino guy, and he was doing. Was it him? I want to say it was him. It was a undocumented Latino guy. This is forever ago. So this is before the big hoopla with Trump. This is before Trump. I even want to say, undocumented Latino guy had a series on MTV. What was it? MTV. I want to say it was MTV, and there was a episode where he had maybe a couple of black women meet up with some white folks. I want to say at the white people's house or something like that. And it skewed younger. I want to say this was like 20 somethings, early 20 somethings maybe. And one of the white guys said something, and the black girl, heavier set black young lady, ran into the bathroom crying. And I think he said something like offensive, but like, if it makes any sense, benign offensive, like lightweight offensive, where one of us could have like easily like hit him with like some of them like low key like white people dying out type jokes. Like you hit him with the it look like your women ain't really piping y'all or whatever. And like jab him right back with a joke where she just completely collapsed. Right. And I bring that up to say there's this like black women appreciate that when they're in these spaces with non-black with non-black men, how invisible they are oftentimes to non-black men. As a matter of fact, there's a couple of clips floating online where black women are saying that. There was one recently I saw out of Mr. Z and I downloaded, where a young lady said she was visiting some state, some city, and like she went into a bar and like nobody looked at her. And she wasn't an ugly woman either. Standard looking sister. If y'all recall, Ostefko mentions this also about years ago, forever ago, when I think she was still in her 20s at the time. Her birthday came up, she dressed nice, she did herself up, went to a bar, none of the guys turned their head to look at her. Right? Black women know what it is. It's a very visceral reminder of how non-black people see them, namely white men see them. Right? He said ghetto. Yeah. Starman, you remember? You saw it. Yeah. The white guy I think said ghetto, and the heavyset sister she just didn't know what to do with herself. Ran out the what was like the dining room area and ran into the restroom and then just crying and it's so pathetic. And no offense to that young lady, right? But as we said the other day, I said it the other day to even hurt my feelings to say it. When black men say something to black women because they see us, or they want to see us at least, as beneath them, when black men say something to black women, it's some peasants beneath the baseboards trying to get their attention. It's the losers underneath the baseboards in the basement trying to get their attention. When a non-black, non-white man, so a man of color but not black, says something, right? It hurts them. It's offensive. It may be something to heed. It may be something to consider. When a white man says something, it's law. And that's how that goes. And so for them, there's nothing that hurts them more than the very visceral feeling of not being desirable to particular white men. Now, we know there's a couple of white dudes, whether they grew up in the hood or not, or grew up around black people or not, they might have a thing for black women. They're the Gary Owens and whatnot, right? The John B's and whatnot. There's a couple of them. But the masses of white men are not that. And that's before we even mention the racial hierarchy of all of this. And so when black women run into that wall, they shatter. They shatter. Yeah. And that speaks to KMS's comment. For a black woman to compete for a black man would literally unmake their worldview. Quote, how dare I compete for a person who is supposedly beneath me unless, and so instead of them, and that goes to the video that I played earlier. I'm going to play it one more again for you guys. That goes against everything they stand for. They cannot accept it. They refuse to accept it. And that comes at a cost, right? Starman, let's read your super chat. And thank you for the super chat, KMS, once again. Starman says, say black men do acknowledge that they get more attention. What's that going to change for black women? That's a first step, right? That's a first step. This is their dream situation in that scenario. In that scenario, right? Their dream situation is that they're the sought after ones. But in that scenario, her dream situation would be that the brother that's being gawked after sees her in the corner being ignored by everyone and goes and walks up to her and makes a spectacle of himself, getting her attention and making be very known. No, 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 no. You white women in Germany, get off of me. I'm going to go talk to that black woman over there in the corner. Huh? On some movie type thing. Huh? You white women, you beneath me, you loser ass white women, get off of me. And make a scene and make sure that he emphasizes that it doesn't matter what the white woman does, even though he's in Germany. And thank you, Indigo, unhand me. You white women, you white women, you unhand me. Which is hysterical, by the way, Indigo, because Miss Z says this every time. Anyway, Miss Z said this the first time she ever said this. Bro, we couldn't even continue, yeah, because Mr. Z was dying. That was hysterical to me. If she's listening, babe, you know what I'm saying. It's hysterical. Unhand me, sir. She said, unhand me. And I lost it. Huh? And Revlon says, my black queen. Say that. Exactly. Huh? So to go to what the brother is saying, Starman, yeah, say black men do acknowledge that they get more attention. What's that's going to change for black women? It, in their minds, it may be the case that it elevates their stock. Mr. Z saying stock like I'm a goddamn eugenicist. Huh? In their mind, it elevates their stock. I gotta say it again. Goddamn. Huh? Because if the white women are gawking at the brother, let's say some type of soccer player, football, right? Some type of soccer player that's in Germany, or whether it's a ADOS FBA man that's visiting Germany, or right, or a service member, a soldier or something, and he's in this club, and the white women are in Germany are gawking after him. It could be any type of brother from across the diaspora that's just happens to be in that club at the time, right? If the white women are drooling over this brother, they're gawking at him, right? And he does the the unhand me, right? And he makes a spectacle of making a beeline for the black woman that very little, if anyone's paying attention to. And he makes sure to emphasize that she is the one that he desires. She is the one who attention matters to him. Then what he is effectively doing is the reverse of what we're describing here, which is white women drooling over me rejecting them and putting black women. So he's saying, no, the rightful position of a black woman is above me, because the white women who socially, politically should be above me, but are gawking at me, which puts me in a weird way above them socially. Well, what do I choose? I choose that black woman in the corner that no one was really paying attention to. which instantly elevates black women's stock, or at least that individual black woman's stock. You know? So what would it do? Elevate her stock, at least that individual black woman. If someone else has a different reading on that, y'all can inform Z, right? And KMS says, and thank once again, Starman, thank you for the super chat. Let me read this one from KMS now. I gotta read Leon's after. I'm gonna by the way, everyone, I'm gonna get to you. I'm gonna get to you, Mike. I'm gonna get to all the rest of you. Oh wait, actually you said that twice, did you? No. Okay. Mr. Z over here confusing himself. And KMS says, black men are the beautiful ones, not our choice or decision. This is what I want to emphasize. And are being revealed to be the productive ones too. Hey, when we saw what Media Man said, let's see as Doge really kicks in, as the economic landscape changes, as many BS jobs get stripped away, which is going to hurt a lot of people, not just women, not just black women, right? As the U.S. attempts to streamline both public sector, you know what's happening in private sector, as I said, BS jobs, as things get automated, and a lot of office work and cubicle work where people thought they were safe. You see what's going on in retail. You see what's going on with certain fast food. Everybody saw that. A lot of white collar workers didn't really appreciate how machine learning and AI was going to be right on their ass too. So, right? A couple of these people I know. So, yeah, that production part, that's going to hurt. And what are black women going to have to brag on or try to humble black men with after this is revealed? Right? So continuing. Black men are the beautiful ones, not our choice or decision, and are being revealed to be the productive ones too. Black women are in deep-ish, black men. I gotta be fine and productive. The F you supposed to do. Yeah. I'm actually just shaking my head. Yes, Kim. Right? No, yes. So, yeah, we are supposed to be fine and productive. Huh? This is somewhat of uncharted territory for everyone, I would say, born after maybe 1975. This is a new world. This is a new world, especially everybody, all of us that was born after 1980. The power dynamic is shifting under women writ large feet. This is not even just a black woman thing. And they don't even appreciate how artificial the environment was in the beginning. Now, we know human beings, we create a bunch of artificial stuff. That's just part of being human beings. But they don't really appreciate how much, as a millennial who's been around millennial black Latina white women, Gen Z black Latina white women, youngest of boomers, they don't appreciate how much of their life is because some feminists and when I say feminists, I mean male and female feminists, straight and LGBTQ feminists, put the thumb on the scales for them over the past 50 years, 60, 50 years. They don't appreciate that. So as the power dynamic changes in their face really, really fast, some are getting it together now. Oh crap, wait a minute, the Titanic that hit the iceberg. All right, I'm out. I'm on the raft. I'm out. Huh? I'm gonna go find me somewhere. Where's the nearest man worth a damn? Where's the stability? Some women already, they jumping ship now. Some are gonna wait a little bit. Wait a minute, okay. Are we taking on water? Oh, it look like we're taking on water. Okay, I'm out. And then black men, hold on to your hats, because I don't think it's gonna be white or Latino women. I think it's gonna be black women. And then there's gonna be women who are gonna sink with that goddamn ship. There are gonna be women who are going to sink with that ship. The young lady I covered the other night, who was in Spain, I watched a couple of her other videos. She's gonna sink with the ship, and she's gonna take as many black women with her as humanly possible. She's sinking with that ship. Huh? Y'all gives you a second. Actually, let me see something. Yeah. There are women who are good. They're gonna sink with the ship. They can't help it. Their pride, their ego will not allow for them to, as you said earlier, KMS, realize, wait a minute, who's actually the one beneath who? Socially, politically, economically, physically, huh? Huh. Say that. And Leon says, social designers and capitalists like Anne-Marie Slaughter, aka the former director of policy planning staff of the United States, that was her role under Clinton, took part in creating this artificial environment. And it's changing. As KMS said, where's that comment from? The pendulum is swinging back the other way. Now, I don't want to call it completely. It depends on what happens after this 4 years of Trump. Who's next in the White House, and how do they respond to the precedent that Trump and Elon and JD Vance and them set? That's I might be able to call it then about, excuse me, what does that mean for dating, mating landscape, particularly in the black community? Because it's not like on the macro level that it dictates every single thing on the micro level. That's not. But it does set a precedent and a groundwork on how the landscape is going to look, right? So that's why I mentioned that. And y'all gives you a second. And we're back. Hopefully you guys can hear me. But I have to switch out headphones real quick. Okay. Read that from KMS. And let me read this from Leon. Don't worry about you guys up top. I'm gonna get to you guys super chats in a minute. And Leon says there they are mixed. They are more. Your there is off. It threw me off. Don't worry. I'll be getting the theirs mixed up too. There are more birthing age white women than white. Excuse me, said that wrong. There are more birthing age white men than white women under the age of 45 by a few million, and these white men want their babies to remain white. No admix. The audacity of B-Dub's cast. So I came to that conclusion with the if I could find it, I might cover it. And me and BGS have made reference to it before. Because I think he had listened to it also. It was a live stream that one of these flag waving incels, I want to say white incel, did years ago. This might have been, what are we in 2025? This might have been a 2020, maybe 2021 live stream that one of these incels did, and a brother jumped on, and a black dude jumped on and said, "Hey, white guys," like he was being a little funny, but not. And he just straight up said, "Hey, white guys, listen. If you want to get your dick wet, if you want to, and Mr. Z's using, profanity and whatnot, expletives, excuse me. If you want to, you can always date black women. Don't worry about how they're going to speak to you. They're not going to speak to you the way they speak to us. They laud you. They look up to you. They're open to, they're not as loyal as they pretend they are. They are open to white men and non-black men. And the white guys started flaming black women in the comments. Like, understand, this is a black man not talking crap about black women. He is telling white men, look, if you're struggling with white women, you can always date black women. And you will not get the same black women that black men get. Right? He didn't even do the whole Keisha going Keisha eventually. Right? And when I say the white guys in the comments were flaming black women, all the racist stereotypes, all the talks of whales and all of that. And so going to what Leon is saying, if there are more white men than white women of birthing age, and there are more white men than black men clearly, and black women combined, do you understand how committed to not messing with black women white men are as a collective, as a group? This also speaks to how many white dudes are getting in with black women but not marrying them. This only proves Mr. Z's point. Instead of the white guy settling down with a black woman, marrying her, quote unquote, making an honest woman out of her, having his mixed kids and saying, F the whole white thing, I'm not even worried about that. I just want somebody to raise my kids right, love me, and do right by me. Right? Do you know how serious anti-blackness has to be in the back of these people's minds? No, Z, they want what all men want. They want, a child that looks like them. Yeah, I hear y'all, but let's be very clear. Like, you're right. With that, America is still America. Huh? Y'all think white men don't know? White men know where they rank in the minds of women of color. Huh? They know. They play coy, they play dumb. They know and they appreciate it. So if there are millions more, hundreds of thousands of more, but it's really millions more birthing age white men than white women, and yet black women are so chronically single, that is a testament to white men saying, yeah, I would rather not. You know what? Brad got her first. I'll wait until Brad's finished with her. When she divorces him, I'll get her afterward, and I'll have a kid with her too. That is how committed white men are to not having children with black women. They would rather follow up behind Chisel Chin Chad. They'd rather be husband number 2. Right? And I think y'all heard what Mr. Z said. If y'all never heard Z say this, I'm gonna just say it. Mr. Z gonna push this all the way to black women just straight up saying and admitting that they have nowhere else to go. This is it. And if that means they never do it, and you watch them struggle and starve, and Mr. Z gonna be having to step over starving ass bodies, so be it. Because they never said it as a collective, then fine then. Black women could keep on playing, no pun intended, they could keep on playing poker face. They could keep on pretending like they stoic, as that young lady said. Once again, listen to her, listen to what she's saying here.
Look at me, look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina.
You heard her? You heard her? This is what we say when we're single, but does this not remind y'all of what I kept on saying about Lonnie Love? When Lonnie Love was single, and everyone else on the talk is coupled up. On the real, sorry, not the talk. The real is coupled up, except for Lonnie Love. Lonnie Love reveled in her singleness. Would she talk about relationships and dating and all? Yes, of course. They even had whole segments about it. But she loved her single. And the second her and the white dude got together, it feels so good to have somebody when you open the door that greets you and that picks you up from the airport. Exactly. So, Miss Lonnie Love, are you saying that you were pretending the whole time? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Ah. Huh? Is that what you're saying? It sounds like that's what you're saying. Huh? And another reason, to be to emphasize the point even more, the young lady that for those of you who didn't watch the live stream from a few nights ago, and y'all just heard me, Mr. Z, mention the young lady in Spain who's going to be one of the people. It's her in yeah, I saw one of the more recent clips from Sovereign Black Woman, or Black Sovereign Woman, wherever her name is, and how that lady is broken as all hell. By the way, she got a man. Ah, right. But yeah, the women who are going to keep women single, rest in peace Kevin Samuels, the women who he said single women keep other women single, single women keep women single, but Sovereign Woman has a man apparently. But the women who are going to help to keep other black women on the Titanic as it sinks look like this. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but y'all will get it.
Watch this video, then we'll talk.
I used to wonder how like women would be celibate for like, 2, 5, 10 years or whatever. But now that I'm single, I ain't gotta wonder no more, because if you let a man talk uninterrupted for 15 minutes, he gonna talk you out of it. You done talked yourself into sleeping with him, and he done talked you smooth out of it. They can't even pretend not to be misogynistic or sexist or fatphobic or anything long enough for you to even go through with the thoughts that you had. A lot of women, I have come to learn, are celibate solely because men just don't know how to shut up. That's really all it is. Like, y'all make it so easy not to give you none.
I say this pretty consistently on here. I listen to men. I listen to them. They speak and I listen, and it is my birth control and it's free. As somebody who is in the club that she's talking about, been celibate for years, and I know that I'm still straight. I know, it's hard for me to even finish the sentence. And I say this pretty often, it's the one thing that I don't like about myself. I would like to take what she says and take it one step further. It's not just they talk themselves out of you being like wanting to have schmacks with them. It's not just that. They can talk you out of the liking of them if you just let them talk. And you listen to them. Listen to these men. Don't try and change their mind. Don't try and prove them wrong. Don't try and inform. Just listen. A lot of the times, I would dare say a majority of the times, femmes and women that are attracted to men have this uncanny and arguably dangerous, muy peligroso, pattern of trying to speak things into existence that are not in front of them, of wearing such, it's not even rose-colored glasses anymore, of getting those like color dye implants into the colors of your eyes. You don't got blue eyes anymore. You don't got brown eyes anymore. They're just rose. Because you think that you see something in this man that does not exist. No, he is not mysterious. No, he's not. He's dumb. He's dumb and probably a problem. A lot of women and femmes try to Nancy Drew their way into having a man make sense instead of just listening to him. No, he didn't say this and then do this last week as a result of X, Y. Watch this video, then we'll.
Mr. Z tried to do something and it paused on me. And this is what I wanted to read. Y'all give me a second. Because as she was speaking, I wanted to read this. If I could find it, that will be great. Y'all give me a second. Gives you a second. There we go. Put it on the screen in 1 minute, y'all. There we go. And this is a comment from that video I just played for you guys. Celibate for 53 years and counting. Let's just say I saw the dynamics between men and women at an early age, and nope, out of any romantic relationship. Yeah. Huh? When Mr. Z speaks about women sinking with the ship, There you go. The young lady I just played encourages women to sink with the ship. If you check out her channel, she does all of the fear mongering for women, all the scare tactics, all of the catastrophizing and scaring the hell out of them. Same thing with sovereign women. Y'all gonna be the one who birthing these children, and you gonna die on the operating table. And yeah, she say yes, yes, yes. Sovereign woman says all of that. Yes. For all of you that wonder, she not saying stuff like that, Z? Yes, she is. Y'all the ones risking y'all life on the birthing table, and yep, yep. Huh? Those are the women. And this is a good time to read this comment. And thank you for the super chat, Vince. And Vince says, janky social engineering. Huh? Janky social engineering. Huh? Those are the women that keep women single. Those are the ones. And Vince, thank you once again for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, the men y'all want, need, are the bad bees now. Correction, they always were, but the men have collectively decided to stop lying to y'all. Step your game up, ma'am. And let's play the clip for all of you that missed it earlier. This is like the anchor tenant today. This is the video that we're really covering. I'm gonna let you guys up in a minute. But this I'm gonna play BGS's. As a matter of fact, let's play BGS's. I'll play it afterward. Let's play this so y'all can get an idea of what we're speaking about, and then we'll play BGS. Here you guys go.
I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, this is not normal. This is not okay. So I will preface this by saying I did not want to go. This is not my cup of tea. This is not how I generally meet people. I was very concerned and very anxious, going into this. I really was. Like, truly. I tried to get out of it multiple times. I texted my best friend. I was like, I just don't think I should go. She was like, no, you need to get out there. Stop meeting men on these apps. Start meeting men in real life. As we know, men don't approach women as much in real life. So a speed dating event felt like the perfect place to meet men where they would feel comfortable approaching women and women would feel comfortable being approached. So got dressed, got cute, put shit on, might I add, okay? And headed on down there, okay? Here's where everything went wrong. Now, the event started at 6 o'clock. I will admit, I got there at 7:30. Maybe a problem. But the thing about it is the flyer said this is a mix and mingle speed dating happy hour. First of all, I don't even know that those words really go together, but to me, it felt like kind of a come and go as you please. So I didn't want to be the first one there at 6 o'clock. Showing up at 7:30 was also not the move though, because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw? Exactly what I thought I was going to see. 80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None. I promise you. I will overlay a video. There were I could not see one man outside of the people servicing tables at this place. So eventually I get the courage to go sit down with a group of girls at a table, and I'm like, yo, what the niggas at? Like, where are they? I know I'm late. Like, is there some sort of game going on where the men are in one room and the women are in another room? They were like, oh, girl, you just got here. You must not have heard. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, basically, about an hour ago, she came downstairs, took all the men, 10. Keep in mind, there's like 85 women and 10 men. She got the 10 men to choose the women that they wanted to come upstairs with them. So the 10 men out of 85 women chose 10 women to take upstairs. And that's where they did the speed dating upstairs, while everybody else was downstairs looking at each other. Everybody was on their phones. Everybody was looking around like, what the hell is this? I have never been so uncomfortable in my entire life. The mismanagement, I don't even know where to start. This was a ticketed event. So the event owners knew, hey, we have 85 women RSVP'd and only 10 men. They knew that this was a problem going into the event. This was not a surprise. And I figured there would be like a level of disparity between the number of men and women because speed dating tends to attract women and not necessarily men. So when one girl came downstairs from the 10-person thing, we were all like, girl, what's going on up there? She was like, oh, none of them are my type, so I just walked out. And they were like, well, we're going to have to replace you. She was like, go ahead. Like, I don't want to be up here. I was like, well, what were the guys like? Are they cute? She was like, girl, they're all underneath 5'9". She's like, and I'm 5'8", so I really only talk to men that are 6'2" and above. I was like, point blank, period. I'm 5'9", so I'm the same way. Like, I really only talk to people above 6 feet. So she was like, no, every single person was short. It didn't make sense for me. This entire, like, way that they're doing this isn't like interesting to me at all. So everyone was just sitting around waiting for the men to come downstairs so that they could have a chance to talk to them, I guess. I was not going to be one of those people sitting and waiting. I mean, what am I supposed to do when they come downstairs? Bum rush them? Especially after you've told me they're all pretty much below 5'9"? I'm out of here. I stayed for 17 minutes and then I left. Like after that, I had nothing to say. The cool part about it is 2 people though, they had seen my previous TikTok. So your girl felt a little viral. Slightly embarrassing, but also fine. I say all that to say that was so bad. And the planners, event planners, owners of that, y'all really got to get it together. Don't ever put together an event like that again. People left extremely disappointed. The only part I am happy about is that was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was parking, and I'm mad about even that. But truly so unhinged. I also, last point, I can see why men think they're the prize. If I was a man dating in this age, I would feel like I was the prize too. To have 85 beautiful, good-smelling, intelligent Black women sitting in a room just waiting to talk to me, wanting me to pick them, I mean, I would feel like rookie of the year. I don't know what else to say. I would feel like I was the prize too. And I think that's what gives a lot of men this illusion of choice. On dating apps, it feels like for dating in Charlotte, it feels like an endless amount of women to choose from because we quite literally outnumber them by 7-8x everywhere we go. I don't know how we're gonna work through this. I don't. Feel free to give me ideas. I can't. That is not fair.
Oh, yeah, at the end, she just can't. It's not fair. That's not fair. Yeah. Huh? So I want to read a couple of you guys' comments, because super chats, because I think that it just goes right to it, right? Now, once again, to KMS's super chat, which fits the video perfectly. That's why I played it again. In KMS's, the men y'all want need, the men y'all want are the bad bees now. Correction, they always were, but the men have collectively decided to stop lying to y'all. Step your game up, ma'am. There's number one. And thank you for the super chat once again, KMS. And Guy Incognito, this is a perfect time to read this. When will Black women realize they aren't the prize? I would say many do realize that. They think if they pretend like they are and they play somebody, now that we have like 150 people listening, please someone find me that clip, even if it's on some, it gotta be less than 10 minutes though. Find me the clip, please, of the conversation with I think it was like a group of women, some show that they put together, where one of the women said, the men in Atlanta they know they're the prize, and the other sister checked her and said, no, they're delusional. They're not the prize. Someone find me that clip, please, and thank you. Because that goes exactly to what Guy Incognito is saying right now. When will Black women realize they aren't the prize? Some of them already realize it. Their homegirls keep on telling, no, we can't, because this is not a Black woman thing. This is a people thing. This is definitely a woman thing. And more than that, definitely a Black woman thing. It doesn't exist if I don't acknowledge it. If I don't acknowledge it, if I don't speak words into it, if I don't speak to it, it doesn't exist. Thank you, Indigo. They don't want to say it out loud, because if they don't say it out loud, and if they pretend like the pink elephant isn't in the room, that's in the room, then the pink elephant isn't in the room. Huh? Going to what you're saying, Guy Cognito, when will black women realize they aren't the prize? Some of them do realize it. And when they try to speak to it, they're hushed up. They're told to be quiet from their other girlfriends and homegirls, because if you don't acknowledge it, then it doesn't exist. We can't let black men have that. We can't let black men have that, because the whole entire power dynamic would get flipped on its head, going to what Cam has said earlier. Huh? And if we demand that black men play this game with us and dance with us and pretend like he's far less sought after than he actually is, he has far less options than he actually has. Black women have far more options. This is where Tanya TKO come in, right? Tanya TKO, we know that it's because of our loyalty. These men want to convince you it's not because you're loyal. We know it's because of our loyalty. Huh? Where are all the white men that are stable and above knocking down Tanya TKO's door? Where are they? For them, if you acknowledge it, then it's real. As long as we could continue to ignore it, then it won't be real. Huh? And this is something that people writ large, women specifically, black women even more specifically, they live by this. It's not real if I don't acknowledge it. And, well, that's going to bury black women. Huh? Huh. Just saying. Telescope says people's feet will tell you who the prize is, quote unquote prize. Yeah, I hate that terminology too. Prize is not their words. Who's running to see who? The lady in Germany told us what that is. Huh? The lady in Germany told you what that is, right? Ah, for those of you that didn't see what we were speaking about, so there you go. Huh? And go into that. Here's BGS's clip from earlier to speak to some of the reason why these men, young men in particular, aren't showing up to these speed dating events and matchmaking events. Here you go.
And if you're once you become a monk and you get separated from your indoctrination and have to go cold turkey for like 90 days to 4 months, you come back the other side, and then first time she irritates the fuck out of you, say, why am I paying to get irritated? Why am I playing to try to entertain some chick that's giving me all these bad vibes? What am I getting out of this? And that's what has caused a big dating split. That's what caused a whole lot of young men to go monk, is because, as MGTOW said, the juice is not worth the squeeze.
And there you go. Huh? Now, let's be very clear. There has been a number of times that young men have said this to women. Young men are telling young women why they're not showing up. They're telling them. The women are just ignoring it. They're minimizing it. They're playing it down. Huh? The young men are telling the women why they're not showing up. The women are just ignoring it to their own detriment. Once again, if I ignore it, if I play it down, if I minimize it, then it doesn't exist. If I pretend like I don't see it, or if I pretend like I didn't hear you, then it doesn't exist. Huh? And that the women are hell-bent on that. And y'all gives you a second. Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Because I want to play this and speak to what I'm saying. Here you go.
Why don't men like brunches?
Y'all got to start coming to these brunches. That's where all the pretty girls be at, literally. With their little colorful outfits. They take their hoodies off, their t-shirts off. And that's where they be. All the working class women, nice nurses and stuff. Like, y'all be missing out. Y'all got to start coming to the brunches. Y'all love the gym shoes at night, but y'all don't want to come where the ladies be at, pretty and just ready to mingle. Come on, fellas. Like, I need the fellas, man. What, I'm doing something wrong. I just want to know why men don't be coming to brunches.
DGS just answered you. Huh? And there's a second part of this. I thought I had it. Apparently I don't. Where the men responded and told her why. Right? The men responded and told her why. And she was hurt. She still tried to dismiss it too, though. She was hurt. Right? So, yeah. There you go. So I did want to play. I wanted to actually get a little bit further along with this, that because I covered it the other night. I don't want to cover it again, but we're because I'm gonna let you guys off. I've been saying that for a little while now, but I want to get a little bit further because when you juxtapose the young lady in from Texas, that I think she's in the Carolinas now, when you juxtapose her to who I'm about to play, the young lady in Spain, you see how there's a problem here. All of them are pretty much speaking the same way, air superiority, right? But you can see where this issue shows itself. Here you go.
Watch this video, then we'll talk.
I used to wonder how like women would be celibate for like, 2, 5, 10 years or whatever. But now that I'm single, I ain't gotta wonder no more, because if you let a man talk uninterrupted for 15 minutes, he gonna talk you out of it. You done talked yourself into sleeping with him, and he done talked you smooth out of it. They can't even pretend not to be misogynistic or sexist or fatphobic or anything long enough for you to even go through with the thoughts that you had. A lot of women, I have come to learn, are celibate solely because men just don't know how to shut up. That's really all it is. Like, y'all make it so easy not to give you none.
I say this pretty consistently on here. I listen to men. I listen to them. They speak and I listen, and it is my birth control and it's free. As somebody who is in the club that she's talking about, been celibate for years, and I know that I'm still straight. I know, it's hard for me to even finish the sentence. And I say this pretty often, it's the one thing that I don't like about myself. I would like to take what she says and take it one step further. It's not just they talk themselves out of you being like wanting to have schmacks with them. It's not just that. They can talk you out of the liking of them if you just let them talk. And you listen to them. Listen to these men. Don't try and change their mind. Don't try and prove them wrong. Don't try and inform them. Just listen. A lot of the times, I would dare say a majority of the times, femmes and women that are attracted to men have this uncanny and arguably dangerous, muy peligroso, pattern of trying to speak things into existence that are not in front of them, of wearing such, it's not even rose-colored glasses anymore, of getting those like color dye implants into the colors of your eyes. You don't got blue eyes anymore. You don't got brown eyes anymore. They're just rose, because you think that you see something in this man that does not exist. No, he is not mysterious. No, he's not. He's dumb. He's dumb and probably a problem. A lot of women and femmes try to Nancy Drew their way into having a man make sense instead of just listening to him. No, he didn't say this and then do this last week as a result of XYZ from his childhood and his second to last breakup and how that relates to his relationship with his fourth cousin half removed. No, just listen to him and make a decision. And I would dare say that you don't have to actively, the more that you listen, and the more that you get in tune with your body's reaction to what they say and what they do, your body will inform you of what to do next. The ick, I know that we use that as a passing term. That is a lifesaver. That is a creation of years of evolution. That is the ancestors speaking through you saying, absolutely not. Sorry, got excited. And then as time goes on, yes, not to say that you don't magically stop being your sexuality one day. But the realization of, I think it's a weird space to be in where I'm I think I'm too smart to be straight. I think I know too much to be straight. It doesn't make sense to me. Because the more that you listen, just listen, just let that man talk. The less you gotta be confused about, concerned about, having unfortunate sex having unfortunate conversation, just having an unfortunate time with somebody, if you just listen and let yourself listen early enough, you can save yourself a lot of time, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of trips to urgent care for a rapid test of I don't know how many STDs. You can save yourself a whole lot by just listening. And I personally, and please sound off in the comments if this resonates, but I have gotten to the point where I need to hear you speak for so long. And I'm not going to say how long, but I need to hear you speak for so long. And for you to consistently say things and behave in ways that make sense. For me to want to engage in anything that I have been celibate for years. If you just need a man to make sense for, I'm looking at my wrist, there's no watch, for 45 minutes, most men will not be able to make it that far. But if you just need him to make sense, not be an exceptional human being, not being particularly compassionate or caring or forthright in thought or advanced in anything, if you just need him to be base level decent for 45 minutes, yeah, you're possibly meet somebody that can dig a hole underneath that bar and then roll around until he tries to make it out the other end, but then he gets up and he's still at the same side of the bar. You can find a booga to do that. But if you need more than that, and I really hope that more and more women and femmes need more than that, you will find the dating pool gets smaller and shallower. And then you look around and you go, are there even any fish in here? Now, I will say, and this is not my first time saying this, I have been blessed with the men that I have dated. They have been very sweet, very kind, very forthright in thought and deed, very generous. They checked a lot of boxes, but also there's a reason why I am single. And it has been years since I've come across a man that was like the last guy that I've actually dated, that I was dating. And because it's been so long, and sure, maybe a lot of that is because I am currently living in Spain. 10 out of 10 don't recommend talking to men here. Yeah, I don't know. Do I recommend talking to men anywhere? I don't know if I could do that, guys. I don't know if I could do that. But if you're going to talk to men, and if you have to talk to men, ask questions and then just listen. Try to keep the face neutral. Don't try and sway them one way or another. Just listen. And if you're actually listening, you will get all the information you need. And just in case people didn't know this is way more than just like, oh my gosh, I just want to have sex. No, this is about your safety. This is about engaging with somebody who does not see the base level of your humanity, potentially. This is about your safety. Period, point blank. Oh, Shane, it doesn't have to be that deep. Yeah, it is. And it does not matter if you are in the United States or not. It really is that deep. Men are women's natural predators. Period. And if you want to pretend that lion hiding in the brush, looking directly at you, it's just a baby. It's just a kitty. It's growling. No, it's just purring. You know what? I'm a pet it. Sure, it's giving me all the signs that something bad could potentially happen. That it might be a little hungry. He's not saying he's hungry. He's saying he wants belly rubs. If you want to be a lion translator, then sure, go ahead, do that. I'm going to keep breathing, though. Please, my God, stay safe out there.
Yeah. Makes sense now? Well, these are the women that keep other women single. These are, when I said catastrophizing, it sounded like Mr. Z was being hyperbolic. Huh? She's not catastrophizing? Huh? Where's all the leftists? Look, you got to understand her experience with white men in Spain. You know, the OG colonizers? She's in Spain telling Black American women, yeah, you might want to stay single. Ma'am, you in the white-speaking Spanish country. Yeah, I said the other way around. The Spanish-speaking white country. All a man has to do, try to get a man to make sense for 45 minutes. Ma'am, if you don't get the entire hell out of here, well, you are out of here. You're in Spain. Can't make it work with those guys either, huh? She said 10 out of 10 don't recommend in Spain. Ma'am, you're a Black woman in Spain. What made you think that them Spanish dudes were good? They literally, no, not even Spanish. Sorry, wrong word. The Spaniards. What made you think the Spaniards were going to take you seriously? Do you not understand The Spaniards, do you not understand that after the Moors left, depending on who you talk to, the Spaniards kicked the Moors out or the Moors left? Either way. Do you understand who you talking about? Spanish Inquisition, Spain? That's the people you're talking about, right? Like, very few nations, Spain, Britain, right? Belgium, very few nations can compare to Spain in barbarity. Yeah. Damn near half the goddamn Western world, quote unquote, the new world, speak Spanish. You think they speak Spanish because Spain was that good of people? Thank you, KMS. The Dutch, the Netherlands, huh? Another black woman catastrophizing and trying to keep other black women single. Now y'all see why Mr. Z said what he said, huh? Yeah, makes sense now. Y'all gives you a second trying to squeeze in. Are you gonna be a dick weasel? You're gonna be a dick weasel. Look at you, being a dick. Thank you. We both anyway. Let me know. You know what? Reckless streams. I even gonna say I'm not gonna incriminate myself. Moving along. Right. So this is why I cover this. Do y'all see the through line between the young lady complaining about black men not showing up, black men not showing up to the matchmaking event, and then this young lady? Ladies, y'all gotta pick a message and stick to it. All of this trying to call men's bluff. Y'all are a-holes. We don't want to be around you anyway. I would rather stay celibate. All right, bet. Huh? Dear black women, okay. We heard you. We heard you and we believed you. Now what? And there's a couple of them pulling this. Real Talk with Yanni, Sovereign Woman. This young lady. There's a couple of them doing that. Huh? And then wonder why men aren't showing up to matchmaking and speed dating and mixer events. Huh? They're not showing up because y'all not telling women like this, even as far away as Spain, to shut the hell up. You're miserable. You can't make it work with a man. You definitely can't make it work with no goddamn Spanish-speaking white man in Spain. And so because you can't make it work, that means that I gotta stay celibate and miserable and pretend like I'm not? Huh? Ah, right. So let me actually read L's active comment that he put up earlier, and he says, on behalf of all the men who paid to enter clubs, on behalf of Mrs. E over here choking on his own saliva, on the behalf of all men who paid to enter clubs only to find themselves in a sausage factory, parody at last. Now women paid for mixers only to realize the ratio is not in their favor. Exactly. Right? Exactly. And yeah, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna bother them, but the women don't want to play the numbers game because it's gonna sound even more depressing. They're going to consider deleting themselves. But let's be very clear. The majority of women on planet Earth don't want to be no type of queer. The majority of women in America especially don't want to be queer. They don't want to be munching on another woman. That's why Mr. Z be threatening them with that all the time. Even Khadijah made note of it. Because I think she might have snooped on around here once or twice. Even Khadijah made note, and the men telling women, if you don't like it, then go date another woman. Yeah, Mr. Z say that. And isn't that what the ladies say to the men? Isn't that what black women say to black men? But y'all forgot. We're more than likely able to choose someone from another race and be chose by another race than y'all are. So the threat doesn't work the same. You see? You see how that works? The threat doesn't work the same. Huh? Mrs. Z definitely has heard black women say, well, y'all they go date another man. No, he don't have to date another man. He could just date outside the black race. And I would tell the ladies, you don't have to date another woman. You could just, oh, wait a minute. Y'all already trying to date outside the race. And it ain't working the way you thought it would. Emphasis on the word thought. Uh-oh. Giggity. Huh? Huh? Yeah, it's not working in their favor, and they're throwing a fit. Let me read this from Guy Incognito. Hey, y'all, let me put the link up in 1 minute. Give me a couple minutes. I got y'all. And Guy Incognito says, black men, date and marry out. Don't listen to any more hour-long streams on behavior of women. Don't understand. Excuse me. Don't understand them. Oh, don't understand them. I get what you're saying. Okay, don't understand them. Leave them. I voted for Kamala. He's saying I'm not even on some conservative thing, and I'm still telling you don't stay around. Right? I hear you, Guy Incognito. I hear you. Right? Guy Incognito, it's brothers like us that really, really cause these people to have some type of issue because they can't put us nice and neat, although they are trying, put us nice and neat in the conservative, like in their mind, conservative, like box. They can't put us in that box and say, well, okay, all the politics align. They're anti-black women. Their colorist, featurist, texturist. They vote. They voted for Trump. They're Republican. They're conservative. Yeah, they want to see women barefoot in the kitchen. And they want a black version of Handmaid's Tale. They can't necessarily put us nice and neat in that box. They believe in small government, and big business, and they can't put us in that box. So for them, it's really an issue. Exactly, the guy adjacent to white men. Because our politics is largely even more left than all of these weirdo people. It's just we are counting and saying, how is this supposed? Let me get this right. How is this supposed to work? Where you put the thumb on the scales for the ladies, okay, cool. We overemphasize TRA and S because there's not that many of them. Y'all doing that because it's cheap. Instead of you talking about these billionaire donors, because you have them too in the Democratic Party, and the billionaires, and how they're sucking all the goddamn wealth out the room. This is why Mr. Z's community tab looks like it does. Instead of you doing that, you rather talk about gender warring things and trans things. Well, Mr. Z said, all right, bet, I'll go there. I'll have that conversation. I'll emphasize that, yeah, y'all weaponize the women against working class men, and working class men said, bet, y'all can have all of them. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Y'all didn't expect that, now did you? You weaponize women against working class men. Shout out to all you elite men, definitely you elite white men. You weaponize working class women, middle class women, working poor women against, well, working class, working poor men. And the men said, all right, bet you could have all of them. And now y'all don't know what to do with yourselves. Uh-oh. So yeah, Guy Cognito, we're an issue for these people because they can't put us nice and neat in a box of he woman haters who politics perfectly align with some Trump worship or something like that. Huh? And even FD said that to me. He was like, you agree with me on this and you agree with me on that, and then when we start talking about the women, then and I'm like, yeah, because you don't appreciate that the women were weaponized and they went along gleefully. They wanted to be liberated from men. You got that all the way. You ain't read the fine print, huh? Now you go to your speed dating events and your mixers, and we don't show up. Now what, huh? Better go munch and brunch on your homegirl, particularly in the black community. Black women they outplayed themselves, huh? That's the issue. They played themselves.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
That's all. They thought they had a hand that they never had, and well, they're here now. Right? Ah, and Java Joe, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Right? And yeah, it's gonna hurt. The ladies are gonna hurt. So my title is "She Has a Story to Tell." That was the story. The story is of the young lady with the glasses. I'm gonna play it one more time, and I'm gonna let AL and the rest of y'all up. But yeah, the young lady who went to the matchmaking event, and 10 to 1. She said 9 to 1. It's not really 9 to 1, because if it's 10 men and 80 some odd women, that's a horrible ratio. That's a horrible ratio. Why wouldn't men, single men, virile single men, why would they not show up to a place where the women are going to meet up? Are the women actually going to meet up? Uh-oh. Huh? Why would the men not show up? Huh? You know what? I'm gonna have to clip it out and make it a thing. I am. And Mr. Shiki says you don't have the cards. I'm gonna have to clip it out and make it a thing. When Trump was saying that to Zelensky. Huh? Ah. Huh? And once again, Java Joe, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. That's all that it is. These ladies are going to this. I guess they're finally waiting this. They're finally done with whatever they were doing in the dating scene. Now they want to settle down, maybe. Let Z find out y'all going to these matchmaking events and you're really single just to feel good about turning men down, and it hurts because you go to the matchmaking event to turn men down and ain't no men there to turn down. Ooh, goddamn. And they got to jump on you because they never showed up. Uh-oh. Talk about a middle finger to the whole goddamn system. Let me find out y'all going to these mixers and speed dating events and matchmaking events as an ego boost, so that you can reject men, or you can look at them and be like, oh, he looked like he got something in his teeth. Oh, I don't like his hairline. He's too short. I don't like the way he's dressed. He stutter a little bit. He didn't go to a top 50 school. He's blue collar. He drives a Nissan Altima. Right? Let me find out y'all are going to these mixers, speed dating events, and matchmaking events so you can get an ego boost off of rejecting men, black men. And why you're really bothered is that the men aren't even showing up for you to reject them. Huh? Ladies, is that really the issue? Z, you're finally getting to it. Is that really the issue, ladies? Huh? Is that the issue? Huh? And there we go. And Neo One says, yes, Z, I've heard it I've heard this many times. Going to these events, just going for an ego boost. I've watched clips where the women are admitting that they go on these dating apps to get swiped on as an ego boost. So it's not too far fetched for them to be going to the mixer and the speed dating event and the matchmaking event for an ego boost. And ain't nothing hurt them more than to go there and realize the men aren't there, which means the men got the jump on you. They didn't even show up. That means they rejected the whole premise. They rejected the whole structure from the jump. That must hurt. Huh? Huh? Just saying. And we know this in KMS says, give me a second where they go on dates because they hungry. What's new? The ladies admitted, 30% of them admitted that if it's 30, it's really 70. It's at least 50. If 30% of women admitted that the young women, when it was under the age of 30, I think it was the poll that was done, that said what women under the age of 30, whatever age it was, 30% of them or something like that admitted to doing foodie calls. For those of you that don't know, who've never heard this before, foodie call is just women who are not necessarily interested in you. They don't really find you attractive or appealing in any kind of way, but they're saying yes to the date because, number one, like Hannah said, they're hungry, or because they've never been to that restaurant before, or because they're bored. It has nothing to do with you or getting to know you. It's all about her or the event or a reason to put on a nice dress, or she hasn't been out in a while. She's bored, right? As Candace said, once again, she's hungry, but it's nothing to do with you and her connecting or getting to know each other or any of that. Foodie call. It's because she can't afford that restaurant, etc., etc., right? Yeah. Huh? And Detroit says, yet you got the era Malcolm X calling men feminine for asking women, what do you bring to the table? Rhetoric, and it's a shot at Kevin Samuels. Yeah, look. Does Mr. Z suggest that men ask women what they're bringing to the table? I think that's a decision you have to make yourself. I wouldn't, but it is definitely something important to find out. Appreciate that the women aren't actually fighting against the marketization of everything. The neoliberal lens that we have all been raised to view just about everything through. The women aren't actually fighting against it. They actually want to subject you to that view of things. They just don't like to be subjected to that view of things. Huh? So if young women aren't fighting along with men to shred this market view of things, this neoliberal lens that just about all of us in the West have been raised to see each other through, if the ladies aren't fighting against it and they're also gleefully subjecting men to that, then guess what? Then it applies to them also. That means that, yes, ladies, what do you bring to the table? Huh? Uh-oh. You don't get to claim morality or humanity when you subject men. When you subject working class, everyday average men to a system and an ideology and an economic structure that elite rich white men, racist might I add, created. Uh-oh. Classist, racist, elite, old white men. Shout out to the Chicago boys. Shout out to Frederick Hayek. Shout out to Adam Smith. Oops. Their version of a capitalist structure, neoliberalism, well, liberalism and then neoliberalism, that they created if you adhere to that, knowingly or unknowingly, might I add, then you will be subjected to that. And to hell with your feelings about it. Right? And to hell with your feelings about it. And we already know y'all know little secret ways through the game. Here you go. And Ayal, I'm about to put the link up in 1 minute. And here you go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed. Not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm gonna die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm gonna be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
If it benefits me, maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's a helping hand. Uh-oh. Huh? So we're playing this one more again, and AL, I'm putting that link up for you guys, and y'all give Z 1 second. And here you go.
I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, this is not normal. This is not okay. So I will preface this by saying I did not want to go. This is not my cup of tea. This is not how I generally meet people. I was very concerned and very anxious, going into this. I really was. Like, truly. I tried to get out of it multiple times. I texted my best friend. I was like, I just don't think I should go. She was like, no, you need to get out there. Stop meeting men on these apps. Start meeting men in real life. As we know, men don't approach women as much in real life. So a speed dating event felt like the perfect place to meet men where they would feel comfortable approaching women and women would feel comfortable being approached. So got dressed, got cute, put that shit on, might I add, okay? And headed on down there, okay? Here's where everything went wrong. Now, the event started at 6 o'clock. I will admit, I got there at 7:30. Maybe a problem. But the thing about it is the flyer said this is a mix and mingle speed dating happy hour. First of all, I don't even know that those words really go together, but to me, it felt like kind of a come and go as you please. So I didn't want to be the first one there at 6 o'clock. Showing up at 7:30 was also not the move though, because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw? Exactly what I thought I was going to see. 80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None. I promise you. I will overlay a video. There were I could not see one man outside of the people servicing tables at this place. So eventually I get the courage to go sit down with a group of girls at a table, and I'm like, yo, what the niggas at? Like, where are they? I know I'm late. Like, is there some sort of game going on where the men are in one room and the women are in another room? They were like, oh, girl, you just got here. You must not have heard. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, basically, about an hour ago, she came downstairs, took all the men, 10. Keep in mind, there's like 85 women and 10 men. She got the 10 men to choose the women that they wanted to come upstairs with them. So the 10 men out of 85 women chose 10 women to take upstairs. And that's where they did the speed dating upstairs, while everybody else was downstairs looking at each other. Everybody was on their phone. Everybody was running around like, I have never been so uncomfortable in my entire life. The mismanagement, I don't even know where to start. this was a ticketed event. So the event owners knew, hey, we have 85 women RSVP'd and only 10 men. They knew that this was a problem going into the event. This was not a surprise. And I figured there would be like a level of disparity between the number of men and women, because speed dating tends to attract women and not necessarily men. So when one girl came downstairs from the 10-person thing, we were all like, girl, what's going on? She was like, oh, none of them are my type, so I just walked out. And they were like, well, we're going to have to replace you. She was like, go ahead. Like, I don't want to be up here. I was like, well, what were the guys like? Are they cute? She was like, girl, they're all underneath 5'9". She's like, and I'm 5'8", so I really only talk to men that are 6'2" and above. I was like, point blank period. I'm 5'9", so I'm the same way. Like, I really only talk to people above 6 feet. So she was like, no, every single person was short. It didn't make sense for me. This entire like way that they're doing this isn't like interesting to me at all. So everyone was just sitting around waiting for the men to come downstairs so that they could have a chance to talk to them, I guess. I was not going to be one of those people sitting and waiting. I mean, what am I supposed to do when they come downstairs? Bum rush them? Especially after you told me they're all pretty much below 5'9"? I'm out of here. I stayed for 17 minutes and then I left. Like after that, I had nothing to say. The cool part about it is 2 people though, they had seen my previous TikTok. So your girl felt a little viral. Slightly embarrassing, but also fine. I say all that to say that was so bad. And the planners, event planners, owners of that, y'all really got to get it together. Don't ever put together an event like that again. People left extremely disappointed. The only part I am happy about is that was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was parking, and I'm mad about even that. But truly so unhinged. I also, last point, I can see why men think they're the prize. If I was a man dating in this day and age, I would feel like I was the prize too. To have 85 beautiful, good-smelling, intelligent black women sitting in a room just waiting to talk to me, wanting me to pick them, I mean, I would feel like rookie of the year. I don't know what else to say. I would feel like I was the prize too. And I think that's what gives a lot of men this illusion of choice. On dating apps, it feels like endless women. For dating Charlotte, it feels like an endless amount of women to choose from because we quite literally outnumber them by 7-8x everywhere we go. I don't know how we're going to work through this. I don't. Feel free to give me ideas, but I can't see how this works.
That is not fair!
Go ahead, KMS or AB. Go ahead.
Okay. The minute you kept interlooping the fair part, my response and rebuttal for all men across the board is fair choice. Period. Fair choice. Go cry me a river. You say not fair, I say fair choice. Problem?
But AB, it's not
Who's
fair,
AB?
bro.
Who's AB?
My bad, AO. My bad, AO. AO, it's not fair. I said AB, my bad. Watch this. But it's not.
Fair. That is not.
Hey, wait. AO, before you go, AO.
Fair choice.
Before you go, here's the thing. You're my elder. You didn't hear her saying that's not fair secretly. You didn't. That's not what she was really saying. All that talk. You didn't, especially towards the end. That last minute. That's not what she was saying.
That's all it equaled up to. And then on top of that, well, I don't talk to anybody below 6 feet. Bitch, you probably 5'4", average tops. How dare you? If any man can see above your head, that is a tall man. Period. But I digress.
Hey, the whole time, especially like after I heard it like the second time, I'm like, wait a minute. All she really saying is that's not fair. She gave it all the way at the end. That last minute, maybe minute and a half, when she was like, well, if I was a man, I would think I'm the prize too. No, man, we are. So either we are or we aren't. Just saying. Right? But go ahead, KMS, go ahead. I think he's still up. Let me see. Maybe not. Okay, Lion, you're up too.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, KMS, and then Lion. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I apologize. I mean, as far as that woman complaining about the height, I mean, women are so delusional nowadays. There's probably a woman right now sitting on her couch lamenting about how she couldn't date LeBron James because he's 6'8" and she only dates 6'9" niggas. So, whatever.
The delusion is real. The delusion is so real.
And forget and don't even mention how much she weighs.
Oh, no.
Hey, I saw all of you guys in the comments talking about the big backs and whatnot. Look, we know what it is. This is the difference. This is the fundamental difference. The women can overtly, in everybody's face, reject you because of whatever reason they want: height, skin tone, hair texture, no hair. Shout out to all my fellow bald guys. Whatever reason, lack of education, blue collar, didn't go to the right school. Let's say you do have a college degree, but you didn't go to whatever type of school. They can reject you for any reason, and they can be overt about it, very in your face about it. For those of us who may not be into heavier set women, period, we just don't speak to them. So we are actively rejecting them also, but it's not in their face. It's not. Oh yeah, you too fat. We're not saying that. We just
The thing about the first right refusal is, like, since they always wait for men to approach, then you're putting you're putting yourself, well, since you can't present your best self and you present yourself as a big back, you put yourself in the position to be rejected.
It's more, you're right.
But it's not more. It's not visceral though. It's not as visceral.
It's not visceral. It's not visceral because you're not saying it verbally, but that's how women. That is not visceral to us. That's not how we communicate it. But them not getting approached is them being rejected.
I don't.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
I don't have to say what's understood. I mean, I think what it really comes down to, and I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's really deducing it down to the root. When she was complaining about how there were 80 women there, only 10 men there. Here's how I saw it as.
I would have loved
I saw it. Well, no, but even what are the numbers are there? Here's how I saw it as. Let's say she was right. There's 80 women there and 10 men there. What I saw it as was just there are 80 problems there, and then 10 people willing to solve them.
Exactly.
So again, this is why my initial super chat was this. Regardless of what these women say, as long as you are able to provide and protect, there will never be a woman not needing protection and provision. It doesn't matter what they say at this point. We have stripped the argument down to the binary situations. Do you need provision and protection, or don't you? And a lot of these chicks clearly are showing that they are, and we're also showing that, hey, you're going to have to provide more to me than heartaches and problems, because y'all all bring that. Can you bring something more to me? And they're lamenting because they don't know what else to do but want and need.
But KMS, but all of that, real quick, Ryan. But all of that summed up, it equals.
That's not fair.
Yes, it is.
Fair choice.
Wait. I'll say this and I'll drop. No, she's right. It's not fair. I mean, and it's not fair that there's some chick out there that won't give LeBron James the time of day because he's only 6'8".
Right?
Fair choice.
You must be facetious, KMS, because no. In all seriousness, no, it is.
AL be killing me with the dare choice. It's their choice. Go ahead.
Yes, fair choice. Fair choice. This is how you shut them up. Fair choice. What else can she say after that? She has to walk away with her nose turned up and her head down. Period.
No,
because she's not gonna be reported. That's why I say it. When they say it's not fair, you rebuttal fair choice.
If y'all ever seen the clip,
monotone voices, you can.
If y'all ever seen the visual of real quick, and then you guys can't mess in line because I know Line's trying to get in. If y'all ever see the video of the white lady that's saying it's not fair, she's tearing up. I don't know if it was like some type of amateur movie or whatever, but like if she's that clip, if she's a really good actress, and that clip of that's not fair, because the look on her face, the way everything about it is so exaggerated, and it feels so real. It feels like a person having a breakdown. It looks like a person having a breakdown and having a temper tantrum. It's an adult
And
temper tantrum.
Z, what you just described is them always reverting into their 5-year-old childlike state when they aren't able to get or receive what they want, when they want, how they want. What you just described, how that woman looked, and you said, if y'all could just see what I saw when that woman said that, and you just described it. It's everybody, when they don't get what they want, always wants to revert to their 5-year-old childlike state. Act
That's
out.
not fair.
Period.
I mean, no,
Period.
it is
Fair
no. The problem
choice.
is,
Fair choice. That's how you shut them up.
No, this is when you find out when you run into men's nature, because that singles event. That's what happens when you have to contend with men's nature when it comes to relationships. So you don't want to deal with men outside of that. Okay, fine. But when it comes to this dating shit, yes, you gonna have to adhere to our nature one way or another. Do it or don't.
Yeah. We'll get you back, eh? We'll get you
gonna
back.
contend with our nature. You gonna find out one way or another. If you want a relationship, you want protection and provision. Well, you're gonna have to contend with our nature and understand what we want. Get over it.
But lying though.
Fair. That is not fair.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is fair. Yes,
Fair
it is
choice.
fair.
Yes, go ahead, Cam. We gotta give Cam some shit. Go ahead, Cam.
I mean, guys, I'm just so frustrated and hurt, and I can empathize with that woman, because when I go to the Ferrari dealership, I just want them to accept me. I just want them to support me and understand me, flawed credit and all, but they just don't.
For real.
And I just,
here's the thing though. The real quick, Leon, I got you. But the difference is we're men, and well,
Man, that's a female.
and that's the difference. We're men, and say it again for me, Cube. No, let me let Cube say it one more time, just in case y'all ain't hear
Man,
it.
that's a female.
And there you go.
I
Go
agree,
ahead, Cam.
KMS. If only I could just wake up one morning and there was like $300,000 in my account, and I can go put down for a Nissan Skyline GTR. If only.
Oh, by the way, there's no more. So now you gotta get it in the used car market. Unfortunately,
Don't
goddamn.
remind me.
Right.
Yeah. So what you need to do?
Don't remind me.
You need to go. You need to go to Nissan and say it's not fair, and they should just make you one because you just so want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why aren't you doing that? That's
hey, this is real quick to y'all. Car tangent for like half a second. Mr. Z's dream supercar is a one-off goddamn Nissan race car that they made a street version of just so they could make the race version, because that was the rules back then. And Mr. Z win the lottery. Hey, Nissan had go $4 million just to make that right there. Just like that. Just make me a street version, exactly. But
why
it's not fair.
Why did you manifest it? Why didn't you manifest it? It's on you.
I didn't manifest it. If you you can believe it.
Going to the theme, it's not fair. Number one, that Nissan only made one of them. Number two, that Mr. Z got to be goddamn super rich to afford $1 million car. That if for me to make it in production, which means I would probably have to give them like $4 million,
you need to manifest.
Yeah, it's not fair. Exactly.
I'm gonna need you to pray harder. I'm gonna need you to go get a copy of that Sierra Prayer and make that shit happen.
Hey, y'all notice how first for Z to spend over $1 million on a car, how rich do I have to be for me to spend that comfortably and not matter? Because it's not gonna be something you drive every day. We tying all of this to the it's not fair thing. How rich does Z have to be? Because it's not fair.
Z, are you talking about Godzilla?
I gotta be that rich? I gotta be Godzilla, what, my money gotta stack up to Godzilla site?
No, is that the Nissan that you're talking about? Godzilla.
Oh yeah, but no. The R390, the R390 GT1 road car. The Godzilla car talk, just for people that don't know. So we say Godzilla for all the GTRs when it's actually just the R32 that was labeled Godzilla by Australian commenter who saw it on Bathurst back in the late 80s, 89 or 90, and they named the R32 GTR Godzilla. But so we call all the GTRs Godzilla, and people get it, but it's really just for the R32 GTR. So there's that part. But go ahead. Afro National said, right, just manifested Z hysterical. Go ahead, Leon, please. I know you're on break.
So, I like reading, so I went back and read articles from the 60s when dating and romanticism came about together. And these articles are interesting because you can read from the community's position, which are like parents and grandparents, and how they were solely against it, and the words that they use, that it has parts of S work in it that S workers do. And then you can read how the women said, well, I can take this out and put this in, and take this out and put this in, and redefine dating, on whatever spectrum. But it's like playing with DNA. When you take something out and replace it with
Yep.
something else, it affects every other system. And that's what y'all not comprehending. And it got to the point that you think you're above the people you're in community with. So this whole dating thing is like, it's the free market. That's what you have given it to, the free market, and it's commodified and everything else. And so when you're saying I want all this and this and this, okay, the market to dictate if that's actually available. Like, I don't try to change what women want. I see that we don't align. I tell her good luck, and I say the market will determine the outcome.
Y'all ever
And
played those games? Real quickly, Leon, because I want to tie what you're saying to something important. If you ever had a Lego set, if you ever played Jenga, if you ever played, what's the is it Roblox, where you put the blocks together and explode them, and then if you play any one of these games, you know you're straining your brain like, okay, this is what happened when this happened, and if you remove this, then this happened, and if you put this here, then that happened. How I'm tying that to women. I don't know how much of them have ever played Legos or ever played Jenga and actually make the correlation to this is how a society works, right? You took this block from Jenga, and then everything came crumbling down. Or you took this block from the Jenga, and like it's still there, but it's wobbling and it's almost about to fall over. And if anybody walked by the table the wrong way, it's gonna fall apart. Like,
yep.
So, and I'm tying that to what you were saying with the dating, because we still see that now. You're talking about what, 1960s, right? Which is, if I remove this, then I could put this here, and I remove that, I could put that there. But not appreciating that the other person or the other group of people, the other person has things they want too. So when you remove this block and you put that block there, does that person accept or reject it? Now we start getting into power conversation, because if they reject what you just did, who wins out? Uh-oh.
Yeah. And like I was talking to BGS, and I accidentally forgot to put a decimal or two over. So depending on how you do the numbers, when you say Anglo-Saxon, non-Hispanic, or other, they'll say people that identify as solely, and then the percentage will be different because they're identifying. So, I can identify as a trans lesbian woman, but that's the identification versus like the numbers when they say white non-Hispanic. It's borderline anywhere from 2.8 million to 4.8 million, depending on how the numbers work. And they still put the numbers in for the older white males that are still alive. So it's hard to really come to a real number, but it can be anywhere from 2.8 million to, like I said, like 4.8 million more birthing age males and women.
Okay, that's what I was. Oh, you answered it. That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
So, for clarification, Leon said something earlier about there being way more birthing age white men than birthing age white women, and so that's what he's clarifying now. And in a not anti-black, not racist world, do I think white men would still end up with white women? Clearly, in a majority, yes. But would more of them be willing to partner up with black women? Yes. And so this speaks to, there are more, according to everything we've seen, there are more black women than black men in America by some 2 million. There are more white men than white women by some, what are you saying again, Leon? Like 4+ million?
It could be 2 million to 4.8 million, depending, because how they do the
anywhere
numbers
between
is
2 and
sketchy.
5 million then. So anywhere between 2 to 5 million. And yet we know for a fact that the excess 2 million more black women aren't married to the excess 2 to 5 million more white men. Now, black women can claim loyalty on that, but according to the 500 years of white domination and rule and colonialism on planet Earth, and the 300-400 years of American history, I would say it's not black women's loyalty, it's white men. But, you know, black women, you can say it however you want to say it.
And like I said, it's confusing because if you look at one report, they'll add in the guys that are, you know, older. So you're never going to get a real number, but still the ratio, and DGS agreed that it's like white women have like 103. That's his findings. In some areas, it's 104. But if you take an account of history, there's surplus males they used to send to war 24/7. Now they're not sending the surplus to war every single where. So that means you have a surplus. And but it shows like what I was reading that once you go under Northern Africa, the Sub-Saharan, West Africa, South Africa, the black women tend to have almost a 101 or a 100 to 100 birth rate. So it's 1 to 1 almost. Then you take in account of miscarriages and abortions, and we know our women are more likely to miscarry a male child or early death. And by the age of what, 20, women become the majority. So it's like that's the reverse nature. Like, so if you naturally have
But
103 males to 100 women, it makes sense why white
but
boys,
this is
you
what
know,
I
just
was
in theory,
going
why they're
to.
more capitalistic.
This is what I was saying to earlier, Leon, which is appreciate how egregious it is that white men are saying they would rather be the second husband to Becky
Yes,
than to
yes,
end up with a black woman who worships his feet.
yes.
Like you
That's
get
what
what I'm
they're
saying?
saying.
Like they're saying that is what they would rather
They
be the
all
second
saying that
husband.
though.
No, but I'm
Yeah.
just saying,
They all
if
saying
we're
that.
gonna be honest, if we're
They
gonna be
really
honest,
are.
white men are not overtly saying it, but if I could find the clip, I think it might have been the one with Toya's mom on it years ago. But there's a clip from a talk show from years ago, and a white man said in passing, he was in the stands, and he said, "Black women, I know y'all want us, but we don't see y'all like that. We want to be with our white women." And like in passing,
Yeah.
it
And
just the
he
host was a
he
black woman. It was one of those. Go ahead, go ahead.
he told them the truth. They
Yeah.
chose not to hear it. They hear
Yeah.
what they want to hear. They think what they want to think. You have to understand this. See, they got 34 different other sibyls in their head talking to them, bro, and they tend to
Ooh.
want to listen to these sibyls versus listening to the rational, logical, normal thought and progression of how the world moves and thinks and operates. They're
yeah.
in a world of their own head called sibyls, bro. That's why whenever a female be tripping or trying to trip on me, I say, which sibyl's talking to you right now? Go find her. Go talk to her. I
Let,
don't want to hear you.
let, let, let me add to what
And
you're saying, Ayo, real quick. I'm gonna move out the way in like 45 seconds, maybe 60. When you saw Austin Holloman speak about Brazil, and he just straight up said, "Hey, in Latin America, yeah, you might get chose, but you ain't what you think you are, right?" Now you do have a couple of sisters who it gotta be so goddamn visceral for them when they go to Asia and them Asian dudes, whether it's Japan, but definitely South Korea or whatever, they're not checking for them. But for the most part, black men are able to have a real conversation about how other women see us, train tracks, our sexual prowess, the likeliness of you dating out and marrying out and turning that into something. We have very real conversations about that. Black women, on the other hand, continue to lie to themselves about it being their loyalty.
yeah.
That's why they're over
I
here.
mean, the
Yeah.
thing. Well,
So
You know?
that's the thing too. And here's the thing about the difference with white men. White men know it,
Mhm.
but white men know what that really is. They really just want their seed. That's what they
Yeah.
yeah.
really want, and they won't
So
say. And the thing is, they won't say it. They really want, those women really only want white men for their seed, and that's it.
mhm.
And
Hmm.
since they're in a and since they're in the same gynocracy as us, where the court will make that happen for them, where they'll get the kid
Yep.
and they'll keep the kid and they'll never see the kid. That's why they're mad.
so
Yeah.
so it's not about really the seed, but it is. I mean, bell hooks and all the rest princes, all of them have
It's
said it.
the
It's about
status.
assuming his status,
Hmm.
you know.
Hmm.
And the other part is, remember, we used to think that the second place person was an Asian woman. And we started looking
Hmm.
at the data, and what we found is it's actually
White
white Hispanic
Latinos.
women.
Yep.
So so
Yep.
so white guys that simulate, they say, "Fuck, I'm not going down the cast that far. I'll simulate it. I'll
I'll
simulate
end
a
up with
Latino."
mestizo Latina who damn near look
Yeah,
white, and in South Florida, we know she Latina, but we'll say white. It's very few of
Yes.
us that be like, she ain't white, she's a mestizo, right? So like, not J-Lo's. Who would I say people would think is white, but she's really a mestizo? Like, Shakira, not so much.
Mariah
No,
I'm
Carey.
trying to
the
see.
white Cuban girls, the white
Mariah
Cuban
Mariah,
girls,
Carey.
like
Mariah
the white
Carey. Mariah
Cuban.
Carey. She's on that line. She's on that line.
Yeah,
Mariah Carey's black. Yeah, she's
that's
black.
what you're
She's black.
You're
describing.
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about
But
That's
yeah,
what you're
but she's the. But
describing,
you
bro.
know what? You know what?
you're
Let me pause right there.
describing
You know what?
Spaniard Mexicans.
Real quick. True. But real quick, AL's right. AL, you're right. You're right. Mariah Carey would be
Thank
one.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
right.
That's
You're
what
right.
you
But no,
described, and I gave you the closest
but Mariah
analogy to
Carey's
what you were
but
describing.
she's mulatto though. What I'm saying, mestizo
Okay.
is indigenous white mix. Mariah Carey is
Yeah,
black white
thank you.
mix. So yeah. So
So it's
but if she was mestiza, she would be the look. You're right about that. The look based off the look, yes, but not based off the racial makeup. So you're right about that.
yeah.
But I think
So
who's that KMS trying to start? Whoever was trying to
I'll
start,
break
go
it
ahead,
down real
and then we
easy.
get Julian.
I'll
Yeah,
break
go
it
ahead.
down. Catholic, Spaniard, Mexican, Cuban, uh,
Hmm.
Portuguese, even though
Absolutely.
they're Portuguese, yeah. Those groups are off white, Italian,
Yes.
whatever else. And
Absolutely.
um, so where was I? Okay, so
I
the
got it, Leon. I'm sorry to
primary,
cut you off. I gotta say it. Penelope Cruz looking women. Even
yeah,
though she's a
yeah,
Yes.
Spaniard, yeah, Penelope Cruz, that's a mestiza. If any Latina from anywhere in Central America, whatever the hell, they look like her, she white, but she ain't white. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
She white, but she ain't. So that look would be considered mestiza because of her background. And that's what I would say.
yeah,
If she got an indigenous grandmother or grandfather somewhere, or great grandfather or great grandmother, and you shake the family tree and a couple of indigenous people fall from the tree, but she looked like Penelope Cruz, she's a mestiza. So there you go. There you
yes.
go.
And so we tend to look at white guys like they're white, but then it's like when you watch movies, no matter if it's Italian or Irish, it doesn't matter if they call them Molochs or whatever else, then you see the separation of who's more authentically whilst for Anglo-Saxon versus who's intermixed and identifies different. So when we see a white guy, sometimes it's cool to be like, hey, where your ancestors from? They be like, oh, we're Irish. And you're like, oh yeah, white niggers. Okay, whatever. But yeah, that's really the hierarchy and caste system operating, and the white guys want to remain white, to their last breath, and they have no choice. Then they'll intermix. If they can get a single mom that wants to have another child, they're all for it. You know what I'm saying? And
Hey,
they make it happen.
say, and let me bring this up. Shout out to Compassionate if you listening. Compassionate mentioned this. That and Compassionate. I hope I'm not exposing, but he said it on the live. He worked with a couple of white dudes who are the second husband or the baby daddy to a white woman who has a kid from another white dude. So that goes to show. Go into what you're saying, Leon. They'll be baby daddy, goddamn, maybe even number three to the white chick before they mess with a sister. And let's be frank, not to be a teeny bit fair to black women. If we're gonna be 100%, yeah, we know white guys and Asian women. White guys, they in certain in cities and whatever, yeah, they choosing up on Asian women, and that's why you have
Yeah.
that interracial marriage rate. But for a lot of white dudes, they ain't choosing up on Asian women the way people think. I'll say that.
Yeah.
So
I'll
even
say the
even
last
the
sentence.
Asian women is not, especially South Asian women. But even the Asian women
Well,
isn't getting the look y'all think. Go ahead.
that's mainly in the
This is my
north,
last sentence
like New York.
before
I
I
mean, that's
leave.
mainly in the north.
Um,
And go ahead,
Wait.
Lee.
Let's let Leon go
this is
first. I
my
know he on lunch, and then you got it online. Yeah, go ahead. And
so
to
this
answer this,
completely makes
Dr. D, not Cameron Diaz. Cameron Diaz is white. She's Latino. She's like Latina, but she's white. That's a white Latina, bro. That's she white. Go
okay.
ahead, Leon.
So this makes perfect sense to me why polygamy doesn't work in a white society, because the guys would overturn it, because I mean monogamy came for them, not for us naturally. You know what I'm saying? So the farther you go down, you start seeing more polygamy marriages. But in Europe, it's like if one guy has that many women, you have a surplus of guys that don't have nothing. And I forgot what the creator was when he was talking about these young guys with chopless societies, or they will move out with their labor. You know what I'm saying? So it's just interesting that they have to have that system of monogamy, so every white guy can participate. But we're not so capitalistic as them naturally, because there's not as much male competition. That's my theory on it.
Say, I think that's a good theory. Let me read this. And Detroit said Vanessa Bryant. Bingo, Mestiza. Bingo. Yes. Yeah. answer to that, yes. Go ahead.
Here's the thing: what that white men, Asian women hookup, that mainly happens in the big cities like New York and in California, and also
Yeah,
in the
LA and them.
military.
Yep.
But also in the military, it's very as a military background. Yes, it's very prevalent in the military. White men and Asian women. Those are the three like areas where it happens in big cities. As far as black women getting white men, that is mainly it. That can also happen in the military, but nowhere near.
I was gonna say military also.
It depends, but that depends on the area, though. That depends on the area. It's mainly in the South. Like if a black man wants if a black woman wants a white man, it's mainly going to be in the South, and maybe like they'll try in New York in the big city, but often not because then they got to contend with Asian women. They got to contend with Asian and Latin women. So
If you really want to say it, but in major cities, white men and black women are hooking up in the northeastern cities and in the West Coast. The white dude ain't marrying them like that though, especially in the Northeast. So the white dudes in the Northeast are running up the numbers with black women, but they not marrying them. In the South, he's more likely to marry you and less likely to fuck you if he's not into black women. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
But in the Northeast, he'll pipe a black woman, but he won't marry her, which is fucked up. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's pretty much everywhere. Their chances for long-term commitment are better in the South than it is in the big city. Because in the big city, there's too many women to contend with. Because their first choice is a white woman, an Asian woman, then a Latino woman. That's their order. That's their dating order. Hell, these days it's more prevalent with an Asian woman. Like, good luck. They can't get a white or an Asian woman. It's like, yeah.
Hey, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I think we reached the market cap of white men with Asian women too. Don't be surprised if you see in the next couple of decades it go down some. Because 54% of American-born Asian women being with white men, yeah, that's not sustainable. I'm just going to put it on flat.
No, it's not. It's not sustainable. But yeah, white men and Asian women, that's more prevalent. It's in different pockets. It happens. The numbers are large, but it's because if you look at the areas in different pockets, especially in California.
Oh, let me make a correction, because I said that wrong. 54% of Asian women are married. 54% of American-born Asian women married out, and when they did the survey in 2017, I want to say 2017, maybe 2018, and the majority of that 54% were with white men. Clearly. So I want to make sure I say it the right way. So 54% of Asian women, when they did the study, 54% of American-born Asian women were married outside of the Asian race, and out of that 54%, the majority, clearly, the vast majority, was with white men. And there you go.
Yeah, that's normally how it works. I'm like, that's why I don't even go for Asian. I don't go for Asian women here. If you're gonna go to Asian women, you're gonna have to go to their homeland. You want Asian women, you're pretty much gonna have to go to their homeland. Trying to get them here in America is like it's a non-starter. Unless you're in the area where there's a shitload of them, like Hawaii maybe. As far as the black man's concerned, as far as black women, but black men got far more options than black women. This nigga is shit.
Hey, for black, this is what I'm saying. As a black man who cares about black women and the outcomes of black women, I can't help it, y'all. I know. It would behoove them to admit that and then move accordingly. But their pride and their ego won't let them admit that, because guess what? And this is what came. Let's just get into from with the super chat. Let me put it up while I'm saying it. Let me put it up while I'm saying it. Wait a minute. Where's that super chat? Here we go. It would behoove black women to admit that so that they can move accordingly. But they won't admit it because in their minds it gives black men way too much power, and they're right about that. Oh well. To admit that, you know what, black men have a better chance at getting out. We need to hold on and act accordingly. We need to hold on to the ones who are into us. We need to make sure that we're good girlfriends and wives, right? But the problem is that's a power dynamic that's going to pop up that they don't want to accept. And so they're just going to be out here. They want to try to shame you into staying with your mama talk instead of moving accordingly. Go ahead.
No, you let that be their problem. That's their problem. At the end of the day, that's their problem. Like, Like, fuck all that and waiting in line, because if that's how they really feel, they feel they're better than you, then fuck it. Like, why? What's to stand there for? What's to talk about? There's nothing to talk about. They did like the women you just played in the damn thing. She had a damn singles event talking about she don't want to compete. You had a damn singles event.
Yeah.
You had a singles event saying you don't want to compete. What, like? Then why the hell did you even come outside?
Leon, let me say that in a different way.
I have the absolute answer to the question. What Z said earlier. They only coming in to boost their ego. They already got preconceived notions and stuff set up in their head, talking about, no, this, I told you. They be talking to them other 33 symbols in their head. So she already knew she was there to reject. She just wanted to see how many other hands was in there, how much competing she was going to have to do. So it was already pre-sabotage, self-defeatist notice.
Oh, they were doing scouting.
Yes.
Oh, they were scouting. They went out to scout. Oh, yeah.
But for all failed purposes, knowing good and well, but just to say, I came, I saw, and this is what it's like. You knew that's what it was going to be like. The numbers have been telling you for years. There's always going to be more women in this world to men. So therefore, just that within itself, logic tends to let you know. That's
but
what
you have to.
That's what it's always going to be.
You
So
have to look at the behavior.
You can never get around that, ever.
You have to look at the behavior of women, though, because she went to that event an hour and a half late.
Yeah.
And there was, and let me finish, brother, please. She went to that event an hour and a half late, and there were still women packed in there waiting. They were waiting even though they knew and saw that only a select group of women had been taken for interviews. So those were not women just going to something to reject some men. Those were women who really wanted to do. A woman don't go and sit in an event for an hour and a half, 2 hours, just to reject some man. They went there desperate for men, begging for men, pleading for men. Somebody give me some time. Somebody give me some attention.
But not this young lady though. Like, you're right about the other women.
That's what she said. That's what she said out of her mouth.
No, the other women, yes, but she said herself. She said she left in 17 minutes.
She only stayed for 20 minutes.
I'm saying she went there and she was crestfallen because of just how bad the whole.
I agree with that. Yeah.
But she went there looking for a dude too, and the friend who told her, desperate for a dude too. They all desperate for dudes. Now there may have been a period where they were doing this. I'm just going to stun on some dudes. But after you've gone to X number of those events and no men are showing up, the desperation sets in after a certain point. And then eventually, oh shit, this shit is real. They don't want none of us. You know?
Nah, but looks matter. Well, they're learning that looks matter. And you being
but I mean, whatever they're learning, I'm just speaking to the fact that this is, see, things move in phases, brother. You know, they'll start out one way, but then over time, they'll end up a different way. They'll start out demanding filet mignon, and they'll eat, and then they'll end up eating tuna out of a can.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That is not fair.
I mean, this is what, but this is what I was
No, wait, Leon, we gotta, I'm sorry. We gotta let finish with that. I just wanted to interrupt them with the that's not fair because I know that's what they are doing.
Hold the line. It's only going to get worse for them. They're showing up to events where they know beforehand ain't gonna be no men there. That's desperation. They know that. She admitted that men don't show up to these events. Yet they went anyway. That's desperation.
That's not fair. That is not fair. That is not fair.
Fair
I just want
choice.
to prepare y'all for me playing that over and over in the background as y'all talk. Just
I mean,
be prepared. Go ahead.
but this is what happens. But I'm like, yeah. I mean, this is what happens when you have to get when you run into men's nature. And I've been saying this on your panel for a while. Z, this right here in real time is what happens when you have to run into men's nature, because it's always
That is not fair! That is not fair!
yes, it is.
Fair choice. Fair
Yes, it
choice.
is. It is
Fair
fair.
choice.
Fair
By the
choice.
way, I'm gonna only play that when y'all. I want to be clear. I'm not gonna just play it randomly. I'm gonna play it when y'all make the point, like Lion just did, about running into men's nature and men's standards and men's idea of beauty and how well. Let me cut myself off.
That is not fair! That is not fair!
And there you
Well,
go.
also, there's one element to what's going on that nobody ever talks about, and that is the emotional health and well-being of men. And how many times are you going to be rejected and clowned and bemoaned and demeaned, especially black men, especially black men? I'm not even really even talking about these other motherfuckers because I don't really care. How much are black men going to be dogged before they not only change their behavior, but they change their mental and emotional approach to things? Because I think what a lot of men are doing is they are emotionally protecting themselves. I don't want to continue to put myself in a position where I'm being put down because of my height or because I don't make six figures or whatever. So I'm not going to put myself in a position where I'm being emotionally attacked. So it's not, and it's probably not even an entirely conscious thing. It's like any other animal, any other mammal. These are very bad, hostile conditions for me in this particular part of the savannah. So I'm not going to go in that part of the savannah any longer.
He's right, you know.
I'm going to protect myself mentally and emotionally from all the disappointment, all the heartache, all the, cuckoldry. That's a huge part of it. We got a famous football player being publicly revealed as a cuck, right? How much of this bullshit we going to go through where up to a certain point you start to actually change your world in a way where you protect yourself? And that's what I see happening here. Men are, even if it's on a subconscious level, they are protecting themselves.
Yeah. But the second question I would have to ask, well, you asked a good question, Ro, but I would like to follow up. Even when the environment does change and these women do quote unquote change, which they probably won't, but say that does happen, would you even want them?
No. Because
yeah, go ahead.
Actually, no, go ahead. You go ahead.
Well, I mean, I just, so many factors that influence the behavior of people. I mean, I do think there's going to be more SYSBM passport, virtual satisfaction and AI. I think we've reached a point where we're never going to go back to any sort of traditional way in which men interact, black men in particular, interact with black women. I think that's probably done.
Yeah, that's done.
In a broad sense. I think there'll be pockets of brothers, and that'll be a function of how much leverage they think they might have and just how strongly they want to make this quote black family and whatever. But I think for the masses of black men, that's over with. As BGS described, brothers have learned how to survive they've learned how to effectively survive without the women in their lives. And they're just not, they're not going to make it compelling enough to go back, because once you, and I've said this before, once you reconcile your sexual desire, no matter how, either you quelch it or you supplement it with porn or devices or whatever you guys are doing. I don't know all of what's going on out there. But once you deal with that sexual thing, once you supplement the sexual issue, oh, well, you don't need them. You rationally determine you don't need them like that, the way I might have felt like I needed them 30 years ago. That's over with.
Yeah. Well, the
Oh,
thing
yeah.
is, excuse me. Well, the thing is like, first of all, it's a desire. It's a want, not a need. That's the thing that women have to understand. This is why I remember a comic had this joke. He said, "I want you, but I don't need you." Men want women the same way a fat kid wants cake. They don't need you the same way a diabetic needs insulin. They don't need you the same way a paraplegic might need a wheelchair.
He's right, you know.
See, now somebody's really paying attention. But you have to understand, it's like guys have to understand, like, what are their wants and desires, and there's also like there's a price to pay for everything. You know what I mean, Black Guru? By the price?
Yeah. And on the what they've determined, see, the time away, particularly during COVID, helped men to really evaluate what that price is and what that cost benefit matrix is. You know, when you're in the thick of things, you can't really see. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
When you're in the thick of things, you can't really necessarily see things clearly. But when you are away from it and you're saying, well, this is different, but I'm okay. And rather than chasing hoes, I'm playing the video games again. Whatever y'all doing, I didn't spontaneously combust because I'm not chasing hoes now.
Absolutely.
So that's a different, that's a shift. That's a seismic shift in your overall understanding of what you think you need to do and be to get by. And I don't think I think many men are not going back. I mean, I think it's too clear that the women just aren't worth it. And it's clearer today than I think it was pre-COVID.
I think personally, it was, first of all, it was especially for the younger men, because remember, a lot of them were still going through puberty when Me Too hit. If y'all can believe it, it's almost been a decade.
Yep.
It's
No,
almost
you're
been
right.
a decade. It's almost been a decade. So they were already disillusioned right from the get-go. Not to mention, a lot of them already seen what has happened to certain male relatives within their families, whether it was their mothers putting their fathers through divorce court, or uncles being subjected the same way at the hands of an aunt or something like that.
Check the statistics.
All right, Mike. Or men getting or seeing somebody get accused falsely. I remember a story of one boy. He was like 14. He got accused by female classmates simply because they didn't like him. Another case, another boy got accused falsely and ended up self-deleting. And COVID just further accelerated this desire to need to be isolated, because once you isolate yourself, like Black Guru explained, you start thinking. You start thinking with the big head, not emotionally, not with the little head, with the big head. You take stock of what's important in life. I mean, but then again, let's not forget, there were some people who just didn't want to believe that, think that COVID was a hoax and all that. Yeah, just like Dave Chappelle, a lot of them were just clutching themselves, thinking it was a hoax, and it cost them for it. But but like I also saying, like, the price is too high. Like MGTOW say, the juice is not worth the squeeze. Hell, most of the berries, you look at them, they're way past expiration. They're not even good enough to churn into wine.
2 + 2 is 4, -1, that's 3, quick maths.
Let my man talk. Let my man talk. He's named all for a reason.
For real.
Bruce on Wayne.
Ça passe, mon frère.
Yeah, na boule baptism, ça passe.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, but this is why I gotta get long-winded, because Z sometimes overlooks my comments, and I've been cooking. I've been cooking in the comments. You don't want to admit what I've been saying, because Z, do you remember the show The Bachelor or Joe Millionaire?
Oh no, I never watched any season of The Bachelor ever. I just refuse.
But you're familiar with the show and the concept.
Oh yeah,
I've heard
yes,
of
yes,
it.
yes.
Okay. Joe Millionaire was something similar to that. And understand, a lot of these girls, I'm sure, were exposed to shows like this. Just like in a previous chat, I'd mentioned a lot of them grew up watching MTV Cribs. And if they were like older like us, a lot of them may have watched Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous with Robin U. Leach. The irony of that last name, Leach. Because they graduated from Disney movies to soap operas like Dynasty and Dallas.
A few moments later.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the women already know what the environment is, and they gonna have two choices. You either gonna hold this baby or you gonna hold this gun.
Wait a minute, I got something for you.
Wait, let me play this. Let me play this line.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
Exactly. Right?
Nah, I mean, I got an avatar for that. I got an avatar for that.
Him and his fellow New Yorker. They from different boroughs, though, but yeah.
Because women keep talking about how dangerous it is and this and that. I'm like, well, either get a man or learn kung fu.
Hell yeah.
That's saying, bro.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
I gotta play it again.
Hey, niggas get shot every day, B. You be alright, nigga. You tough, right?
Go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
Você tomou vai Você dentro sono vai
Wait. Y'all get Bruce on the way because he just said it in Creole. Go ahead, Bruce on the way. He just said this shit in Creole. Go ahead.
Hey, I haven't been here in a minute.
Go ahead, school him real quick. Say it in Creole.
Você tomou aí, right? You say dentro sono right? And you again you sono right?
It sounds so much worse in Creole. So, when you say that, I'm having flashbacks of Papa Z in the Martinet. That's why. Go ahead.
Nah,
Check it out, Z. Check it out, Z. That applicably applies to me literally. That little meme version you just played. Yeah, I'm all right. I have been shot before. I'm all right. Man.
Yeah, but go and somebody asked you to play this. But essentially what happened is the women got to eat. They got to eat off of a certain way of viewing relationships because of their foremothers. Cool. And right now, what all the clips I'm playing is, and what Black Guru was speaking to with this matchmaking event, it's really the women coming to terms with, and not really even still, but at least the beginnings of having to come to terms with, well,
so we don't have the capacity.
Yeah,
I
mean, in real time, there are women admitting, because I'm telling you, there's someone I'm talking to right now, and she was like, because she has these conversations about relationships with women. She was like, some of these women just sound so damn like hurt and scorned, but she was like, I can have these conversations, but I can only go so far because at the end of the day, I want a man.
And I mean, and that's unfortunate. But the problem is that why would I pick up a random dog that I think's been trained to bite me? And that's women's thing. That's the issue with women right now.
Ooh, yeah.
I
mean,
no. He let him cook.
Didn't even get a shot yet.
I mean that's kind of where we're at. I mean, and unfortunately, and I'll just use the dog analogy because if I don't, it just sounds real crazy. Yeah, I mean, what do you do when you deal with a dog that's been known to bite humans, or you deal with a dog that may have propensity to bite humans, or you deal with a dog that has rabies and all this stuff? I mean,
wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go talk. I'll wait.
All right. They fuck themselves into irrelevancy. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, and once again, it's a state that does garner pity and does garner empathy and sympathy, because we do understand the situation from a holistic standpoint, going back decades and centuries on how they got to this point. But here's the problem, though, is that I can't give you a shoulder to cry on and kiss your ass. I just can't do both.
Say that.
And they're wanting us as a collection to do both. It's just like it's constant state where it's like, okay, why don't you throwing me the life preserver to save you, ain't shit nigga motherfucker. And I'm just like, whoa, wait a minute. I gotta be that too and save you. I think I'll stay home. I think I'll wait for GTA 6. I think I'll wait for GTA 6 to come out.
Again.
I think
But real quick, KMS, but what you're describing
That's
is
how it starts, you know. Taking bitches out to eat, meals and whatnot. Next thing you know, you wake up in a rest haven for hoes. A sanctuary for scandalous skeezers and stunts.
Yeah. I'm just not gonna do that. And I don't think a lot of men aren't going to do that either. And that's kind of and I think what they are seeing is that they're really dealing with a paradigm. We're getting to witness people dealing with a paradigm shift real time. I mean, because go ahead, Black Girl. I'm sorry.
I mean, they're so used to this masochistic way in which black men have been compelled to live, the constant berating, badgering, and demonization from themselves, from white people, from other people, from employers, from schools. They're so accustomed to black men taking it, right? They're so accustomed to it. It's so bred within them. Like the woman on the Charlotte mixer, she did exactly what you described. She bemoaned dating opportunities. And in the same conversation, she was complaining about the height of the dudes. She did the exact same thing you were doing. And the average American man is 5'9". And she complained about the guys being 5'9". So she did the exact thing you described. I need a man. I really want a man. Fuck you niggas.
The Uru, you said average. Average is a cuss word.
Well, yeah.
Say that.
Yeah, of course.
It's a dirty ass word.
Anyway.
Yeah, but again, I need you. I want a man. But fuck you, average niggas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But here's the whole thing.
They are ants, Michael. They are ants.
Yeah, but the thing is that, and you're a man of systems, so you do understand this. It's just that their assholeness can no longer be supplemented by the system. The system is saying we can't afford this no more. Matter of fact, the system can't even afford to really hold black men back anymore. It just can't afford to do that anymore. So what the system's bringing out into the market is a group of men who, due to the constraints that we were under, were to be the beautiful ones, not by our design, our choice, but that just happened out. But then also the system also created a man that is hyper resilient, because everyone talks about the hostility of the market. I'm thinking, when's the market has never been hot? The market's never been good to us. The market's always been hostile.
Hold on, wait a minute. You thought I was finished? Can I say?
Wait. No. Sorry, I'm Bruce. We got to get Vince in. Cam has finished up, then Vince, then we got you, Bruce. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll do. So the market has created a man that is more opt to be aesthetically pleasing, because that's the only avenue he had overtly, but then covertly hyper resilient, because once again the market never wanted to put in avenues for them to be productive. So you have a man.
He's right,
You have a man now that is hyper competitive, and and his opposite supposedly is not hyper competitive at all, because all of her things were more or less given to her through the socioeconomic structure built to oppress this same man. So now everything's removed. You literally have a super nigga tied to a woman who thinks she's better than him.
You meant tied to a kryptonite.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Vince. I think KMS, you were done.
The society has been teaching self-respect, right? And it was teaching it primarily to the women. Here's the problem: the men were learning self-respect too.
Unfortunately for them.
Exactly. All that self-respect talk that Oprah and Jenny Blake and all these people and all the social programs about self-respect and protecting yourself, like even the incidents where you have these growing number of incidents where the women are the aggressors in these DV cases.
Mm-hmm.
This is the men that have
Mm-hmm.
learned the game. They've learned it,
Yep.
and they're able to, and like you young guys are able to much more quietly and dispassionately do this thing. That we weren't bred to tolerate this thing in the way that you were. So you'll
Yeah.
see us older guys, we'll end up putting our hands around some chick neck or something. But you guys are like, okay, the chick, the track girl pulled the football player's hair out of his head. Back in the day, she'd have got choked out. But
Yep.
these young guys, like, well, I've been offended, I've been aggrieved,
which I mean,
and therefore I will call the police and social
mhm.
services, and so the men have been taught self-respect and self-valuation too, and that's a real you can't do this thing about shitting on dudes, and you're gonna make the dudes, and you're gonna kind of Richard Reeves and all these we're gonna convert.
Yeah.
But the problem is you taught these guys self-respect too.
But here's
Hold
something
on.
I really want real quick,
Wait.
everyone. Real
Okay,
quick,
okay.
everyone, because I want to say this to what Black Rule is saying. So, what I think our social designers, sociologists, what I as these things were being developed over the past couple centuries, maybe it wasn't to a quote unquote liberated woman. And that's why I keep on saying they need to put all of those damn books in the incinerator, because you have to see how women are moving now in their liberation over the past give or take 6 decades or so. There has to be a conversation about the past 6 or so decades of female liberation and how they're moving, speaking, acting, thinking, assessing themselves as women, assessing men, assessing children, family, institutions over the past 6 or so decades. Much of our literature, yeah, it might have come out of the past 6 or so decades, but it's harkening back to a not quote unquote liberated woman. And that goes to what you were saying to the DV cases, right? How do men and women now respond and react to each other in this environment? Not in
All right.
1822, but in this environment, right? Go ahead.
I can.
I'm
I'm sorry.
Wait. Hey,
Let's
can
do
I
this. Let's
say
do this.
something?
No. Bruce, wait. We gotta get Vince, and then we gotta get KMS. But and then we got you. Bruce, wait. We got you. But yeah,
We gotta keep
because remember
folks to
Vince just
read.
came in. Yeah.
Yeah,
But go
all
ahead, Vince.
I'm gonna try to be brief and concise. I'm learning how to be concise, so bear with me. I wanted to
Okay.
follow what Uru said, but then you just said something else, Z, that spoke to things. But I want to speak to what Uru, because I was about to say something. He already said something about what I wanted to say. Right? What we're looking at to me right now is when vagina arrogance meet male self-esteem, where us as black
Combustible
men,
mix.
as black men, we've been told now, like we've been given, we ain't shit, we ain't this, we ain't that, we ain't worth a damn, all the men are dogs, blah blah blah, and everything like that. Like we come out already having, being indoctrinated or inculturated into a feeling of inferiority, and to the point where we make bad good. And now we realize, oh wait, that wasn't a good idea. We're all going to prison and all this other stuff going on, and we learn in solitude that we're more than what we are, and all that other stuff and everything. We get to where we are now. So I think that, understanding that us being taught a sense of self-worth and self-esteem, with women already telling us, like, you ain't shit, blah, 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 beginning all the other messages, we start doing a social math like we're doing now and comparing notes. Some men are kind of cocking their head to the side. I'm like, who the fuck you think you're talking to? And like, you know what? I bet. And then, moving away or moving the things how a lot of dudes are moving. And it's not out of hate or malice as far as I see. It's out of self-interest and understanding. And this is one thing I think that they realize that they really don't like, is the fact that we understand we have options. We have options. We have the right to refuse it as well, and things like that. And the second thing is like what you just had said, Z. What you had just said. Damn. Remind me what you just
Female
said.
liberation. What does female liberation?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Janky social engineering. and how we're in a different place and space and time where we're introduced to new thoughts and concepts mixed with technology and everything, where we at now, where it's like we're not even the same, quality of people culturally, economically, socially, and stuff like that. And 30 years ago, I keep having to remind myself the 90s were 30 years ago. You know, the third spaces are gone. In the 80s and 70s and stuff like that, what were people doing in third spaces as far as dancing? Meeting the love of their life or whatever, however they was doing. I necessarily wasn't there, but I remember they used to slow dance. They used
Don't
to
forget
get
the skating parks.
the
Can I
skating
say
rinks and
something?
everything.
Your
Hold on,
car.
Can I say something?
Wait, y'all gotta let Vince land, y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta let Vince land, please. Go ahead, brother.
Come on, man.
I'm about to put it.
Hey. I'm on a roll right now. Can I say it?
I'm about.
Please.
Oh shit!
Please.
No. Y'all gotta let Vince go. Y'all gotta let Vince go. Y'all gotta let. I
Let
hear
the
you.
man land. Let the man land.
I'm about to put the lid on the pot.
Can y'all be fair to me, man? I'm trying to
We
say
are.
it.
Hey, we do. No, remember, Vince hasn't said anything yet. Bruce Wayne, you've been here since the beginning. We gotta let Vince go. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Vince.
Hey, no. Come on, Z.
He said he's
I
gonna be on
know.
the road. He's got to go.
Go ahead, man.
All right. Let's say that we reach the point where
Come
these
on now, dog. Come on, man.
we can fuck butts. We use eugenics to create men who don't even want to fuck the hoes, and we can't make babies out of matrix or whatever you want to call it. We don't need the hoes no more. Now what? What's gonna happen to the hoes? Now what? We created human beings out of eugenics who are not even interested in interacting or fucking these hoes. Now what? What's up with it?
They have to
I'm
learn.
answering your question. I'm answering your question.
That's where me and Hammer kind of agree. Me and Hammer. I don't like this guy, but me and him on that part, we kind of agree. Now what are we gonna do with all the hoes?
I know.
Are we gonna be in a situation where it's gonna be like the horse versus the car?
Let's.
Go ahead, Vince.
No. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, God damn it.
I want my spot back.
Go ahead, Vince.
All right. All I want to say, and this to answer what Bruce Wayne said, what they will have to do to me, in my opinion, because sometimes they're just so freaking mean and shit, is to learn how to have tolerable character, and they never reach to the point where it's like,
bro.
I mean, it goes back
My
to the
arm and don't give a
but
shit about your character.
Wait. Everyone, wait.
Slow down.
No. Bruce Wayne, wait. Y'all gotta let Vince land, y'all. Let Vince land. Bruce Wayne, let Vince land. Vince,
He
go ahead.
just having
No
fun,
interrupting.
man.
Let Vince land, y'all. And then we'll go through. Everybody got time. Y'all know my streams are long. Y'all got time to talk. Let Vince land, please. Go ahead.
all right, yeah, I think it's. I think the issue is they think that they like it's a vagina arrogance. I can do whatever I want because this man want this pussy, you know. And then the dudes like, no, I'm kind of cool on that. And they realize like, what is it? Is everybody want pussy, right? Like pussy's like pussy's like water. Like everybody need it. And it's like, but how you make me feel though? You know
well,
what I mean?
here's the thing about what you're saying, Vince. Here's the thing about that. What it's an Achilles heel with women with that whole pussy argument, because what happens when all men only want you for pussy and nothing else?
Ta-da! Thank you. Let me hug you. Let me give you a big hug, my man.
See, they
Let me
cannot
give you a
handle
big hug.
that. That's the part, Vince, that they cannot handle. So yes, let them go ahead. Let them go ahead and have their pussy arrogance. Let them have it. But once they realize they're in a world where men only want them for that, if they even want them at all, that's when you have to let them crack.
Wait. You know. Go ahead.
That only works.
Hey, elder privilege, y'all. Go ahead, Black.
Even that only works if you have a closed market of pussy.
Damn, stole it from me.
Because you used to have a closed market of pussy between black
Scarcity.
men and black women in America, because you couldn't readily date white women, safely. Other women essentially weren't even available. So even if the only reason you were moving was on pussy, you could make that work in a closed market of pussy. Well, you no longer have a closed market of pussy. Pussy's readily available. All the women are fucking. All the women are willing to fuck. not only just in America, but throughout much, if not most of the world. And some of them are willing and able to fuck at a much cheaper price, whether it's financial and or other consideration. So
And that's
you
stress.
know you so even just the whole market being of the pussy thing is very different today. The market forces of pussy are very different today and much of lesser value for the women than there were in the past of it just being about pussy. But then you add to that again, you add to that porn, you add to that the virtual thing and the fleshlight. And every time a guy uses porn or fleshlight or virtual thing, that's one less opportunity he's gonna be fiending after a woman. Every time. And every time that desire is quenched in a way, it's obviously not as good as the real thing, but it's quote good enough. It's kind of like, well, rather than eating, instead of eating a freshly cooked steak, you're eating, you know, you know, corn dogs out of a can or whatever. Obviously, it don't taste as good as the steak, but what's the cost? And what investment do I have to make to get that steak? Oh, okay, I'll just eat the corn dogs out of the can, and I'm able to survive on and subside and do everything else I need to do eating the corn dogs out of the can. And I think that's where a lot of guys are with the whole sex thing now. Yeah, I would like to get some fresh ass, but the cost of it, it just the cost benefit ain't there no more. Especially in the black market. It ain't there anymore.
AZ, let me ask you a question. Remember that playlist I sent you, the Going Outside playlist? Oh, well, he working. Never mind. I'll wait. I'll wait till
Right.
later. That could wait.
In the meantime, I
Yeah.
just wanted to add something. Just to sum up what a lot of people thinking, we got to take it back to like 06, 08 with Black Phillip. Patrice O'Neill summed it up like this. First of all, even if these women are finding the men they want, like Patrice say, they can't be more than they're just vajayjay, you know? A lot of women can't be bigger their own vaginas.
They're not
What?
though. They're not
Yeah, I
finding the
mean,
men they want. They're
they're
not.
not. Second, no, but if they did it lying, I'm saying
Yeah.
they couldn't be bigger than their vaginas most of the time. A lot
Hey,
of them
Nate.
don't have that.
Nate,
But
let
the
me ask
problem,
you a question.
but and we're back. Vince, you were
Okay.
trying to say something earlier? Ask a
No, he was
question.
Yeah.
asking me a question actually.
No, all right. Before I get there, I'm bookmark. Bookmark. Z, remember that playlist I sent you, the Going Outside playlist?
Yes.
I need you to
Yes.
review that playlist, bro, because what we're seeing in this video in particular is women going outside. Their
Let
desperation,
them.
their loneliness, and their, the oversaturation. That one room where all of them just waiting
But they
around and
can be
just
going outside because they're amazing and beautiful and strong and proud and sexy and fierce and awesome and brilliant. And how are they going outside?
man,
Yo,
y'all
where
Fierce,
the hell you
brilliant,
look
getting these
bold, ambitious,
memes
sexy,
from?
intelligent.
who
Z, where the hell are you
who
getting these memes from?
listen, who grandma ever had collected candy and let the candy just sit?
I mean, you're gonna have to let them. I mean, here's the thing, Vince. You're gonna have to let them. Let them go outside. Let them go. You want some popcorn?
But but V, I want you to review that. I want you to review that playlist when you get some time, and name them.
God,
Yeah.
but
Name
my
them.
list is growing of
Okay, I'm
obligations
listening.
out here, yo.
You ever heard of Hot Damn I Rock? Kane Carter?
Maybe.
Have anybody? He's a funny dude. He's from Baltimore. He looked up to Patrice O'Neill and things like that. He made
Hmm.
a video attributing him because people say he was stealing his ideas and stuff like that. Like, no,
He
I
was.
pay homage.
Oh well, yeah, I remember, but he was like kind of doing it in a way. Remember, I'll give you pushback on that, Vince, because you remember Dante Nero,
Yeah.
Patrice's road dog, because when Dante started his podcast, he called out Kane Carter, and then was it Kane had the guts, had the balls and the guts to come to Crown Heights, New York, which is where Dante lives and where he has his podcast shot, where he records his podcast. He came there and they buried the hatchet. He
Yeah,
came there. They talked because Dante had to call him out for that, saying, "I understand what you're saying. You claim you a vessel, but you ain't really about that. You don't know what we're going through. You don't. You're just quoting Patrice, but you weren't really delving into what he was saying. But I get what you're trying to say, Vince. I get what you're saying.
Let me read this super chat real quick. No, Vince probably got a mute. And Emerald Edge, his great piece. Leon, I can't recall what Leon was saying when you said that. I can't recall. And thank you for the super chat, Emerald Edge. Real quick. And Guy Incognito says, please ask each panel dude if they date black women. Ooh. Yeah, no, I think the whole panel. I think hey, bro, y'all better hurry up, ladies. Boy, I'm about to fall to a Latina.
Nope,
Y'all
too
keep
late.
walking around.
Nope.
Oh,
I
there you
already
go.
turned in my Keisha card. Nope.
Okay, well, there we go.
I literally have an Hispanic women on the way to see me right now as we speak.
Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. Hey, there you go. Over 6 foot. Hey, let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Dear black women, y'all just lost an over 6 footer. There you go. There go one. One more gone. Y'all
Nah.
6. There you go.
Nah, but here's the thing. But here's the thing that doesn't get said. 6 footers get curved too, though. 6 footers get curved too. Like I'm subject to the same bullshit that the 5'9" or the 5'7" guy is. I'm not above the BS.
No. There's a claim there. I'm not above the BS. That's a double entendre if I ever heard one.
G, you gotta look at Trell's super chat.
No. I know. No, I'm gonna do it at the right time. I'm not gonna let you know when it's coming. What the hell? Thank you.
I know it's coming anyway. Just get it over with.
Look. No, that's not how it goes. No, that's not how we do that. That's not how we do that. It gotta be timed perfectly. It gotta be something that you real serious about it. This clip, right? So so we know that, and I appreciate that all of us could be rejected, no matter the looks, right? Like, understand something. Yes, Michael B. Jordan back then wasn't Michael B. Jordan now per se, but y'all appreciate like average looking and below average looking sisters were rejecting Michael B. Jordan. Now you got white women drooling over him, Latinas, black women. Now they drooling over the brother, and now because he might not date exclusively black women, now it's a problem. But y'all had him. Y'all had a chance.
Blame it on Lauren
15
Harvey.
and 20 years ago. No. This is way before her.
They never wanted him. They just wanted the first right of refusal.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But they got the first right of refusal. Look what happened.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, they
exactly.
Did get it. And now he back to dating Latina with. Now, well, I don't know. Somehow I just thought I should have never signed for Twitter because he was just spotted with this actor. I know who that chick is. She's like.
What movie we seen him?
Taylor. He was in London. This actress named Taylor Russell. He was just spotted in London with her. She light skinned though, so you know.
She's some mixed Canadian chick.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, y'all, it's you. It's the ladies. I mean, what did Ghost say about his wife? What do we know about the brother that played oh my God, what's the name of that? Oh man, what's the name of that series? Jesus Christ, he played
what's the character's name?
One of them superheroes. Luke Cage?
Mike Coulter?
No, Luke Cage.
Michael Coulter?
Is that his name?
Which character did he play? Which character did he play? Was it Luke Cage himself or somebody else?
Michael Coulter.
Yeah. I think he got a white wife too, don't he?
Yeah, Mike Coulter's married, has 2 daughters with a white woman. Yeah.
So does the actor who plays Ghost. So does the actor plays Ghost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But here's the thing, and even what's his name that they were drooling over for a hot second until they realized he dated out too. The I think he's Caribbean descent. The brother that played M'Baku on Black Panther. Same, they all have the same story. At one point, y'all wearing shirtless with me. Now I'm rich and famous, and maybe I got some weight on me, and I grew into my head and paused, and yeah, and there you go.
What you say yesterday though? We
Winston Duke.
When we was in that bullshit ass barbershop yesterday, having that whack ass barbershop talk.
You talking about Lil Bill?
Yeah, lame ass nigga.
For those of you that didn't catch it, catch my stream from yesterday if you want some rage-inducing stuff to listen to while you're in the gym. This is really yeah.
Hey, go like that stream and go burn that shit up because he really sounded like some bullshit. He told us everything we need to know about him, why his opinion is value, but is very low on the totem pole. And you said something, right? You talked about power being an aphrodisiac. That's the difference. That's what made all the men who had to fight. The thing is, right, and this is what I'm gonna try to be concise and short. The thing is, what I learned, these men who's getting refused and everything, a lot of these dudes maybe have long-term goals. What am I even thinking about no damn light skin? Yes, like long-term goals and shit. They're looking for someone. They're not looking for potential. They're looking for someone who's built and ready. Even if you're a juvenile, they want whoever is the figure as the man right then. And then look what happens 10, 15 years later when you've been myopic.
But that's fine. But when you show up built like a damn TV, like that female did in that singles event, you are subject to men's nature. So they can want what they want. They can have all the standards in the world. But at the end of the day, you still have to contend to men's standards for us to even want anything from you.
Take me as I am.
Yes, you said women aren't long term. That's not true. I would say black women. If you listen to Amari Hardwick, Mike Coulter, what's the other guy? The really built. He played football.
All of them.
What movie?
Terry
Have you seen
Crews.
him?
They all have these struggling stories with them white women. That where they barely were surviving with those white women. They all have those stories. I didn't know when we were going to eat. I didn't know if we were going to be on the streets. You know, they all have those stories with those white women before they came up. So it's not this what you're describing. It is it's an accelerated issue with black women that don't exist with other groups of women.
I'm cool with what I'm saying not being absolutely true, but it's not something that's uncommon. I don't think it's anecdotal. I think it's frequent, but it's not everybody experience, not all the time. I don't think all women is like, very short-sighted, things like that, especially black women, but it's more often than not you can see that, especially in like the inner cities and, in those type of situations.
I think it's a calculus, right? You grow up in a certain environment. You're raised to think and view men as a resource very overtly. It's not like other women aren't necessarily raised that way also, but they might have a little bit more time to play with, or at least they're told that, right? Black women get to play a certain game because of melanin and because of lotion, and they just run the clock out way too much, right? Right, cocoa butter, lotion, right, and melanin, right, and they get to run the clock out, and they wake up in their 40s, right, being Claudia Jordan or Lisa Ray or in their 60s at like Vivica A. Fox, and they're mad at the world, right? They're and that's when you get to and that's when you get to the it's not fair, right? So or that's not fair. So other women have certain proclivities also, right? So we're not speaking about a panacea or who's perfect or right. When we're comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges, right? We have a group of people who just devalue you because in their minds they are the be all end all, the alpha, the omega, and they hold the entire community on their shoulders. And they have convinced themselves that you can't produce black children. They're the only ones that could produce black children. And so they just overshoot their stock. And their devaluing of you, they play themselves right out of position. So
what you said earlier, Z-Man, what you said earlier spoke to me, bro. When you said that they look at black men as liabilities. We're a burden. And I remember, again, my ex said some shit to me that I really didn't like. She said a lot of shit to me I ain't like. And, like, one of the things she said to me is, I don't want no struggle love.
Well, here's the thing. But that is part of relationship. Like, I really gotta stress this. Like, yeah, maybe you don't necessarily struggle financially, but like part of love and being in an intimate relationship with a whole other living, breathing human being is a back and forth negotiation and compromise. So you will be struggling. Now, the struggle real quick, Socrates, the struggle in most societies, particularly ours, particularly America, is mainly financial. So unless you're rich or upper middle class, and even upper middle class have anxiety about their money, you will be more than likely somewhere in the struggle realm financially. Either you making it, but kind of sort of, and you can't call it day to day. Either you're super struggling, or you are right, but like one too many wrong corners you take, you will be struggling financially. That is what it is. If black women have decided, and women in certain respects have decided they're not going to do struggle love, then let them struggle by themselves. Single with the rose story. That's all. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something, Z. My family is from Southeast DC, one of the most poorest parts of the metropolitan DC area, bro. I have a college degree. Do not tell me you don't want no struggle love. I have a fucking like I know what struggle love look like. I know different parts of psychology, and I'm in grad school for counseling psychology. So
all right, cool.
Like I'm like, you told me I don't want no struggle love. Like, babe, you know my like.
After this, we gotta get Socrates. But go ahead.
Yeah, that was just my only statement. Like when women say I want struggle love, it make me think that they saying that you're my burden.
Nah, what they're saying is that
you're my
they're
burden.
also saying something else. They're saying that's all they qualify for. They don't like the fact that's all they qualify for, so that's why they're trying to say that. But at the end of the day, that's all the majority of them qualify for.
You're my burden, pay my bills.
No, pay your own damn bills. You got money now.
No, I think let me say this, and then we got Socrates. Real quick, let me say this, and then we got Socrates. KMS did it perfectly before. Give me a shoulder to cry on. Also, kiss my ass.
Yeah,
give me a shoulder. Lift me up on your shoulder and kiss my ass at the same time, which literally you can do at the same. Like you can literally physically not do this at the same time. But go,
yeah, but that's the sentiment.
Go ahead, Socrates.
Is he away from the mic?
Man, I done blocked everybody up. Look. I didn't shut the whole damn comments down. Okay, well, we got AB up.
Oh crap!
Go ahead.
I just want to say this one thing. Real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say this one thing real quick, and this is the compound of what Uru was saying. The problem we're seeing really is that you can't a competitive male and a non-competitive male and non-competitive female are not congruent, and that's really the problem with the black community right now. Due to situations and constraints, black men have been forced to be stronger than we would need to be if we weren't put under certain constraints. Black women, due to certain benefits and avenues, have been made atrophied and weaker due to socioeconomic conditions right up until this point. Now those socioeconomic conditions are being starting to slowly dissolve to where black women are now having to go out there, remove the certain incentives and program crutches, and then black men, to use a anime reference, they done got out that crazy gravity tank out of Dragon Ball Z. Not
the cryogenic chamber, whatever they called it.
Hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah. There you go, hyperbolic time chamber. There you go.
Yeah. Now we're out of the hyperbolic time chamber because for the past, I'll say 400 years we've been going at 3 times gravity, working trying to make this happen. Now that things are sort of being unleashed, we're moving a lot more competitively than black women who have been atrophied due to the incentives and the falsity and bargains that they made in the 60s going on forward. So you have a situation where you have a hyper competitive male and a non-competitive female. And that's not just it's not going to be congruent. I'm not going to give a shoulder to cry on and then have you kiss and then I need to kiss your ass, but then in the end, you are built like a refrigerator and you're mad at me because I'm 6'8" and you only deal with 6'9" dudes. That's not how that works.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I mean, well, my thing is they're competitive. They just don't want to compete for you. They'll compete for Brad.
No.
That's not true.
No. I push back strong against that. I push back harshly against that. They're not competitive. They're not competitive for Brad.
They're not competitive.
No. I will say this, and I will say this, standing firm in conviction on it. I wish they were competitive for Brad. I wish they really went all in for that. Because you know why? Because we would get better black women.
That's true.
If they really competed, if they really competed.
I push back. I mean, I know what you're saying, KMS, but I push back against that because all you're gonna have is a bitter black woman because she didn't get.
No. But even then, a bitter black woman that's
don't talk about
competing for a white
like that.
A bitter black woman that's competing for a white woman would just be a competitive woman. Period. Because hey, she'd have to fix her disposition. She'd have to lose her weight. Probably go with natural hair. There's so many other attributes she'd have to be truly competitive, which they're not. What they're showing is that they don't give a shit, or they just don't know how to, and they're just wanting. But and I'll circle up and then fuck. I gotta go to work, and then I'll circle up with a bow. Once again, there's always going to be a woman that needs protection and provision. There's always the white, black, yellow, purple, green. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to get to pick the best of the litter that needs for me to protect them, to provide for them. Why in the fuck would I pick a woman who wants me to do all that and kiss her ass? She's not competitive.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that statement. I agree wholeheartedly with that statement. It's apples and oranges disagreement, but no, your whole main point, yes, I agree. My thing is, as far as them wanting Brad, as far as their desire for Brad or whatever is, I mean, that's fine. They can want whatever the hell they want. My thing is, would you even want them?
I know we're going through semantics, but the whole thing about it is that if she truly did want them, there would be a level of respect for just the natural competitive nature.
For the process, it's the process. I get what you're saying, Kim.
Yeah, it's the process. I'm not saying that.
I got you. I understand.
What I will let me put my little 2 cents in real quick. We got to get Socrates. I know Socrates been trying to go. Here's the thing. And I agree with this. If that was the case, and Kerosene wouldn't have called in to Kevin and spoke about the weight part, right? She wouldn't have. Remember, y'all recall. So black women aren't doing this for any. This is the thing. This is where black women run into the wall. I think they're truly afraid of losing. They don't compete. I want to be all the weight, the attitude. No. Get what I'm saying. Get what I'm saying. Like this is what I will say. It is one of the worst feelings in the world to it's worse. It's a worse feeling to put your all into something and lose than to say that you didn't want to do it anyway and it doesn't matter because you never tried. So if you quote unquote lost, well, you never really gave it your all anyway. So what I'm saying is, I think we're dealing with a very nihilistic and defeatist group of people who have said in this realm, right? So we know they go to law school, we know they go to school, they go to med school, they do these type of things. But in the realm of intimacy, love, relationships, coupling up, I will only go so far in my quote unquote competition, right? Because at a line after that, and that's why I played the clip earlier. Let me play it one more again. It's really short, so y'all bear with me. This is why I played this earlier.
Look at me. If you were single, if you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to. Anyway, focus, Medina. Look.
You hear that? Like, you heard what she said with that? I'm tying that real quick. Let me. Okay.
Look at me. If you were single. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single and we just want to. Anyway, focus, Medina. Look at me. If you were a single female in Charlotte, stay home, okay? I was feeling good, and then I had to go make a return at Whole Foods, and I just didn't realize there was that many people in North Carolina and Charlotte that are booed up, okay? Like to the left of me, to the right of me, in front of me, behind me. It was just flowers.
Oh, yeah?
She just wants some attention.
Charlotte's 3 hours away.
Look at me. If you were single.
Few hours away from
so I wanted to end it there, but hopefully you guys can hear me. But no, I played it. I wanted to play that to emphasize the point. You saw what she said. This is what we tell ourselves when she said that. This is what we say. This is what we say as single women. I am presenting us. I'm positing that what you're dealing with is a group of very nihilistic, defeated women when it comes to the realm of intimacy, and they are deathly afraid of losing out to namely white women, so they want you to change your behavior and your proclivities so that they don't get their feelings hurt, right? So instead of competing and potentially losing, they would rather not compete at all and say, I didn't want to do it anyway.
Compete for what?
For men, for black men, in particular.
Nah, I disagree. I don't think they want to compete for black men.
Thank you. They're losing.
No. What I'm saying, no. This is what y'all still listen to what I'm saying. I am saying I am agreeing with y'all that they don't want to compete for black men because they don't
They
want to
don't.
compete and potentially lose. So they say
Yeah.
they don't want to. They
No,
don't want. You get what I'm saying? Go
I
ahead.
understand what you're saying. You're saying that they don't want to compete because they fear losing. I'm saying no.
Mhm.
They don't want to compete because they don't think black men are worth it.
Yes.
I agree
They
with that
Yes.
also. No, I'm saying it's a twofer because I agree with that also. But then they got to come to the reality that oh crap, they are. This is what KMS was saying with
Whoa,
his
whoa,
first
whoa, whoa, whoa!
second super chat.
You're talking about logically. Logically, black men are worth it. But I keep reiterating that women aren't logical creatures. So logic is
This
not a
is true.
currency that moves them. So as far as their feelings go,
Let,
they don't feel that black men are worth it.
yeah,
Well,
I
let's
agree with
let
it. Let me
y'all
read
small
KMS's
subject
comment
them out.
again. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. Let me read this and then we'll continue. And as a matter of fact, go ahead, Leon, because I can't read it now because the damn light changed. Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep this short. Okay, men naturally infantilize women. My thing is, don't infantilize Brad. I'm using the wrong word, but Brad is well aware of his status. His mother makes
Yes.
guards him from other classes and castes of fucking women. He's fully been aware of his status since he was a child. We see this when we're in the workplace. How black women operate around Brad. Okay, they're not confused about it at all. They're not anything. They're fully fucking well aware. Okay, and that's all I wanted to say because it's like it's like going back and forth on the same subject. Like Brad is unaware of the environment when we clearly see that he is, and we've seen clips that you look at the white guy and he's fully well aware of how black women want them. This is not new. This is why their mothers make guard them. That's why they don't like low income neighborhoods near them. They don't want their kids intermixing with other castes and classes of males and females. They make guard their daughters. Black guys usually get leftover trailer trash or low caste white girls, fat girls, or whatever else. And that's just, you don't see black guys with pure Aryan white women, okay? For the most
Yes, you
part.
do.
Like,
In
like,
Europe.
no, okay. For
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
most
But not here.
part. For the
Yeah.
most
No.
part.
Yeah.
For the most part. I don't
Let
care
me.
about one offs and two offs. That's the reality. I'm out.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Let's
Brad
read
knows
this.
his position.
Let me read this before I don't have it. Damn, it's too late. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Socrates. I didn't even get a chance. Go ahead.
Well,
Somebody read
you were talking
Canvas's
about.
comment for me. Yeah.
All
Read
right.
Canvas's comment and go into
I
what you
got
were
it.
saying.
To Black Uru's rhetorical question. Start the channel for BW to compete for a BM would literally unmake, their worldview. How dare I compete for a person who's supposedly beneath me? Unless.
Yep. Unless ... Who and the ... says everything it needs to say. It says unless I'm actually the one not above them. I don't even got to say it the way it need to be said. I can say it just like that. Unless I'm not actually above them, and oh no, there you go.
Yeah. So I remember Mrs. C was talking about how a black woman.
Is that me? Socrates, you went out. Is that me?
Where'd he go? Socrates
Nah,
went
that was
out.
Socrates,
Socrates.
you
You went out.
completely went out. You completely went out.
Hello? You guys
There
hear
you
me?
go. Yeah,
Welcome back.
you're good.
Hold
Very
on.
good. Go ahead.
Hold on. All right. Hello, you hear me? Okay. Yeah, so I was saying that Mrs. Z said that all relationships have struggle. The struggles are different, but they all have
Yep.
struggle. And that oftentimes the struggle in America is financial, which I disagree. I think it's psychological, right? It's psychological because if you think about the finances or the money, what does the money really buy, right? Except how people feel about themselves in relation to others. And to prove this point, look at the Amish. I keep bringing up the Amish. The Amish, on average, have a saving rate of about $150,000, while the average American has a saving rate of $50,000 to $70,000. Keep in mind that Amish people live with 18th century technology. So how is it possible that Amish have more liquid and illiquid assets than the average American if they're living with 18th century?
Because they're living in the 18th century.
Huh?
It's a whole different system. The economy is built off of consumerism. So the economy is built and the system is built off extraction. Yeah, go ahead.
So that's why I say psychological. What you're buying with money is the psychological sensation or satisfaction from spending money and consuming. That's what people are actually stressed out about, the ability to consume.
I would say you're also buying the ability to skate consequences, right? So what money also allows for you, because it puts you at a different status, right? This is another tool of money. It allows for Joe Biden to become senator. It allows for him to stay senator, and it allows for his crackhead son to be a crackhead and him not spend a day in jail.
And be the fall guy.
Right? So money allows for that. So that's more than psychological.
I agree. Yes, but how many people need that? Like, who needs a pardon for their crackhead son not to go to prison? Like, who needs that? Like, that's not,
a lot of black people.
No, you don't need that because you don't have to do crack. Like, you don't have to be in that situation. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm saying we're in the reason why I tied it into our current economic structure is because this is the artificial world that we have created as human beings. This is the majority of the West.
I agree, and I'm saying that it creates a psychological pressure. It's psychological. It's like the reason why someone, if they have a car that's 10 years old, they feel bad about that, even if it runs well and it has great maintenance, because of the psychological pressure, the keep up with the Joneses, the conspicuous consumption, the Tocqueville paradox. That's the pressure. The pressure is I don't feel good about myself unless I have this artificial standard that America has established for what successful is. Even if I have everything fine.
There's something you said there. There's a word you used earlier. You said pressure. The pressure is not only internal and external. The status of it all. The status, yes, that helps your quote unquote self-esteem, but it's also outside. It's not just you looking at your 10-year-old car and being like, damn, I need to upgrade. It's also other people that are in your circle, depending on the circle, being like, why is Z's car 10, 12 years old, right? So yes,
that's true. But you also can control your circle, and you also can control what people say, how it affects you. But again, I see this. I know millionaires, right, who dress bummy. They dress bummy. They drive old cars, but they have $1 million in the bank, right? They don't let these things affect them because obviously they have money. Then you have people who don't have money who spend way more on fancy cars and doing things to be flashy. And it's like, like luxury industry. The whole entire LVMH fashion industry is built by middle class and poor people. They don't buy these products. Rich people don't buy these products.
Yeah, no, yes, they do. No. So that's the pushback. Maybe in New York it's different, but y'all do the understated. I call it cowardly. To all the New Yorkers, I'm gonna just call y'all what y'all are. Ooh, goddamn, so you said that out loud. The understated luxury thing, which is like, I get it. Like, oh, I'm rich, but I'm not gonna show that I'm rich, but I'm gonna show that I'm rich by spending excessively on shit that doesn't look like it's as expensive as it actually is. That's northeastern as fuck. But in the South, we're a whole lot more flashy with the shit. So we want that goddamn Gucci belt buckle to be sticking out so you can see the goddamn Gucci belt buckle. Because this shit just sent me back $500, and you gonna see this goddamn buckle, right?
Ain't gonna be tolerating no New York.
No. The New York slander is real over here in Mr. Z's land.
No. Listen.
Not in Florida where y'all be renting them Lamborghinis.
Guess what? Our population is bigger than New York's now, and we coming for the money too. Don't worry. We know y'all got Wall Street over there, but we coming for the money too eventually. But
Alexa, play Miami by Will Smith, please.
Let me actually on a serious note. The something that you said, and I really want to emphasize, the rich person and the way they move is different, right? I get what you're saying. The rich people, I want us to kind of kill this notion that rich people don't actually spend money on dumb shit, because they do. They fucking do. There are the Warren Buffetts that drive around in the goddamn 30-year-old Buick, right? That's true. Because for them, the wealth thing was a game in the first place. Yes. With that, as a person who has been around a number of small hats, WASP, white folks with a lot of money, them, their kids, their wives spend that money, right? I think we kind of overstate that rich people don't spend money crazily. I think there are certain rich people, just like everyone else, who say, you know what? The money thing was a game to me. It's Monopoly. I'm playing real life Monopoly. So they move about differently. I would agree with that. I see what you're saying, Socrates. You're right. The Warren Buffetts definitely exist. But the insane folks with the wealth and spending it on stupid shit that exists. The spendthrifts exist. I would never say they don't. Who are wealthy, who are rich,
wait.
who are upper middle class. Right? Go ahead.
I didn't want to give the impression that the guy who's not spending money on his car is not spending money on ridiculous things. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying they're not trying to impress the masses like that. That's what I'm trying to say. That they're not interested
I
in
say
doing
the impression
something.
is different. It's moving differently because here we go. So remember, at one point it was Carlos Slim versus Jeff Bezos. No, actually Carlos Slim versus Bill Gates. Then Jeff Bezos, and then you got Elon. And so their competition is the acquisition, right? The money is the literal competition. Where for those of us who are literally X'd out of that game, or we haven't found a way to be part of that on that level, our competition is different. So the way I show my status is different. You see what I'm saying?
But you're all living the same.
If you're a billionaire, you're not trying to flex on broke folks. You're trying to flex on other billionaires.
Right.
Their flex is their ability to control and move and manipulate the masses of people, not to impress them with whatever kind of car they have.
Yes.
You know, Gates flexes being able to go all up and through Africa and affect the lives of millions and hundreds of millions of people. That's his flex. Not being able to impress you with whatever kind of car he's got. He graduated out of that shit in like the late 80s.
Is the orange nigga that's moving things? Is he flexing? Because he looking wild. You say to influence.
Well, he wanted to flex you with the stuff that he's wearing back in the 80s and the stuff he has back in the 80s. Now he's flexing you being commander-in-chief of the United States military.
Yeah.
So he's still flexing. He's flexing when he say he's gonna take over Gaza and turn that shit into the next South of France.
Yep.
That's flexing.
Yep. Let me also emphasize, right? And also it's based off of culture. Because what do we know about the princes and the sheiks in the Middle East, right? With $500,000 yachts. And going to what Black Guru was saying, y'all forgot about that. Right, exactly. Thank you, Name. Yes, flexing by taming a lion, which is really never really tame. But let's remember also the Australian housing developer from a couple years ago after COVID. What did he say about essentially regulating the normal people, average people who don't want to go back to the office and firing half of exactly. Essentially, that's what he said. We had 100 niggas by firing half of them. Remember, he said that. Like that's so that. This is different, exactly. That's what he said, literally, right? So I kind of want to be careful on this because I do think that there are spendthrifts who are billionaires and millionaires, right? Clearly, but then there are others who like they move different. They want to show off the wealth. The wealth to them, there's not a reason to have it if you're not gonna have it, right? The zeros, the ones and zeros, that's great. But not to enjoy it is a travesty in their mind. And I would agree with that. Now, how much am I going to flex or how do I decide to flex is different. And AB, thank you for saying something in the background because you ain't saying nothing yet. Go ahead, AB. We ain't let AB talk yet. Go ahead.
Billionaires are going to do what billionaires are going to do. They may flex on you, they may not. Depends on the billionaire. But going back to the
and the flexing is different.
Yeah, the flexing is different. Going back to conversation you had before, though, basically, black women want to have it both ways. They want you to take care of them, and they want you to kiss their ass at the same time. And we should tell them to go kick rocks.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, the young generation is telling them to go kick rocks. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No, AB, you're right. No, I was agreeing with you.
But it's not fair.
Go ahead.
It's not fair.
I got you. Hey, I'm gonna follow because I think I still have it. Real because I know Socrates trying to. I'm gonna.
You're breaking up, Z.
You're Morgan, Z.
I have it here. I'll post it. Damn it.
You're Morgan.
Z.
Okay, y'all go ahead.
It's not fair.
You're a black man in America. Life was never going to be fair to you. Get over it.
No, I mean, no.
That is not fair. That is not fair.
And black women, you give her the fact they're black women in America. Life's not fair. Get over it. You should have gotten over that by now.
Should have been over it.
Would you prefer to be back in the 40s when they were burning our towns down? Back in the 1920s when they were burning our towns down?
1910s and 20s.
Yep.
Rosewood, Florida. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yes.
The Greenwood area specifically.
And then after that, wasn't it redlining after that as well? Did that happen too?
Yes.
I'm sure, I think redline was going on around the same time, wasn't
it? Denied for Social Security and didn't we didn't get Social Security until the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, life's not fair. Life's not fair. You should be. You I always like remind people. Do you know what country you live in?
Mm-hmm.
They'll complain about Trump's a racist.
What else is new?
Some show president wasn't racist. In fact,
including number 44, maybe Cotton, possibly.
Oh, don't get me started. And I look,
AB, we on the same page on that one. Go ahead, go ahead.
And in fact, when I hear that crap, like, but he's a racist, I'm like, okay, I've read too much history. You don't want to talk to me about this. You can't pin him. I don't think you can put him in the top 20 most racist president we had. No, that's how racist this country is.
No, he's not in the top 20. Definitely not. Including Lincoln, he's not in the top 20.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you, it's bad. A little earlier, they said that this may have been around 12. 12 of your first 16 presidents owned slaves at one point or another.
You know, the irony is Trump's family hasn't.
Nope.
His family came here too late. Yeah, his family. His family came here too late. They weren't. Yeah.
They don't want to talk about that. Donald Trump is the only president, including not even President Obama can say that.
Including Obama from his mom's side. From his mom's side, they did own. They did own from his mom's side. That's a fact.
Donald Trump is the only president not to have slave owners in his lineage.
Yeah.
The only president.
The only.
By the way, go ahead.
Yeah, did any of y'all catch some of Matt Professor's stream last night?
Who?
No, I didn't catch it last night. You talking about Dr. Ron O'Neill? Yeah, I didn't catch it last night. I didn't catch it.
I didn't get a chance to check Dr. Neal's.
Because some of it was referring to this to the topic we're speaking about right now and how to deal with power. Because somebody hopped on the live stream with Passport OG, and the other guy was asking him, "What's the deal? How do we have to deal with what's going on right now?" And I was listening, but I couldn't join because I was not working at the time. And I forgot. Was it Nameless?
Train tracks. Yes, Nameless. Yeah, the Nameless protagonist.
Yeah, we mentioned Mandalorian.
Mandalorianism. Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yeah, so I wanted to volunteer that information, but I couldn't hop on the live stream. But yeah, Dr. O'Neill went over it and said, "Hey, we're gonna have to confront power because we've always confronted power."
Exactly.
And we always have to deal with it. And even volunteers, like even in academia right now, he's dealing with it, but he confronts it. You have no choice. It's only women who get the luxury of making a lot of noise and not coming up with a solution and not actually go with the wind.
I think that's going to change too. It's not. I think that's going to go to what you're saying, Ben. I think. Let me first say this. I agree with something Black Moose said it wasn't forever ago, maybe a few months ago at this point. Which is, I think we're going to go through a techno dystopian future in the interim, but we're going to come out on the other end with something way greater. Because this is not sustainable. What I predict we're going to go through these really tough times, I think is going to end with a guillotine, right? And then on the other side of that, this is way past our lives. Anybody that's listening here, I'm talking about on the other side of we ain't gonna be here when this happened, but we're gonna be here for BS. Shout out to all us millennials and Z's and younger Xers. We ain't F around, but we definitely on the find out portion of this, and it wasn't even our fault. But no, so I do think on the other side of this, because going to this, and I don't think we've spoken about this angle that I'm coming from enough. It really isn't fair, though. Hey, going to what AB said, life is not fair. It really isn't. And I want to say this, and I think I've said it before. When we stress life is not fair, people gonna make it fair. Y'all take that how I just said it. Yeah. People, and People gonna make it fair. It ain't fair. Elites are telling us that the Ben Shapiro's of the world are well, life ain't fair. Oh, don't worry about it,
Make it
player.
enough.
We gonna make it fair. We go and the fair is gonna be dictated by us, whoever the us's are, right?
Hey, Z,
So yeah.
hold on, wait, Mr. Z. I got to state something for the record. Everybody knows I am no fan of the
Go ahead.
Democrat Party, but for the record, fuck Ben Shapiro.
I think everybody's in agreement with that. I don't think I got anybody, even the conservative brothers. I don't even think we got anybody that rock with Ben Shapiro. I don't think we got anybody.
Weasel.
That dude's been full. I knew that dude was full of shit when I first saw him.
Wait a minute, I gotta let David say it again. David, say it again with your chest.
When you're an elite person.
Well, real quick, Black and Red, let me pause you for this real quick, because I got it. You know I never do, but I got this one. This time we gotta let Naaman say it one more time. Oh God, Z, are you letting Naaman talk? I know. Naaman, say that again. He's a what? God damn it! I'll let you talk this time. Go ahead.
No, if you're gonna cut me off, you should have brought the hashtag.
Get it out, Never get it out.
I said he's a little. All right, let me get it said. I said he's a weasel and a little prick.
There we go. And we gotta let Black Uru go because I cut Black Uru off to let you say that. Go ahead, Black Uru. Go ahead.
My apologies, sir.
Well, look, when you're an elite person and you're proudly and publicly proclaiming that life isn't fair, I hope you and your children are walking around in antimonium suits, man.
Like, I act like you forget that dude who got sent to the upper room.
This whole business where you think you're gonna be able to freely walk around and talk about how unfair it is, while people can't even afford to buy eggs.
Yep.
That you mentioned the guillotine earlier. That's a setup for the guillotine. That's what was happening. That's let them eat cake. That's what happened to Marie Antoinette and her husband, talking that kind of shit. So you can keep on saying that kind of stuff you want to, but all it takes is a few extra Luigis to wake up, and your ass will get shot down on the streets too.
True.
Yep.
Just to tack on what Black Hole was saying.
Not above that shit.
After Trump got elected, I've been living in the belief that anything's possible, because after Trump got elected, right? Yeah. First of all, that was deemed impossible, and it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, let me cut you off to say this real quick. We are on the guillotine. We are in the guillotine part of the conversation. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, that was deemed impossible, and still happened, right? Prior to him, you had a few years before that, you had Obama, that was deemed impossible, it happened. Trump, which was deemed impossible, it happened. And then you had COVID, which is, it's a black, this event was unimaginable. It still happened. So you had event after event, circumstance after circumstance that happened that showed you anything is possible. You're never fully secure, no matter what state you're in right now, whether it's the economy, whether it's, World War III could pop up at any moment. We've always been living under the threat of that, but after those strings of events, anything is possible. No one is safe. I don't know why people still believe that they're not monitoring what they're saying to people, thinking they're safe in their ivory towers. And well, I'll leave it at that. I don't wanna take your channel in that direction, Z. So I'll just leave it at that.
No, I want us to be. We can obviously, y'all know how Z is. We can have this conversation, but I want us to be a bit sensible, But all right, we then protect the channel. That's all I'll say to us. We could speak how we speak.
I'm not.
But just protect the channel. Just protect the channel.
I'm not talking about targeting. Obviously, we're not advocating for targeting anybody.
No,
I'm
of
just
course
saying
not.
This whole sentiment where you're going to have this sort of cavalier attitude about how other people are struggling. That's some very dangerous talk. And like I say, I don't think it's sustainable. I think at a certain point, you ever see the movie, the Clint Eastwood movie, what was the name of that movie? Where the guy is John Malkovich plays the villain. And he's trying to, and Clint Eastwood is a Secret Service man. And the whole point of the movie is that this guy's trying to kill the president. Mm-hmm. And his basic argument and premise is, if you're willing to trade your life, anybody can get got. Yeah. And what's going to happen is you're going to reach a critical mass of people who are so aggrieved that they're going to be willing to trade their line. And once you reach that critical mass of people, then it gets very dicey for all of you these so-called plutocrat types.
I think you saw a bit of that.
What happened a few months ago.
There you go. So I'm bringing that. So you saw that with that dude, right? Shout out to Mario. We'll say that. The reason why that sticks out to me is not necessarily for the reason it sticks out to everyone else. It sticks out to me because of his class position and because of his race.
Yes.
Because that lets you know exactly what Black Rule is saying. Is he's in the in club, but because he has this situation that happened to him and he can't fix it with the money, he was willing to go this far with it, right? So if he's there with it, if that's where he is with coming from his class position and his name recognition in his town, then you can imagine this is the thing. The American dream idea in climbing up the ladder has been such a great neutering tool, we'll say, civilizing tool, we'll say. I mean it in a cynical way. It's been a very calming tool for the elites. And I think as you go ahead.
Let me put this in perspective for you. As you said, Mario's brother was in the upper class.
Exactly.
I was talking with Salchi, our financial guru, yesterday. He said 50% of consumption now of total spending is
I posted it. Yep. 10%, the top 10%. I know.
Done by the upper 10%.
Yeah.
Now, if the upper 10% is complaining, what do you think the bottom 90% is complaining?
Here's the thing. Well, Abby, I'm actually landing with that, but I'm cutting you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just so eager to get in there. Go ahead.
How do you think the bottom 90% feel? Because to Black Rule's point, and don't misunderstand me, Black Rule. I'm not trying to be an upper, uppity saying life's not fair, get over it, but that's just the reality. But I didn't say it was going to last. Sooner or later, those pitchforks are going to come out. That's what I've been worrying about. And
Well, when I was stacking in Black Rule's point, I was.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't emphasizing.
Real quick, but let me say this real quick, Ben, because to AB, and then you got it. AB, the thing for me is that the top 10% have anxiety, right? Because they're not rich. They're upper middle class, right? We're not talking about the top 1 and top half a percent. We're talking about the top 10%. They're upper middle class usually, or the very top of middle class, but it's really upper middle class. So they have anxiety. They're also squeezed. So we're talking about people that earn $250,000 plus a year, which depending on your background, you might think is rich, but depending on where you live in the country, you ain't rich. Yeah. So the thing with that is if somebody let off a fart and those people get scared, it's a wrap, because they'll cut off that spending. So, and this speaks to I keep on making reference.
I mean, here's why those people are anxious. Because what's the source of that $500,000 a year?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Also, most of their wealth is tied up in liquid things.
Yeah.
That are where their value is very precarious.
Yeah.
And very much a function of market conditions.
Yes.
So their wealth, both their wealth and their income, as substantial as it may currently be at a point in time, is not necessarily such when things start to go bad. And in particular, if the government is no longer going to be spending $14 billion or close to $20 billion a year, that's going to impact a lot of those people, for example. And if suddenly the stock market starts diving, that's going to substantially impact a lot of those people who are on paper wealthy, and who are on paper high earning, but it's all based on circumstances that with the passing of every day become much more precarious.
Yes. And so yeah, but so that's what I was trying to say. But Black Hoover just said it far more articulate than I did. Ben, go ahead because you had to go. I can't even say nothing. That's what I was trying to say. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, what I was saying is I wasn't emphasizing individual action as much as global events. I forgot to mention prior to Obama. Well, right after Obama, you had the 2008 recession. So that's a global event, and the Obama got elected, which is unprecedented, followed by Donald Trump, which is unprecedented, and then you had a Black Swan event, which is in itself is a global event with COVID. And now we're in the precipice of what economic meltdown everywhere around the world. That it seems like no one will be spared. So that's why I'm saying those conditions foster revolution in a way.
I won't even say in a way. No, it does. So because the thing is the illusion and your optimism of climbing into those ranks gets squashed in a very visceral way. And so you have no choice but to go out. I would argue the reason why you don't see people is there's still a hope. There's still a hope and an aspiration for upward mobility or to catapult your children into upward mobility. But if people told you right now, especially with the technology of capitalism, the way it hit the world, particularly the West, if someone told you right now, by the way, you're going to be stuck in your class, your children are going to be stuck in their class, your grandchildren are going to be stuck in their class, your great, go ahead.
You guys are talking about it as if it's something that may happen or is about to happen. It's happening at these town hall meetings all across the country.
Yeah, that's true.
These are all white middle class people. These are not poor people. These are veterans. These are people who have homes. These are people who have businesses. And Republicans are being practically threatened by the people, the white Republican people who voted for them. So it's happening right now. It's a flicker.
Facts.
You know, it's before the forest fire. There's always that flicker someplace. Well, it's flickering right now.
I agree with that. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like we're at a moment where I don't know if you guys remember 2008 when Greece was going through the austerity measures. I feel like America is going through it somewhat of the same thing.
You've been in austerity.
No, that is exactly that is. Go, AB, say that again. Say that again, maybe.
We've been in austerity measures.
Thank you.
They just cover it up.
No, but Trump brought it to the forefront. It's like this is what it is.
But that's not. Let's see. Let me. I don't call people bringing something to the forefront necessarily, because I'm not trying to make a hypocrite out of myself, necessarily until they say the words. So I agree with you, Ben, but he never said the word austerity. We know what that is because we follow global politics.
That's it. I'm not saying
they only say the word long after it's going on.
Yeah,
it's obvious. They never say it at the beginning.
Yeah,
right.
And very often they don't even say it like in the middle part of when it's happening. It's usually when everybody is fucked up, then it's just so obvious that they cannot even pretend anymore. Okay. But I mean, we definitely are in austerity, and it's gonna worsen, you know, through this year. But we're definitely in austerity for sure.
Yeah,
I would argue we got a flash of it coming out of Carter's administration going into Reagan, and certain public sector things. I think when you set precedents, right? When people celebrated the air traffic controllers union getting backhanded by Reagan, you set a precedent. When Clinton comes in as a Democrat and backs Reagan plan to privatize the world, you set that precedent then becomes solidified. When Bush Jr. comes in and after 9/11 and then tells you, hey, by the way, your American duty is to spend. And that solidifies it. When Obama comes in as the first black man, who people are like, well, he's a black man, maybe he might do something revolutionary. You never know. And he goes along with the system and and pretty much keeps it going, that also says, okay, this is the way it is, right? So when you have that, it's just a continuation of the same thing over and over again. I think we hit the wall of financialization of the economy, and so the austerity is the way. Number one, elite people regulate regular people. Number two, you privatize the world because they're not losing their money. The uber elite, we're not talking about the upper middle class that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Their goal is to continue in their position by tax cutting themselves and getting it from you on the back end. You think you're winning because you saved $2,000 in tax cuts this year. But when you count, and I put money on this, not this year, not even maybe next year, but maybe the year after that. So we're in 2025. So maybe I'm saying like 2028, maybe. Let's see if that $2,500 that you saved in taxes, you don't end up spending on the back end in different ways. That's going to cost you $5,000, $6,000, $7,000.
Oh, definitely.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Ben. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I didn't mean to say that Trump said the word austerity. Black will explain it properly. They're doing everything as if we are living in we are living in austerity time. They're doing everything.
I was agreeing with you, by the way, Ben, but I just was saying that he didn't say the words, but I was agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that he said the word, but yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but okay. Who else was that?
Look,
go ahead.
You used to go to a grocer and buy 4 dozen of eggs, and now you're only buying 1 or 2 dozen of eggs. Brothers, that's austerity.
Yes.
Oh, I know. Like what? 2008.
So you ain't got to say it.
Well, let me put it this way. In 2008, right? I moved, so I'm in Florida, so we're at Publix. A carton of 6 eggs used to cost 60 cents. Now it's like $3. From 2008 to now. I mean, sorry, from 2018 to now. So that's 6 years. From 60 cents to almost $4 for 6 eggs. Basic Publix eggs. Not organic, none of that. Just basic Publix eggs.
For those of you that know, Publix is one of our grocery chains down here in Florida. So because Publix is not everywhere, So yeah. So for those of you, y'all got Kroger's and different stuff. So Publix is like our Kroger's essentially. Go ahead.
So and every time I go shopping and I'm shopping, customers are looking at me. Like, oh yeah, I can't believe eggs. I'm like, oh my God, can you guys just? It is what it is. This is the time we're living in. Either you adjust or it's gonna get worse. By the way, Mr. Z, just to support something you said the other day, he said that you noticed that a lot of the Ukrainians here are the ones having babies in Florida. I noticed that too. On top of that, a lot of Hispanics knows a lot of Hispanic babies. So to refer to the marooning of America, it's happening. Whether they're trying to stem the flow or not, it's still happening.
Yeah. Well, I understand what the white folks are doing. For them, it's either now or never. I'm glad that BGS I think it was on his Patreon, but something I caught from BGS about Scott Ritter and what he said about white supremacy. So like for them, it's either now or never. I would argue they're losing it anyway. It's going to be lost completely anyway. But them attempting to salvage what they can, this is when we're in dangerous territory. This is dangerous territory right now. Because they're trying to salvage what they can, and they feel they always have felt under attack from the beginning. So, but yeah, they feel under attack right now. So yeah,
there's no salvaging because the generation, the Z's and millennials, when you're hearing
the white folks,
when you're hearing the gender war going on right now, how are you going to salvage
this? I think they're trying to get back to a glory days. And it really is the 1950s. Like you hear people say the 1950s, and I don't think people appreciate why the 1950s. Because America was the only game in town, and it was white supremacy galore, right? Headed by America and secondarily Western Europe playing second fiddle
to World War II at the time.
True, but they were still playing second fiddle to America's white supremacy, but they were playing their position. the reason why for white Americans in particular, it's the 1950s, exactly what Neyman is saying, because the rest of the world got bombed to hell, and America was the only game in town with the Soviet Union to a lesser extent, and that's your choices. It really is America, but your choices is America or Soviet Union to who you're going to align with, and that's why they want to go back to that, because you were able to exploit people of color the world over with very little, if any, pushback or fight back. And that's both domestically and internationally for white Americans. And so that's why they want to go back to the 1950s. It was America all day, America, fuck yeah. Like it was bald eagles, Star Spangled Banner, bars and stars, and that's why they want to go back to that. And
House
so
with the picket fence.
Right, house with the picket fence. Be able to backhand your blonde wife, and the cop come to the house and say, "Hey, what did she do?" Right?
It's
Being
like
able
Mad Men, basically.
Grape your black help, your black female help, grape her and her son, and get away with it. Yeah, and so they want to go back to those days. And there you go. That's why it's that for them. Unchallenged white power, unchallenged, unregulated white power, namely white male power, and now that's been challenged, and yeah, exactly. So that and if it, let me say this, any white person that tell you that's not what it is lying through their fucking teeth. Any white man in particular who tell you that's not what it is lying through their fucking teeth.
I know how to deal with
that's
one
what
the
it
other
is.
day. I had to deal with one the other day, and thought he was going to trigger us calling us the N word and stuff. And
well, that sounds about right.
But here's the funny part: he admitted to dating a black woman. So I said, "Oh, okay." So
fuck that mean?
Hold on, wait a minute. I asked
go ahead.
I asked for everybody. So wouldn't that make you a Negro lover? I'm trying to be nice for your channel, but I asked him. I'll play it later, but I asked him, wouldn't that make you a Negro lover? He's like, come on, man. I don't think like that about all black people, but I hate you, Negroes. I'm like, okay.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah. Sounds about right.
It was entertaining, actually. Right. It was entertaining, actually, but we just sit there and let him run his mouth.
Yeah, well, we know what this is. For them, it's last call for alcohol, but we already said, nah, bro, the club is closed, bro. The white party club is closed. It's done deal. But for them, they think it's last call for alcohol, and they can manage to salvage something. And when BGS mentioned Project for a New American Century earlier, when he mentioned, well, I said earlier on one of his video, the same think piece I actually am referring to. I was like, yeah, I've been hearing about PNAC for what, 20 some odd years, 20 years. Yeah, either way. 20 some odd years since I think I was an elite teen, right? Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. And it is what it sounds like. Now, it sounds like a benign American project until you dig deeper. I used to know someone who they were international relations major, something like that. And I met up with them a few years after they graduated, and they were like, Z, you know something I realized, and then pat myself on the back, and it was like, because of you, everything we're studying is just there to help white people maintain their power globally. And he said, when he said that to me, I was like, well, I told you. Number one, number two, even though I said that to him and he confirmed it, I still was like, God damn. Right? Like, when you say something and you're like, you say it and you know it, but then the other person tell you, yeah, but you're right though. And you're like, well, damn, right? So yeah,
like,
that's all it is. Right?
You know what? Maybe I should ask BGS that question, because I'm noticing that everybody's getting out of China, right? They're moving all their manufacturing to Vietnam, to Korea, to Malaysia, right? But the same thing's going to happen. It's going to happen at a faster rate. Malaysia's going to develop faster. Vietnam's going to develop faster. Because of that, they will catch up to the rest of the world, just like China. And everybody's avoiding Africa. The rest of the Western world is avoiding Africa, but China's going into Africa.
Yes. Well, Africa is self-sustaining as a continent, as hell. Africa is self-sustaining like a mug. If you could have managed to get an African Union similar to what the Europeans were doing, unstoppable. But the last time somebody tried that, they ended up getting shot with their own gun. So I'm just saying.
Don't talk about
But
y'all
if you
like
notice
that.
right now, if you're looking at the
Yeah.
guys who are in Africa right now,
Yeah.
okay, I don't want to say, wait a minute, the guys who are traveling, the bros who are traveling to Africa right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
they're telling you that a flight from Kenya to Ghana is way more expensive than a flight from Kenya to Europe. I believe it's on purpose.
Yeah, no, it is. No, I think that is because the fear of let me put it this way. If you have more than likely a brother who studied here, maybe of African descent, like born, raised here, or born there but raised here, then went back. If you have someone like that who sets something off, let's say in Nigeria or in South Africa, maybe Somalia, you
not
can
Somalia.
have, right? Well, no, because there's Somalis that moved to Minnesota and whatnot. That's why I'm using that as an example. But if you have that and they could manage something, I mean, that is a fear. That would be a supreme. What the hell could Europe do with a united Africa or anywhere in the planet on planet
They
Earth?
can't control them to the same extent that they used to. They cannot maintain the status quo post-independence that they've maintained. That's the thing people forget about. Even though these countries are politically and socially independent, they're not financially. They maintain the same status quo. I mean, many African countries still provide Europe with its raw materials. Most of their exports are what? Produce and raw materials.
Well, you see what West Africa just did, so imagine.
Let me read this from Els real quick because it's funny, real quick. And Els says, even Z isn't immune from his own "I told you so," bro. When I told you, like when he came back, well, because we met up when he graduated, maybe a couple years later, and he said that to me, and I was like, well, damn, like I don't know if I wanted to confirm though. Like he's saying, so you're like, that hurt my feelings, like because it's you get it, you know it, but it's still theory. It's when the person goes and they act. This was the subject matter, like subject matter. This was what they studied, and they're actually in the career field as I speak right now, right? And I haven't seen them in years and years and years. But when they said that to me, I was like, right. But you knew it. You knew that's what it was. Now, how many people, and what he also informed me of is many of his classmates didn't even understand that. They you have white folks, you have Latinos, you have black folks, you have Asians, but it's really white folks, Asians, black folks, some Latinos who are all studying some type of international relations, some type of global whatever the hell type of politics, right? And he's like, it was him and another brother that understood that really all this is effectively is them protecting white wealth and white power.
What it is. That's the status quo.
Yeah. That reminds me of like Soulja Boy career. Let me explain.
Go ahead. I want to see how you tie this together. Go ahead.
He made his hits like 10 to 15 years ago, right? Maybe even like damn near 20, right? And he is still trying to fly on the same type of, wave that he's on. And he's like, it's like a stock market, what you call it, that was like at 200, but now like it stabilized at like $15. That's how I'm seeing what you're saying.
Yeah. I just wanted to say something. I wanted to say something about the European situation. So if they send, for example, their kids to Ukraine, you're exterminating possibly 2 million white boys. And that's your next generation. And this goes back to the conversation that I had in the Discord, where I had 4 British white guys and 1 British woman. And the main things he said was, oh, you're going to have some brown babies. And she shut down the whole conversation just with that, solely that. You know what I'm saying?
Leon, I want to emphasize why you're bringing that up because not everybody heard that story. Go real short, go through the story and emphasize why you're bringing that up and how what that white woman did was essentially shame and check those white men. Go ahead.
Yes. So the conversation, she was talking about birth rate and that she can do what she wants because y'all want white babies. And I always make the jokes. I love white women doing OnlyFans. Why? Because she's gonna open her legs and one of you white guys are gonna have your white babies. So I look at, for example, the white manosphere is gaslighting white women to try to get them to do something when at the end of the day, white women are fully aware that you want to remain white, not Hispanic. You don't want the admix. You want that purity. And they're well aware. So they can do OnlyFans, they can do porn, they can act how they want to in public. And at the end of the day, you can make the choice to make another cast and make that the predominant cast by getting with white, light skinned Middle Eastern women and call that the new white race. And what she said was, the guys was like, yeah, that's a great idea, but I don't want my kids to be Islam. And I said, they won't. They'll just take on certain conservative values that your women don't have. You're not looking to keep the brown guys around. You just utilize the women as vessels to have your babies. And they started agreeing. And right when she said, "Oh, you're gonna have some little brown babies," she shut the whole conversation down. You know what I'm saying? And if you send 2 million white boys to Ukraine and you kill off a population of 2 million white boys from the age of 17 to 25, that's your future engineers, your scientists, your day laborers, and you destroy a birth rate that's already at like 1.2 across the board for them. So they're going to genocide themselves basically in time.
Even
Like,
I want to say
Leon?
this real quick, Name, when you got it, real quick, and then you got it. What she's also saying by saying, "Oh, you're gonna have some white babies." I mean, excuse me, I said it, I messed up too.
Brown babies.
Oh, you're gonna have some brown babies. What she's also saying is, I just want you to know that the cast is gonna stay the same way. So your mixed babies will be treated like mixed babies. Your mixed children will be treated like mixed children, and my fully white children will be ruling over your mixed. And we're gonna make sure, because it's one drop rule. I just want to emphasize to everyone.
Always.
When white folks said one drop rule in America, they weren't just talking to black people, right? So what she's emphasizing, and I'm not sure if this was a white American woman, but either way, what that white woman was emphasizing is the hierarchy will remain the hierarchy, and your mixed child that you thought was going to be considered white will not be considered white, and my kids will rule over your kids. That's what she was emphasizing to them by just that simple statement. Go ahead. Real quick, let me say it because I know it's going to be short and then you got it. Go ahead.
All right. Mr. Well, basically what you're saying is you're describing what Ann Coulter was telling the Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yes. Yeah. That's nice. You're qualified. You're intelligent. I like you. You're charismatic. You're a go-getter. But you ain't white though.
You ain't in.
You're about Ann. I
100%.
I call her my favorite political cunt for a reason. Go ahead, Nemer.
Yeah. Anyway,
first of all, the last part. If you listen to what she said, was you didn't even marry a white woman.
Yeah. I get that.
Go ahead, Nemer.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna
you
get
thought black
cut
women were
off.
the only ones that did it? Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, Terrell, you're gonna get your moment. Hang on. First of all, the one drop rule does not just apply in America. You're forgetting it also applies in Europe. It applies everywhere. And it's not just to black people. This also goes to Asians, Middle Eastern, South Asians, and
shout out to Consummate Gentleman.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know what was worse for him? Because he was Eurasian despite having a white father, they still probably, because he's Asian, they stereotype him saying being built like one.
Mm-hmm.
You know the phrase built like an Asian.
Yeah. Yep.
So only person who could get away with something like that was somebody like a Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, I was thinking about him earlier. He's the one that if you don't know, you wouldn't know.
Irony. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Him,
Yep.
Brandon Lee before he passed, a few others. Of course, there's a couple of corn stars I can mention who've been able to break that mold. The ones that are incarcerated. But the whole thing is like, you, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try to breed white, you try to mate and reproduce white, that brown is still going to remain. It's like a drop of coffee in a cup of milk. or a drop of you're always going to be, that little mongrel. You're never going to be pure blood. You're always going to be a mutt. You're always going to be seen as a mongrel. Same thing with the Slavs. I remember somebody who
let me say this name real quick to what you just said about the mongrel statement. Me and my sister actually had this conversation. And me and my sister had this conversation. And me and my lady had this conversation recently. I spoke to my sister about this and my lady, which is, we in the West and in America in particular, especially for those of us metropolitan people that live in major cities, the Miamis, the LAs, the New Yorks, etc., the Chicagos, we take for granted that we don't talk like that and we don't think like that. And that's even for the white folks, that we don't use that quote unquote pure blood stuff, and we don't call people mongrels, and we may not think of like lower stock and all that other stuff. Bro, you step your big toe out of the major cities, even in America or any Western country, you step your big toe out of those places, people talking like that and thinking like that. You go to different countries, in quote unquote developing countries, and you'll be surprised. Listen, as a Haitian descent, you'll be surprised the weirdo stuff coming out of people's mouth. You'll be like, bitch, I thought we left that alone like 200 years ago. What the hell are you saying? And yeah. So don't be surprised with when you hear people bubble up and say some weirdo shit that you thought we left long time ago. Or at least we left that alone after World War II because of Mr. Short Mustache Man. Other people still talking like that. I just want you to know. Go ahead.
That's not surprising to you because, in my part of the world, in the part of Africa I come from, there is this importance on ethnic purity to an extent. Yes. Although they always say, because we're a patriarchal society, you belong to your father's family, which means you belong to your father's ethnicity first and foremost. So even if your mother could be of another ethnicity, you're first and foremost considered that ethnicity, your father's ethnicity. And they always question that because, especially if ethnicities are related to each other, sometimes, they have, like, take my tribe, the Tigrinyas. Across the border from us are people called the Tigrayans in Ethiopia. They're similar to us to the point that we have the same mother tongue. We just have different accents.
What you said about the Hungarians?
I said Tigrayans.
No, I'm joking with you. Go ahead.
It just bring up the hashtag. But anyway, bring up Terrell's, stuff.
Did you say Tigarians?
How do you maintain? Think of it. Just take yourself out of it emotionally, or even politically.
Yeah.
And just ask yourself this question: how do you maintain the integrity and the virtue of a community, a tribe, even a country, without being racist?
That's true. I mean, there are certain groups who cannot do so without being very prejudiced towards other groups. I mean, I'm
just saying, from just a basic standpoint of a culture, if you're trying to maintain some sort of integrity in the culture, the issue of who comes from where is of primary importance.
Has anybody ever seen the show Fresh Off the Boat?
Yeah, 1 or 2 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, the mom was always adamant that her sons would always marry Chinese girls.
Yeah,
because there was a situation where one of her sons had a girlfriend who was white, but that friend, in order to avoid the uncomfortable situation, what she did was she sent her Chinese friend to come to the house to impersonate her, to maintain the facade. And then she explained and then of course the son was confused and everything, but she broke it down to him when they
It's a good time to do this right here, Neymar. I'm sorry, you knew it was coming, but it's right now. And then Trell says, I told you, and Trell says, hashtag cut Neymar off tax. And there you go, Trell.
No,
I know you thought it wasn't coming. I know you thought it wasn't. There you go. And I didn't forget about the rest of you with your super chats. I was waiting for the perfect time. I had to time this one correctly. And there you go, Neymar, and we gotta keep on moving because but you were expecting it, and I couldn't let you see. This is when Mr. Z plays hanky panky with Miss Z, she be trying to block her ass, and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna get you now. You're expecting it now, and she's trying to walk backwards, and she get real scared. You know the nervous laugh.
I told you to get the super chat ready, fool.
Bro, but you were expecting it. Can't do it. You can't do it when you're nervous laughing. Going back to the example. See, I can't get Miss Z when she nervous laughing because she know it's coming. I gotta catch her off guard. But real quick. And one time I told her, I was like, babe, I'm gonna catch you I'm gonna launch you to the moon when I catch you with this palm. I'm gonna cuff it just right in the clap, right? And I'm gonna let she started nervous laughing, but she started walking backwards. See, namely you was expecting me to catch you, and I couldn't catch you when you expected me to catch you. I had to catch you at the right time. There you
So
go, Black.
basically,
Go ahead. Yeah,
go
you
ahead,
see, you're
Black Widow.
talking. I gotta let Black Girl go. See?
I mean, I think
Yeah.
Elder
you
privilege.
guys have highlighted the issue and the dilemma of black men.
Mm.
Because we all inherently know that everybody, particularly most men, want to reproduce their own likeness, their own consistency in genetic makeup, similar visage, physicality, to some degree, background and or history, or at least understanding and appreciation of a general background and history. And that's going to be difficult, if impossible, to maintain as you explore outside of, for the case of ADOS or FBA men, that's going to be difficult to maintain once you, or if not impossible to maintain once you go SYSBM and passport. And that's the dilemma. That's the basic mating dilemma that black men have, dealing with the women that you featured in the series of videos you presented, where it's like they're the surest way for us to get back or to maintain this our natural selves going into the future. And they're just contaminated and they're poisoned. And that's a dilemma. And there are no easy answers. There is no solution. It's trade-offs. It's trade-offs.
There's a picture of Lil Wayne sitting amongst all the kids, right? And y'all know, like, all the kids got different mothers. And you see Wayne's face in all of them except for one, but that's still his kid. But you see his face there. Now the skin tones are different. The hair textures might be different. But even with the daughter, who's the oldest one, and the more famous one, you see his face in all of them, right? Except for one of them. And I'm thinking about that as you're speaking, Black Uru, about that visage, that look, that passing off that lineage.
If I understand it correctly, all of Wayne's baby mamas are black.
Yes. I think maybe not one. Yeah, no, they all are. Yeah, because they showed the baby mamas next to them. Yeah.
What happens to that face when you start introducing some white or Asian or other in that mix?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at some of these guys and they make children with some of these other people. And, I mean, I don't see Michael Thompson and Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he got some
his mom's white.
his
Yeah.
athleticism, thank God. And his height, or he's, I mean, his father's still a few inches taller.
Serena's kid is not going to look nothing like her.
I don't see
if you've seen the skin tone, you already know it's a wrap. The skin tone alone is done deal.
Yeah.
But that baby looked like a goddamn pale ass baby when I saw it.
I mean, maybe does LeVar Ball, does his sons really look like him?
No, they look more like their mom.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they. So I think at a certain point, because my wife had a friend of hers. She was mixed, right? And her father got this white woman, and he had three children, two daughters, and a son.
Yes.
And at some point, the guy freaked out and said, "Oh my God, I deleted my bloodline," and abandoned her and those children. And when it got some African chick, it made like 8 other kids. and just and the guy, the son, never recovered from that, and ended up being a drug. I think he eventually killed himself or died of a drug overdose or something. Never recovered from that.
He was heartbroken, wasn't he? By the way,
And so I just think it's something to consider in the whole mix of things. You know, how are you going to think about
double entendre there?
What's that?
You said in the whole mix of things, I was like double entendre right there.
Yeah, indeed, that is a multi-purpose word, I guess. Here, in the mix of things, how are you gonna? Because the woman might be great, and she might be a great mother, but you know, those children, and especially those sons.
Yeah.
Just
no, I think it matters. It matters for some. I think I think that's something you have to be prepared for, because just like I think most men aren't just going to leave because the kids don't look like me. And oh my God, I woke up and I realized that. But if we're fair and honest, even black women feel a certain way about that. But I think black men are more apt if they don't have that going in. If they don't realize, hey, if me and her have children, like I have to be prepared. Like this is a thing that's more than likely, right? But I think you might wake up and be like, oh crap, did I just produce? Because you don't, especially when it comes to skin tone, you might be producing a Mariah Carey, right?
Ooh.
Yeah.
You might be producing a Mariah Carey, and that's something that, or Juan Williams off of Fox News, his son, right? You might be producing that. You might be producing what is her name? It's right there too.
Describe her.
The one that used to be on CNN, and I covered Malvo. Not Susan. Julian Malvo is the Susan was the one that was on CNN. Yeah. Susan Malvo. You might be producing a Susan Malvo. Just saying. Or better yet, or that's the one that's the one. Soledad O'Brien and her kids. Her kids are white. It's done. It's done.
She born to a Latina mother too.
Yeah. Her kids are white. If you ever seen a picture of her and the family, the white husband, the kids don't got no flavor. She was the last one with any flavor whatsoever. That's actually who I was talking about. I wasn't talking about Susan Malvo. Thank you, neighbor. That's what I was really trying to bring up. Soledad O'Brien. Yeah, if you look at a picture with the family, it's done. It's done. Go ahead.
I'll give you one better. The late Donna Summer and her 3 daughters.
I don't know if I ever seen her kids.
Yeah, you gotta look
Donna Summer's the artist.
Yeah, Donna Summer and her daughters.
Yeah.
She had one daughter from a German husband, and then she had the other 2 from a second marriage from a white guy, white American dude. Yeah. You ever look at her kids? They are passe blonde, or Lynn Whitfield's daughter, who's born to a white father.
Y'all saying all this, and all I'm thinking is Drake's baby.
Right. No, Drake's baby Drake baby looks like a young Justin Timberlake if I ever did see one. I'm like, God damn, you sure she was in Pipe and Justin too? Like, if you ever see, you'd be like, God damn, why does she look like goddamn a young Justin Timberlake? Right? So yeah. Drake's son definitely looks
dude, he does
white.
Not look like
just looks white. Just looks white.
He does not look like he took after the mother or Drake.
Yeah, you said it just looks, and that's Black Woman's point right there. They're gonna point right there.
Wait, I got one better. I got the perfect one for you, Z. Especially since we talk about, like I mentioned, how that black women want to have mixed kids, but not just any mixed kids. Mixed kids are passe blanc, right?
Right, it's true. Wait, here's something, neighbor, and I didn't even think about that. Actually, that's one too. And Spain Man says, look at Drake's boy. He looks like a mini Jack Harlow. Right. I can see that too. Especially, I can see that. I can see that.
Anyway, the example I can give you: does the name Kit McDonald Shapiro ring a bell?
No.
That's Eartha Kitt's daughter. You look at her.
Oh.
She looks like her name. She was born Eartha McDonald. After J. John's, remember, Eartha was married to a white guy for 3 years, ended. They had the daughter like halfway through. So Kit was like a year and a half when they divorced. If you ever see Kit now, she's now like she's like around 60 now. Has kids of her own, was married, has kids of her own. You look at her, there's nothing about her that tells you she black. She passe blonde and a motherfucker.
Well, isn't that what Eartha Kitt was trying to do anyway? Compromise for who? For what? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Yep. But let me read this real quick. And Zulu says, "Passport bro Uru, hysterical." Let's keep on going. And 414 Money says, "Why rent them for 6 months when you can get rent for 30 minutes?" I mean, yeah. If you're trying to last that long, right? Shout out to the Minutemen out there. Like, bitch, I'm paid.
Alexa, play 1 Minute Man by Missy Elliott. Work me
And
up.
thank you for the
Show
super
me
chat.
what you got, 'cause I don't
And
need
then
no 1 Minute Man.
The broke genius says, "I don't want things to be this way, but it is what it is. Indeed, in the environment, the dating scene, these weirdo women going to these mixers acting like they're not desperate when you going to the mixer says something about maybe not desperation all the way, but it does say you're looking for something. It's the craziest thing to see someone like, I don't need. You know what it is? It's the people that work that say, I don't need a job. I don't need this job. If all of us who have a coworker, and hopefully y'all are not that coworker, who say I don't need this job, but you do need this job, the I don't need this job people that need the job are the weirdest people in the world. Like, bro, you're here, you deal with the crap, we got to deal with our bosses, we got to deal with the weirdo work hours sometimes, and you keep on. I don't need this job, bro. If you really didn't need this job, you would have left the first time you said you don't need this job. I'm just saying.
By the way, Z,
go ahead. And thank you for the super chat. Broke Genius. Go ahead.
Not to take it back to one of your previous live streams. I believe back in 2015, I went to Arizona to a conference, right? As soon as I got off the plane, the ladies the receptionists at the conference were hitting on me like crazy. I'm like, okay, I'm in South Florida. You know, this interracial relationship everywhere. But white women are not on you like that here. I mean, yeah, you could, there's no, if you want a white girl here, there's no big deal. If you want Spanish, whatever you want, you can have. But when I went to Arizona in 2016, they were all, I'm like, I got off the plane and white girls were on me. I mean, I felt uneasy, literally, like, they were not like, not covertly, overtly. Say, oh, strong, like, coming on to me overtly. No, there was no mistake about it. They were not hiding it. I was like, what's going on there? Because here it's not like this. In Florida, it's not like this. But the west side of the United States, Arizona, I mean, I could see why
But I think those areas that you're mentioning, but that's the thing. So I think the areas that you're mentioning, that's where Black women really feel the heat. That's where it's really, and I mean, like it's funny because we're talking about Arizona, and so there's the literal temperature, but that's where they feel the heat because the non-Black women, they listen to hip hop, they watch certain things, some of their the movies that they watch, and like for them, obviously, like they're into white guys too, but it's really Black men. And what white men and Black women did, namely white men clearly did with the Black man boogeyman, Black men ain't nothing but Big D and swag, Black men bad boy, perpetually bad boy thing, is that they made you the bad boy, which they made you the cool guy. And the Latinas want to see what that's about, right? And the white women want to see what that's about. And even some of the Asian women want to see what that's about.
Let me emphasize it. That was a decade ago. So imagine, that was a decade ago. So imagine how it is now.
If it's any, I've had these experiences too, not in Arizona, but yeah, and that once again, as I said earlier, they're gonna have to compete. They're going to have to compete, and as KMS was saying in his super chat I read earlier, that's gonna put them in the position to know that maybe they don't have the power that they thought they had. Maybe they don't have the station in the Black community that they thought they had. When you are competing for someone or something You put the power in their hands. And let's see how many black women are, let's be clear what I'm saying too. I'm not talking about black women competing for other, excuse me, I'm not speaking about black women competing with other black women for black men or for a particular black man. I'm speaking about a black woman or black women competing with other women for a black man or black men, which means they don't get automatic right of refusal, maybe. And that's a different world that I think they didn't appreciate that they were walking into, and they woke up and were here.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't really fully appreciate how to respond, but to throw a temper tantrum and attempt to shame you, fear you into staying.
Well, they don't
while
know
they
how
not act the same.
they don't know how bad it is or potentially is, because the vast majority of black men have no real sense at all of what their real market value is, especially on the world stage. So the only reason why they're able to maintain any semblance at all of any preference or advantage with black men is largely due to black men themselves. If there's ever a mass of, I would say as little as 15% or 20% of black men really go totally sort of worldwide competitive, like all the bitches are coming, so to be, everybody get their chance. I think one or two things happen. Either they are done, or you do begin some real change and reform amongst many of them. But I don't think we're there yet. And I think while we clearly see things, I think it's still very obvious that even amongst the most intelligent black men don't really have a real sense of their market value and are willing to assert their market value to the fullest. The vast majority, they're still giving first right of refusal to black women. The majority are. They're still wanting black families, or black family is a thing for them. They still think of the black community or the black culture is a real thing to them. When that really starts to tumble down, then I think you are going to see a lot of them. First of all, I think a lot of them are going to go through some great stages of grief and
Just black men or black women going through the grief?
Black women. I think you're going to see, and some of it's going to get a little dangerous and a little perilous for black men. I do anticipate some violent responses to grow. Like I said, when the football player, tried to put the woman out of his home, she had physically attacked him. That's going to become more of a kind of thing. As it's clear to them that they don't have any advantage or leverage over black men. And not only that, but black men sort of aggressively deny them that advantage or that leverage and assert that they don't have that advantage or leverage. A lot of them are going to fall apart and get hysterical. And
let me forward this. But Black Uru has heard me say this before. Some of you already know where I'm going, so y'all hold on. For those of you who have never heard this sobering ass theory that I have of what may happen in a future coming near to you soon. I foresee one day waking up to a story of a black woman who walked into a predominantly black male space and aired that shit the fuck out, if y'all get what Mr. Z is saying. I've been saying this for a while now. I think that there is somewhere in America is a sister that is on her. She went through it. She got her heart broken or whatever it is, and she's consumed enough of these weirdo content creators off of TikTok or off of YouTube or wherever the hell, and she's there with it. And we've seen them get really close. We already know about how many black women every year. It's a few black women that hit or that try to hit their boyfriends, their baby daddies, their husbands with cars. We know of the women who are sending men to go murk other men for them. We know of this. So this is not too far fetched. If you just follow the breadcrumbs, what I'm saying is not too far fetched. We know for the most part, most women, even including black women, ain't built like that, but there are some that are. And going to what Black Uru was saying, I think it's going to be a hard go when they wake up to you may not be the default anymore for a critical mass of black men. And the way they respond and react to that, I think a number of them will be violent. Obviously, the standard women tropes, the shaming tactics, the making a spectacle on news and media and mass media. But I think the ones that are pushed closer to the edge, I do think you're going to get a violent response from a couple of them, and I do think that will culminate in one of those type of situations. Whatever blackmail venue you're gonna see it, and what I'm saying, there's going to be no room for interpretation, is what I'm predicting, where it's going to be very clear she did this for this reason, and that's what it's going to be said because that's what it is. And you know, I'm not hoping for this, but I expect this to happen in the not too distant future. And I'll say
You're old
that.
enough. You're old enough to remember the saying "going postal." So
Yes, that's essentially what it is. Yeah, going postal. That's it. Yeah, that's essentially what it is.
I
Yeah,
mentioned that many times. Okay.
Mr. Donnie
like
Max
that
says the
video,
women festo. Exactly. Go ahead, Black.
the women who, the black woman that was in Germany and was
Yeah.
describing how black men have this privilege and how there was this one
Mhm,
black
mhm.
man and he had this whole consortium of white women idolizing him. That
Not
sounds like
consortium. That's a
like
good
a
word.
woman who is very angry about this so-called elevated status that black men have, and it's unfair. It's quote unfair that they have that status.
That is not fair! That is not fair!
It's unfair that black men are the prize, as the other woman is slowly beginning to recognize. These things are unfair. How can they? What did they do, or what do they have? Why do they have some elevated position above me? You know, I anticipate, like I say, there's going to be some rough patches. Now, I do think some of them eventually are going to, what they say, you either get down or lie down. I think some of them are going to lie down.
I think so. I think so.
Eventually. And then in that case, then the issue is less about them and more about the potential intrusion of the state. Because,
And let me play the. Go ahead, Black people. Go ahead.
well, I'm saying you may be. It's one thing to get a woman to comply. It's a whole other thing as to whether or not the state is going to let you keep her in that compliant state.
And let me play the clip that Black Rule was speaking about from Germany. For those of you who have never seen it, all y'all have seen that play it all the time. But here y'all go.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Now I want to emphasize something real quick, because I want to emphasize something. Now, Black Uru peeped what I peeped, and I said it. She's speaking like this in this calm tone, and she's articulating herself well, but she is so rageful inside.
No.
Don't get caught up.
Look at her eyes and the eyes of the other woman. That's rage. Those women are angry. I know I've spent a whole lot. I've spent time with black women from 0 to over 100. Them women are pissed. They are pissed. Her and the other woman, even the one that wasn't talking or angry. You can see it in their eyes. How dare these niggas be over me? How dare they be over me? Especially amongst these white people. How dare these white women glorify this nigga? What the hell kind of shit is this? It's like the character in Django, that Samuel L. Jackson.
Who's that nigga on that nag?
The same kind of who that nigga on that nag?
You talking about Steven?
Wait a minute, dude. But who is that nigga on that nag? You gonna let him sleep in the big house? You know, I mean, that's how she was talking.
No, seriously. That's why I knew what you were referencing before you got presented. It really is that, and that speaks to something. Black men, move careful if you're interacting with black women, platonic or romantic. By the way, and we're not even in a platonic sense. Understand that because I don't think we really have to emphasize this. When and if black men don't choose black women, there is nowhere else for them to go. That's it. They have to resign themselves to a lifetime of single, getting pounded out by some guy decades younger than them, their white coworkers, Latino coworkers, if they can even get that. That's what they have to resign themselves to in same-sex loving relationships. When a black woman gets to a certain age and she was never chosen, or at least it never worked out, there was never children, marriage, she can't even pour all her time into kids or grandkids. If she reached a certain age or whatever and she didn't get chose, that's it. She will be 48, maybe being used as target practice by the 27-year-old. She'll be trying to offer up the vagina to the white coworker that's 57, right? Like that's what she would be, or she'll be out here with some LGBTQ sister and they'll be munching on each other. That's what, understand, when she doesn't get chose after a certain time, that's it. It's over. And so the anger and the rage is that, oh my God, this is where I am, right? And that's for older. For younger women, oh man, they'd be angry as hell if they feel like they didn't get chosen, pretty privileged. Oh, Stefco, anyone? One thing you gotta respect about her, she told you how angry and sad and depressed she was about going to these events. It's her birthday. Listen to the story she told. It was her birthday. She got done up. She don't even go out like that. She walked into that goddamn bar, and none of those dudes turned their heads.
Y'all better hope Trump let these women continue to get they mood altering drugs with their healthcare programs. Because let me tell you, a lot of these dames are on Xanax and all this kind of stuff. Y'all don't want to deal with some of these women who ain't getting their meds. And there's a whole lot of them getting those meds. You all would be shocked.
I agree.
Shocked at how, especially middle class black women are on something. You'd be amazed at how many of them are on something.
Say that.
Hell, almost all the ones I know own something or been on something. Almost all of them.
Let me say this, Black, real quick, because we got Shay Sade just popped in and she said, remember when my white friend said ladies cry on the pillow at night? Yeah, I remember Laura saying that. I mention it all the time. And but that's a white woman, so she's admitting it. We have a couple of younger sisters saying similar-ish. They're not saying that, but I've played a couple of clips. I'm gonna bring them up in a minute where the black women are saying,
the
like,
women who are complaining in them cars. Some of them,
those are the ones. Yep.
You don't think some of them ain't crying in their pillows at night? If they in the public complaining in their cars, you damn right they crying in their pillows at night.
Thank you.
Do you have the clip?
Yeah, go ahead.
Of that young one? She was, I believe she's in New York, and she got big forehead, like kind of I believe she's in New York. She had her own dating event, and they went just the same way all the other ones been going lately.
Why don't men like brunches?
Y'all got to start coming to these brunches. That's where all the pretty girls be at, literally. With their little colorful outfits. They take their hoodies off, their t-shirts off. And that's where they be. All the working class women, nice nurses and stuff. Like, y'all be missing out. Y'all got to start coming to the brunches. Y'all love the gym shoes at night, but y'all don't want to come where the ladies be at. pretty, and just ready to mingle.
Nope.
Come on, fellas. Like, I need the fellas, man. What I'm doing something wrong. I just want to know why men don't be coming to brunches.
That's the one you're talking about, Ben?
No, sorry, I went out.
Okay.
No, not her. She had to freeze her eggs recently.
Oh yes, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, with the light ass voice. Yeah, the light ass voice. Yep. I know which one you're talking about. I think I have a clip of her. I think I got a clip of her. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I gotta find it. Yeah.
She just made another video. She went to another dating event, and it was all the black men were only talking to white women, not her. All the black women were not.
Ben, send that to my email. Send that to my email, please and thank you. Look, it based off of what we can see from the young lady, I don't know, because I don't want to call it. I don't want to call it because I don't know how much of that is a facade. She seems like she's being proactive, but I don't know how much of that is for the camera. Man, she's not hideous, so she should have been chosen.
No,
she got a light ass voice though, so yeah, bro, she should have been chosen. She should have been chosen up on.
I'll be 64 years old in less than a month.
Congratulations in advance.
And in all my years of living, I have never once in my life been in a group of black men where the subject of going to brunch has ever come up. I'm trying to think. I don't know if I've ever heard a black man use that term.
No, Black Ooh, I get invited to brunches.
That's not something that men.
Let me put it this way.
Think about doing.
You've heard it from me saying brunch and munch more than you've ever heard it in the rest of your 64 years of life. Thank you. No, we don't talk like that. Nope, we don't talk like that. We don't. That's not us. That's not.
It's funny. Most of the time I get invited to brunches is whenever I start a conversation with a young lady, she's like, "Oh yeah, I went to this brunch. Oh, you should come." I feel like it's set up. They'll set me up.
Ben, I can't hear you. Can you speak up?
Yeah. No, but I can't. No, he's good. It might be on your end, but he sounded okay.
No, he doesn't sound real clear to me.
Let's say this too. Black Uru, you said something the other day when we mentioned the brunch thing, that they turned it into a religion. And I've been sitting with that for the past couple weeks since you said it, because it's true, and I don't think I ever thought about it that way. No, I know I never thought about it that way. Not even I think. I know I never thought about it that way, but it's true. And what I guess when you, especially if you don't have children, but if you don't have a man, so y'all not going out grocery shopping together, and you're not, there used to be these little things. Y'all are not good. You're not dragging him to the mall, and he's not dragging you to whatever he cares about, and that you okay, fine. I guess brunch gotta be the thing, because I expect girls to have girls' night out, right? But go ahead.
Platonic lesbian dating. That's what it is.
I mean, that's what it is. Yeah.
It's platonic lesbian dating, man. That's what it is. And because it's brunch, see, it would be a little more pathetic if they're going out to dinner. But brunch is, it's daytime, it's light, that kind of thing, But it's a date because every time they go to brunch, they drink it.
Oh, and they dress up. They dress up too.
They dress up and they drink it. So it's a date, but of course they supposedly straight. So you can't say it's a date, but it's really a date. It's really a group date.
All of it is coping, because even if we think about the Galentine's Day, yes, we have women in relationships celebrating Galentine's Day now with they sister girls who are not in relationships. Yes, that's true. That is true, because they got to be in solidarity, because it can't just be single women, because we're gonna make fun of them. Right? So no, but even Galentine's Day, all of this is coping. All of it, and I'm glad I keep on playing this clip where the young lady just said it the way it needed to be said. Let's play it one more again.
Look at me. If you were a single woman in Charlotte, North Carolina, look at me, okay? I was feeling great about myself. I was like, I'm a bad bitch. I'm single. I don't need no man. I actually really would love a man, and I do need a man. But just, this is what we say when we're single, and we just want to... Anyway, focus, Medina. Look at me.
This is what we say when we're single. I don't need no man. This is what we say when we're single. She caught herself. You said it. You said you said the quiet part out loud. We already knew, but thank you for the confirmation. Go ahead.
I just want to mention something. what was that term they call, like, when the girls like try to take you out, when girls just want to be hook up with you just for a foodie call? It's called a foodie call, right?
Yeah, foodie call.
Yeah, it's foodie call. It's foodie call.
I remember Patrice O'Neal had a different term for that. He called it a food excursion. So the whole thing about the brunch and munch and everything, and women just don't understand men. That's the thing I think women don't understand. They don't bother to learn what guys are interested in, unless it's somebody they find interesting. Most of the time, they don't even bother to want to know what men are interested in, what gets guys going, what makes, what excites us half the time, or 3/4 of the time. And like Patrice said, women underestimate how much thinking, how much thought process, and how much, research men do in order to get women. Because we try to learn what they are interested in.
Name it.
What they want to know.
I disagree. You know what they think that gets us going?
They assume.
Pussy.
Yeah, they think it's pussy. They think it's only just pussy. But like Patrice said, women can't be bigger than their pussies. What more do you offer besides the JJ to keep? Because let me put it this way. Let me sum it up this way. As Patrice once said, a woman has to like you in order to sleep with you. A woman has to like a man in order to sleep with him. A man, however, has to like a woman to want to sleep with her again.
That's true. Let me play this to what Black Guru was speaking to earlier about the women crying themselves to sleep at night. And actually, she did tear up in the video further down. Well, actually, she started tearing up here, but she started really tearing up later in the video. But let me play this, and then I'll play the other one once it loads. There you go.
Ever reason I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, my friendships and, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm going to be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen, that it may not ever happen. And so it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making much sense in this video, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to love and when it comes to relationships, I'm checked out. I'm checked out. I'm checked out. I don't even want to try. I don't even want to care. I'm at a point where I think I've literally just have given up, because I just don't, because like I said, I just don't even see myself being that deeply connected to another person again, because I'm just scared the same thing is going to happen again. I'm scared that I'm going to get super attached and I'm going to be so deeply invested into somebody, and then they're just going to just up and decide one day that they don't want to be with me, and then I'm back, heartbroken, trying to get myself together. And it's I don't ever want to go through this again. This is healing is something else, man. Some days you're good, some days you're not, and it's really a freaking journey. And it's I really don't want to put my heart on the line like this again. And I just feel even if I were to try again, it's just not going to be the same. It's just not going to be the same. I'm not going to want to do what I did before. I'm going to want to tone it down a lot, give the bare minimum. And
Wait.
You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
This is it. Now that I have Black Rule here, I hope you can answer this. Because Shay Sade did a stream on Dr. Umar. So did Dr.
His daughter. Yeah, his daughter. Mm-hmm.
And the Mad Professor also did a stream. And I hope you guys go back and watch the Mad Professor stream. And they refer to the lack of fathers and daughters on lives. She, just like the other New York lady, they're not bad looking. And any other point of history, those girls would have be married already. They're the least problematic of all the
I agree.
show. Both of those, they're the least problematic. So they should not have any problem finding somebody. And yet they can't make the right discernment to get the right person. So I'm asking, is it because of probably lacking fathers in their lives that who are not giving them the game, or even if they are present, they're not giving them the game on how to pick and choose?
Well, I'll start from perspective. I mean, since I appreciate you asking the question, because what I would say to start to answer your question is, this is not the same woman of 50, 40, 30 years, maybe even 20 years ago, right? Just the whole expectation of life, how she's supposed to present herself in public, what she's supposed to do for a man. She's not coming with that my wife came to me with. You know, there was no debating or confusion about, I'm going to be the husband, I'm going to be the father, I'm going to be the leader of the family. There was no debate about that. And if anything, the pressure was on me to actually do that role. And if anything, I was coming to it with some deficiencies because my father and my parents broke up. So, but luckily, I built myself up to being that person. But I wasn't coming into a situation where she was going to be challenging me and questioning me. There's going to be debates about, I wasn't going to be her partner. My wife and I have never used the term partner in over 30 years of marriage between us, right? So when I look at her and this other young women you refer to, they may be physically attractive women. What I say is she has zero material for being an effective mate. I don't see any material. I don't see any sort of grounding. I don't see any sort of connection that any worthwhile man would be able to exchange with her. They may be pretty. They may perform the requisite sexual favors. They may be doing well, like she made a point of citing how well she's doing with her YouTube channel and her work and her family, and that don't mean shit to a man. That means nothing to a man. That has nothing to do with whether or not you're gonna be a good wife, good mother to my children. Be a dutiful wife, gonna be supportive of what we're trying to do, are gonna be a decent manager of our household treasury. Has nothing to do with any of that. So while they might look a certain way, I just see a just like an empty vessel, maybe a pretty vessel, maybe a pretty vase, but it's useless. There's no flowers in it. There's no water in it. There's nothing at all of any. It's just this thing that's just there, that's not performing any worthwhile benefit. That's what I see when I see most young women today. Very often a very delightful looking nothingness.
No substance.
Wait.
No
When I first reviewed that young lady, something you pointed out that I pointed out, and I'm glad that either you saw but you don't remember, or you never watched that stream I did. Partner. I said men are not doing partners. Straight men are not doing partners. I don't know what the hell. I don't know who's telling you all this.
Don't be saying no
Thank you.
Thank you.
My point exactly.
Fruitcake.
My point exactly. This is and so this part, and I'm glad that it can no longer be said that we're not reading into partner what they really mean. Because for those of you that caught when I covered Kim Foster speaking about the election and the men not going along with the Democrats and voting Kamala, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She covered a part of I want to say NPR interview, but it was a part where they interviewed this young man. I think he was engaged, and young white dude, he was engaged, and he was speaking about, I want to be able, if I could, I want to be able to make my wife a stay-at-home wife, and et cetera, et cetera. And Kim Foster paused it and said, "Oh no, you're gonna have to be a partner." And when she said that, I was like, exactly what we thought it was. And she said it with all the gusto and all the swag and all that that quote unquote educated, talented, 10th ass black woman swag. And I was like, y'all think y'all gonna be able to back us into a corner with this partnership thing if we don't got no money? We'll see about that.
But you guys took it in a slightly different direction than I was hoping. But I do agree with you guys. What I was asking is because My father, God rest his soul, from the day, as far as I remember, from 5 years old till the day he passed, I remember him not telling me directly, not sitting down with me and telling me directly, but he gave me the game from a red pill, from a blue pill perspective, from a red pill perspective, from a black pill perspective. What a husband is supposed to be, what to expect from a woman, what to not expect from a woman, and what your demand should be, right? So I'm asking, is it because, I mean, are the women not listening to? Is it that they're not listening to their parents, or they don't have any fathers in their life, or that they have fathers in their life?
Many of them don't have a father who is the dominant position in their lives. Many of them may have fathers that either live with them or don't live with them, and are very supportive of them, and are protectors of them to the degree that the logistics of their household situation allows them to be such. But they're not the dominant, preeminent force in their life. That's a rare thing amongst Black American women. I would say maybe 12%, and that's probably being optimistic. And that's accounting for the fact that, I would say even in the majority of marital families, that father is not the preeminent, dominant force.
I would agree.
In the family. So for that reason, your camera's on, Z, in case you don't know it. Because so few of them have that man as that dominant force in their life, they have no basic sort of background and programming for being that wife in that sense that most men would want and need them to be, or at least a man who seeks to be the leader of his home and his community would require. They can get a partner, they can get some bullshit like that. They can get this platonic gay guy to, type of thing, but not a real leader and master and manager of a home and a family. No, they just not built for it. They're not raised for it. They're not built for it. They're not trained for it.
Also, Black Guru, keep in mind, some of us, like I'll admit, some of us did not have the best relationships with our fathers for one reason or another. I mean, I love my dad, God rest his soul, and he did taught me a lot, but there were times like I just couldn't, interact with him or something like that. We didn't, always we couldn't just, interact like we wanted to.
Nima, are you the only child or no?
Excuse me?
Are you are you the only child? So I'm getting tongue-tied.
No, I don't understand what you're saying. Am I the only child?
The only reason I'm asking, right? I have two brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way I got to enjoy my dad, it's not the way my younger brother got to enjoy him, right? I knew my dad in the way that my younger brother didn't get to know him because he's like almost a decade younger than me, right?
You know what? Yeah, I'm the oldest of four actually. I've got two younger. I got two younger brothers and a sister, and my relationship with my father was not the same. Like you said, my relationship with him was not the same as my two younger brothers. But I did learn from him. But fortunately for me, because was this Ben I'm talking to?
Yes.
What's up, Ben? But just like yourself, I'm an immigrant. My family aren't ADOS, so it's a little different. But fortunate for me, I did have some favorite uncles to fall back on whenever I needed advice and such. You know what I'm saying?
Let me read this from Indigo real quick, because he's describing what Black Uru was speaking to. Henpecked heroes of the gynocracy. I guess those are the men that are in the homes. Exactly, they're in the homes, but they're not the primary in the home. But they're in the homes. They're with their children, but they're not exactly present in that way. Yeah. Perfect. Put that in the book.
And some of the men. But I want to be empathetic to those men, because sometimes that's that could be a product of different things. What was that? You could have.
I was saying I would say you called because you guys said henpeck heroes of the gynocracy. Me being a married man, that's kind of like.
Oh man, hysterical.
No, that's not directed
No,
towards
it's
you.
not the same. It's not the same.
No,
It's
but
not the same, but that's hysterical. Go ahead, Black.
He
Go
said
ahead. That's hysterical.
handpicked, not handpicked.
Sometimes the behavior of the men, they are firmly ensconced in the whole, gynocratic order and even embrace female leadership and all that bullshit, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes, however, and I don't know to what ratio I would say one exists versus the other, but a lot of times you have men who want so much to be there for their children, may even love their wives or the women, but especially for their children, they become henpecked by virtue of trying to maintain the semblance of a family and a home for their children and their family. And a lot of this henpeck thing is an accumulation of them giving in to maintain that stability over time. I've seen that a lot amongst Black men over the years, and I've seen, unfortunately, some of them, quite frankly, destroyed by the irony of trying to protect and be there for their children.
By the way, Black Guru, sir.
Yeah.
There's a when we talk about like the problems like with the relationships with women and everything. And first of all, let me tie two things to bring up. If you guys, we need to go back a few years ago. Rebecca Lynn Pope, when she talked about how she could never do matchmaking for Black women anymore because they're always demanding that the men be 6'2", this and all that. This is all that. This is just a repeat and remix and repackaging of all that. But to Black Guru, who mentioned, about brothers trying to find a mate, but these women always saying everything's good with my career and everything. Black Guru, do you remember the movie Mahogany?
Yeah, of course.
Sir? I'm sure you okay. You might remember that scene in the movie where Diana Ross is just flaunting all her success in Billy D. Williams' face, throwing it in his face. And then at some point, when he's trying to walk away, she tries to stop him. Then he looks at her, almost about to raise his hand. If you remember that line he gave her before he walked out, and if I may say it, I'm going to tell you.
Go ahead, Naaman. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you and listen good. Success is nothing without someone you love to share it with. And as soon as he walks out, she's like, I don't care. Screw you. I hate you. And then once she realized it hit her, he's gone. She just broke down and cried. Remember, success is nothing without someone you love to share. What's all your success? You've got no one to share with. I mean, that's why Uncle Charlie Wilson had a song called Charlie Last Name Wilson. And in the song, he says,
I gotta cut you off right now, Naaman, because Trail got you. Trail got you right there. Got you right there.
Right on time.
You wasn't even ready. Oh man, this time it was quick fire. Oh man.
Hey.
Last time I waited. This time it was quick.
Hey. First of all,
I can't even let you land. I can't even let you land. That's what y'all think.
No.
That's how it works. That's how it works. Exactly. That's how it works. You gotta go with the cutoff. The cutoff is perfect. Yeah. No, you can't even land. We can't even let you finish the statement. That's the whole point. We can't even let you finish the statement. That's the whole point of the cutoff. And here we go. And nope, we can't even let you land. That's the whole point of the cutoff. That's the point. That's what the cutoff is. You can't even land. Go ahead, no placeholder. You are up. No placeholder. Y'all, this is why Trell pays. This is why Trell paid. Look, we gotta get the man what he paid for.
But the hashtag was mine.
You're still talking. You can't even talk right now. Look, that's the whole point of the cutoff.
All right, so boom.
Go ahead, no placeholder. Go ahead.
Yes. So
wait, y'all. No placeholder got it. No placeholder got it. And then Leon, because I know he's on at work. Go ahead, no placeholder.
Appreciate you guys. Quickly, yeah. So I do agree with who were about the henpeck heroes of the gynocracy. I'm not gonna lie to anyone in America.
marriage is a position of resignation for our men, meaning that essentially that you have to trust who you're going to get married to, and you kind of have to like have, saying, her be beholden to your entire future. So, but yeah, so it comes across as a marriage, but being someone that's from Jamaica and actually lived in a real patriarchy to a certain extent, I'm saying it isn't. These women have a complete control, and I'm saying so. You for
That
you to make your
patriarchy
marriage
holding on
work,
by
you
a thread, don't no placeholder. That patriarchy holding on by a thread. I know a lot of Jamaicans.
that's why I said that. I said it's not kinda. That's why I said kinda after.
No, that's true. That's true.
Because
That's true.
yes, yeah. My great grandfather, saying those are the people that basically I was mentioning, not necessarily now, or my grandfather. And so there is no patriarch in the Caribbean. But yeah, maybe lose my train of thought. But so what I'm trying to say that yes, for you to I agree with for you to make the process work in your marriage, you kind of have to understand your environment. BGS talks about this very well, and yeah, the women have the power in this environment, so you kind of have to make it work. So it's you have, I mean, in a sense you are henpecked. As much as you want to give yourself a lot of kudos, this and that, all she has to do is have one bad day, and then you have a really bad 10, 20 years. Okay, so nevertheless, I'll end there.
And thank you for that. And thank you. No, so I agree with that. And isn't that the gamble? She have one bad day and you have to have a next worst 20 years. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's the gamble. Thank you for that. No placeholder. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead. All right. I guess we move it along.
Can I go? Can I go?
Go ahead.
Bring
Kevin.
it.
Go.
Yeah, no, I just want to speak to what Uru said, and I can speak to that intimately because my dad was henpecked, and I thank him every day because if it wasn't for him surviving my mom, I wouldn't be the man I am today. My mom was a fire breathing dragon. She told me when I was little that the greatest curse ever done to her was God not making her a man. I mean, she was a stone cold gynocrat fire breathing dragon. And I remember I remember me and my dad getting into it when I was like 14, 15, and he was just so dejected because I said some stuff wildly inappropriate. And my mom had to pull me aside, and she told me that, hey, it's not him, he's me. It's not him, it's me. I'm the reason why, he's tolerating me for the greater good. And then me and my mom had a conversation like when I was 17, 18, right before I left the house, where I told her, you're lucky that my dad is your husband. Because if it was up to me, I'd have shot you. So there's not a moment that goes by where I don't honor him for the sacrifices he made because I could not stay with her. But she would if she was my woman, she'd be in the ground. And this is a woman I love with all my heart. But I think those guys sometimes get a bad rep and sometimes they get seen as weak in the regard. So I always try to pause when I go in on my elders because their sacrifices they had to make. I mean, for me personally, is to be the man I am today, and the sacrifice they had to make for us to be the men we are today. Now, in the position that we are in, and the knowledge that we know, obviously we should choose different and choose better. But it's a very interesting subject when you speak about it. You really think about it.
And KMS. Wait, real quick. Black Rule got it after this. KMS, because of what you just said, read the super chat for me, please. And thank you.
Okay. The broke genius, $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. To young men, seen too many men before them fall on their sword for nothing. So they have walked away from the battle. That is true. And I live a life courageous because of my dad, because of the sacrifices that he made. And just within the relationship with my mother, let alone all sacrifices he made trying to navigate, the military and corporate America. And I'll land there.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Leon, because I know you got to go. And then Jay Moore, and then we're going to just keep on working our way around. Go ahead, Leon. Your background, somebody's background is horrendous.
Black Guru's got the buzzing.
Oh, okay. Black Guru, your background. Okay, go ahead, Leon.
So I love talking to my elders, and I think one of the greatest things that we have to recognize is the privilege that we have to be able to think outside of the society that we're in. So our grandfathers used to work 996 or the situation was fucked up. But being in that social community, like I said, Mississippi, my grandma tried to court me with a girl, then I had an issue in school, and my grandfather is 100% part of that community. And to upset that order when you're already subject to so many different forces, you're not privileged with the ability to actually think about this stuff. And not only that, once you get out of line, the guys try to put you back in line because it's going to affect their day. And that's how our elders experience this shit. You're tethered 100% to that community. If you go about a way of something, and let me say this: your father knows that you're not as loyal to him as you are to your mother. The moment he tells you the truth, the moment you're having a conversation with your mom, you're gonna snitch. All y'all admit it. We didn't snitch on our dad about something he said. And that happens always. I snitched on my
Leon,
dad. My dad,
you telling the uncomfortable truth right now, Leon boy.
yeah,
You
yeah,
better
yeah.
go ahead, go ahead.
I didn't even mean to snitch on my dad.
Yeah, you just snitch on him. Like I was a kid, my dad is a supreme player. My mom is a gynocrat, but she likes the patriarchs. But she loves monogamy. Okay, my dad is not monogamous by any fucking thing of the imagination. He's not. Okay, and I snitched on him. I showed her where the lady house was, and I didn't think about that it was anything bad. So understand, your fathers know what they tell you, you're gonna automatically repeat. It's like if he tells you something is wrong, but we do this in school. And when you go over friend, but my friends, they already know, they already know that you're not loyal, that loyal, because you haven't developed that interpersonal conversation with your dad where you keep it to yourself. So these things are like what you read in the Bible, and you don't get it until you start developing your brain and you get older. Then you can truly have those conversations. You know, my dad, I can have that conversation with my dad because I clearly known who he is since a child. But my grandfather, he operates like he's 100% tethered to that community. And he came up working 996. They didn't have the privilege to fucking think about this. They had the privilege of working till they die out of the need for fucking survival. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I wanted to come up and say. It's like this change between the generations and how we don't comprehend the situations. If I acted out, that affected my grandfather in
Hey,
that community.
can I
No, real quick. So what you just said, Leon, is pretty much what Black Uru just said, and it is us giving our elders, Black men, a bit of grace because the environment, the time, and this is what they know. Number one, even if they know better, they're still tied to community, right? So there's a certain way they have to move and operate, even in knowing that the Black community is a gynocracy and what that means for their boys. Now we're living in a different age, a different time, and we can move differently. We have different choices. So wait a minute. See, are you saying Black men are the ones that have truly been liberated? Oh, now will you look at that?
But remember the last part. Think about if your father tells you the truth while your brain is developing, and he says, "Don't pick what I did," but you love your mother, like, and you're trying to comprehend this. Don't do what I did. You should do this, but you see him like you cook, you do this. When mom says this, you do this, but you're actively telling them not to pick what you pick, and it's like, wait, you're with my mother.
Wait a minute, but Black women do that shit all the time. Why do you think we have the aunts and the moms that we have? Because Black women literally do. That's why our sisters are the way they are and our aunts are the way they are. Black women been doing that for a couple centuries.
But let's remember what Leon said. We're more loyal to our mothers than our fathers, at least when we're young.
Yeah, good point.
So
Yeah,
women can do that, can engage in that kind of treachery and trade in that kind of treachery in a way that men cannot.
It's like this though. Like what he's saying, what to me, what it's like he's saying is like a father would say, "I love you, son, but I want you to make better decisions than I did."
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
again,
that's
but
exactly what it is.
again, I love my mama. How can you say that about my mama? Now, here's the thing, though. Depending on the relationship, you will have some situations, because I think my daughters are more loyal to me than they are their mother. But I was there with them all of their lives. They are daddy girls. Even genetically, they look more like my side of the family. So I think I made more of an impression on them very early in life. So they don't have that necessarily that default allegiance to their mother that would more typically happen in a more deeply gynocratic environment, right? But in most families, especially certainly over the last 30, 40 years, the gynocracy is so ingrained in everything, right? In the schooling and even in the churches. Now women are leading churches. So everything is so deeply gynocratic that there is going to be a default to that primary parent, that woman, almost every time. Certainly young in life. Now, as you get older, maybe start to understand things, maybe start to become a little more critical of the behavior of your mother, then that may begin to turn in the other direction. But early on, that default loyalty is going to be with that mother. I agree with Leon.
Uru, you mean everything?
Everything. That's good. That's a good reference. Let me read this. And Sarah Him says, you should play the divester BGS highlighted last year saying black women gave black men permission to date out because of their white worship and black man hate. Send that to me because I don't remember that think piece or that stream. Send that to me, please and thank you, because I might want to do something with that. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And let me read this, and then Jay Moore got it. And Emerald Z, clip everything you said. I'm reading this super late, so I'm gonna have to catch it on the replay. And trust me, I'm gonna listen to the replay and see what time this super chat came in, so I can remember. So check for my videos in the next couple of days, so I can see what you were talking about, and I might clip it out and put it in the videos. And there you go. But there's a lot of stuff. There's a couple of times that Nameless has been up, a couple of times that Ed, BGS, Black Crew. If I go through my panel discussions over the past, really, have Mr. Z been doing this for like 2 years now? Oh, goddamn. For like at least a year and a half, right? There's been so many good times when we actually gave people space to talk, and Mr. Z wasn't interrupted, and neither was anyone else, that there's really good stuff, and not just like relationship stuff. We talk about everything: history, science, political stuff. So I'm gonna start going through my live streams, even the stuff where I just monologue and start clipping things out. I'm gonna probably help. We gotta get compassion on the ones and twos too. I'm gonna have to pay him, but yeah, I'm gonna have him go through my stuff because I think it also is good to have a fresh set of ears that pick up on something and be like, Z, that's something that you definitely want to clip out. So I'm gonna work with him and we'll go through it. Go ahead.
Are you about to do the best of the Z?
Yeah, we're gonna do the best of Z channel. We're gonna have those videos. So yeah, right. something like that. I mean, like, and then yeah, because I think it's important, and I want to have my channel be one of the channels of record, right? Yeah, and like Kevin said, we build it as we fly. We build it as we fly. So, and once again, thank y'all for bearing with me with the BS on the channel, the super late intros, and the stumbling over words and all that other good stuff. Name getting paid to get cut off. But yeah, that. Yeah, right. Vince trying to speak. Dre getting paid, or Mr. Z getting paid to drop Dre. That was a big one. At least they ain't paid to drop you. At least they ain't paid to drop you.
But Dre owes me money because that was the hashtag I created, but he misspelled it because you're supposed to be one word and 2 exclamation points. Cut off Neymar, all in capital.
So, and thank you for the super chat, Elmer, and thank you for the super chat. And Vic says, because I wanted to get to this one, and Vic says, we would definitely not take New York slander. Look, it's California versus Texas, and it's New York versus Florida, and
Miami.
We gave you Trump. Don't forget that we gave you Trump.
Yeah, y'all did.
That's your mascot down there right now. Thank you. You're welcome.
Right? No. Y'all didn't give us Trump. We took Trump.
Oh, please. He's always coming back over here. He's only there temporarily.
Yeah, that's where the business and the money is. But the passion
Mar-a-Lago.
is
Sounds
down
like a
here.
side
And
chick.
it, wait. This is really side chick argument right now. It really is. No, that's my man. That's my man. This is side chick argument right now. This is not, hey, I just want y'all to understand. This is not even the white. This is not the white arguing with the side chick. This is two side chicks arguing, right? So no, but no, I think Florida is proven to be the New York of the South more and more for the good and bad of it. And you're going to see wealthy people move down here and establish their vacation homes down here. They've been doing that for the longest. It's just becoming more and more known. And that's going to really hurt us in the Florida housing market and everything else. But right. So
and the rising sea levels.
Well, that part too. And going to the New York slander. The New York slander, I'm joking, but I'm not joking. But I'm joking for the most part. No, I don't really have a problem with black folks in New York, especially if they don't adopt the like elitist northeastern, because that's not even exclusive to New York. I just want you to understand this too. In the South, we have a proclivity to label the entire Northeast New York. So we just be like, oh, that whole New York shit over there, right? Somebody tell me I'm lying. But yeah, no, the kind of stush, nose in the air, northeastern, proper, fake proper, shit. Yeah, no, it's not fair, and it's not fair to black people in particular in the Northeast. But there are black people in the Northeast that engage in the elitism also. I'm just saying.
Hey, man, the way how you describing it is like how we all look at black people that's in the UK.
In the South?
When they start speaking,
in the UK, yeah, the posh.
No, when they start, no, not even the posh stuff. You ever like I call it proper ebonics, the way how they speak. You know, like their ebonics is like completely proper. It's not even like, oh, you don't even sound like one of you're trying to sound like us, but you're not. You get what I'm saying? Like it's like hello, good. I don't even know. Yeah, like it's so damn proper. It's like, dude, just ebonics is supposed to sound not proper.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's proper to our untrained ears. In the UK, they know what proper actually sounds like and how to distinguish between, or you from this part of the UK, or you're from that part. And we're saying United Kingdom, right? We're not even saying Britain in particular, exactly. So if you're speaking about Britain proper, Britain in specific, they know how to say, oh no, you're from Birmingham, you're from London, you're from wherever, right? So like it's different parts of the country that don't sound posh, but to our untrained ears, it all sounds the same to us. It all sound posh, right?
But the other part, the other reason why I brought it up too, don't forget, because
there would not be. Let me say this too. Because I got to flame down real quick. He's like, there will be no black British slander. Look, we done took forever. I mean, no, I want to say forever too. We done took 21 Savage from y'all. What Idris Elba here? We taking all y'all African British actors. Them niggas all moving over here for the chances and opportunities. We taking everybody
from 12 Years a Slave.
Right? Like, bro, even our black women snatching the UK niggas with some money. I'm just saying, look, we're taking everything. Go ahead.
I mean, Slash from Guns N' Roses. His mother was he's born to a black Adolf's mother and a British father, white British father.
Yeah. Wait, for real? Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
Slash from Guns N' Roses, yeah.
Let me read this from No Placeholder while he's up here, and No Placeholder says, I'm saying No Placeholder says, donations to Mr. Z Clip Fund, thank you. Shout out Compassionate and Callous, long live the habitual non-steppers, and hashtag the Roger Report Live, hashtag Negroes in the Wilderness, right? And yeah, thank you, No Placeholder, exactly, bro. Like, yeah, the long live the habitual non-steppers. That's really what we are here, huh? Because Mr. Z definitely was line stepping yesterday with that stream going against excuse me, not going against, but actually responding to and reacting to. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how much responding I did because I was really heated, but reacting to Lil Bill. If y'all didn't check it out, check out the stream I did yesterday, and I go step by step, defending pretty much black men and the black ministry in particular from weirdo talking points from black male feminists. Yeah,
Z, I couldn't make it past that dude's voice when you even reacting to it, dude. I had to turn your whole thing off yesterday.
Really? You couldn't do it?
I was just like, yo, screw this dude. Everything about him. I don't know why Mrs. Z even tolerate this dude, even like melting his brain every day or every second talking. You know what? F this. I'm saving myself, and I'm left.
You know what it is? Because first you have to appreciate Lil Bill isn't the worst. Right, that's number one. Number two, he's from similar environments to us, so he wasn't born to like upper class parents and whatnot. Number two. Number three, he says something important when he mentions his mother and her relationship with black men in particular, and that's really what I wanted to get to. is that our personal experiences often make fools of us, no matter how educated we are, no matter how well-to-do we are, no matter our station in life. And we bring when feminists, this is one thing feminists had 100% correct. The personal is political. It truly is. And when you see how FD speaks to us, when you see how Lil Bill spoke, you see that. And every once in a while, I say this all the time, if you let people talk long enough, they're gonna slip up and tell you what it really is, what's animating them, what's fueling them. And Lil Bill told you what it is with his mother's experience and him being her son, watching her go through what he felt like she went through, right? And not only that, but the way he spoke when he mentioned niggas too lazy to go to the welfare office or whatever the hell he said, the unemployment line, whatever he said. When he said that, the aggression at which he said it lets you know that this is something that he's still dealing with, even as a married man. Lil Bill is married to a black woman. You see what I'm saying? So like even with that,
he sounds like a goddamn lion trapped in a zoo cage and all that stuff, trying to say like I'm still a lion. I still feel like a lion.
He sounds like
it's
tampon.
like, come on, man. Like, dude, you trapped. Be quiet. You just want to make us all come. No, and then matter of fact, he's trying to convince other lions to come into the cage with him, like it's A-okay, it's safe. And you're crazy for not being in that cage with him.
Not the other lion.
No.
Nah, I'm talking about him. That's exactly what he is.
He's like the dude who got caught by the police and said, "Hey, come on out, y'all. Just come out, y'all."
Oh yeah. You got us, man. You already got us. You're
he got us, dog.
You walk like 10 blocks down to go and show where you're hiding. Like, yo.
Let me read this from Detroit real quick. And Detroit says, Grand Theft Auto State Property War Edition. Look, man, look, ladies. If you want to know when it's not out yet, right? If you want to know what these niggas gonna be and what these white dudes gonna be, the white dudes, the Latinos, and the black men are definitely I'm not a Grand Theft Auto fan. I'm not gonna be playing. I'm gonna be playing Forza. But when that drops, don't worry, dear ladies. If it's supposed to be dropping. When Grand Theft Auto drops, if you think them clubs is empty now and they closing, if you think, hey, for like a good year or so, them niggas ain't coming outside.
Dude, we all gonna be in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Hey, you see what I'm saying? Niggas ain't coming outside. The white dudes ain't coming outside. The Latinos ain't coming outside. The Asian dudes ain't anybody in America. The dudes I'm not even gonna say under the age because niggas play video games at any age at this point. So niggas ain't coming outside. So have fun.
For a whole season, a whole 3 months.
Shoot, the whole summer will be gone.
Real quick, let me read this one from Too Watchful. Real quick. And Too Watchful says, Z for Florida Governor Fund. Look, man, hey, bro. Florida politics is shiesty like a mug. It ain't Chicago level shiesty, but bruh, let's just say Mr. Z don't live that type of life, so they ain't gonna be exposed on that level. Let's just say allegedly, let me land, please.
Sorry.
Allegedly, with Gillum's situation and how he got caught up in this situation, yes, he lived that life. Many of us already knew he lived that life. Let's just say that was maybe a setup from a certain person that actually did become governor. I'm just saying, maybe allegedly. So Mr. Z is not part of that life, so they ain't gonna catch Z on that. But hey, politics in Florida, bro. Politics everywhere. But hey, bro, it's Mr. Z being, first of all, I don't have the formal education, number one. But number two, I'm from South Florida, so that comes with its own. But South Florida is a whole different Florida than the rest of the state. It's a whole different Florida than the rest. When you look at the Tri-County area of Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade County, Miami's in Dade County, Fort Lauderdale, for those of you that know, that's in Broward County. And Kodak's from Pompano, that's in Broward County, close to, not too far from Fort Lauderdale. It's like down the street. So, Ace Hood and all of them, they're from Broward County, and y'all know Rick Ross and Trick Daddy and all of them, Dade County. So, but South Florida is its own different. XXX Tentacion is from South Florida. All the people that you know outside of Plies and T-Pain, for the most part in Florida, is from South Florida. Outside of Plies, T-Pain, Doechii is from Tampa. So people like that, they're from different places. But everybody else that you could maybe think of, even Ariana Grande, all those people are from South Florida, right? Just about anybody you could think of from Florida of prominence is from South Florida. For the most part. For me to become governor, I would have to win enough, just theoretical, because I wouldn't run to this. Anyway, I would have to win, because we have what, 60.
You gotta move your head, Z. You gotta learn how to move your head like the Matrix.
You see what I'm saying? Because, hey, bullets. But yeah, so the There's 60 some odd counties in Florida last time I checked. If I have that correctly, there's 60 some odd counties. 3 counties, if even. I don't know. Yeah,
Listen,
but those are 3 counties that usually go blue. Yeah.
The 3 counties are different.
But yeah.
You need to improve your Creole. I know you're a Creole on that one.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go into that. What were you saying, Ben?
The 3 counties are different, but you have to let them know Miami is its own beast, and even inside Miami, it's a
there's different.
Like 5 different countries.
Yep, it literally is. Like okay, let's put it this way. Miami is the Florida of Florida. The Tri-County area is the Florida of the counties. And Florida is the Florida of the United States. And the United States is the Florida of the globe.
When people take
if that makes any sense.
That makes proper sense right there.
Wait, say that again, Ben?
When people think Miami, people think South Beach, but South Beach is different than Brickell. And Brickell is different from where normal Miami and stuff. Like, I'm sure where you live is different from Brickell, is different from South Beach. It's different.
No, I'm way up north. I'm way up north.
Like, when my family lives, if you go there, it's a different Miami. Like, Miami is like 10 little different countries.
No, it really is. And it's segregated to a certain respect, but not like Chicago segregated from my understanding. But Miami is segregated in many respects. And like I mentioned to y'all before, the Latinos run things here in many ways. Yes, you have the Eastern Europeans, but like Black people in South Florida are almost a captured class. It's really messed up. Like, you have to be down here to see how everybody else is moving compared to Black. And when I say Black people, I'm not just saying ADOS. I'm saying the Black diaspora in South Florida and how they move or how they're allowed to move is completely different than how everybody else moves in South Florida.
Right.
In South Florida, everybody played a power game that they just will not allow for Black people in South Florida to play. Does that mean we do have commissioners and all this other stuff? Mayor, yeah, we have that in South Florida. But they ain't moving the way the rest of these people move. The rest of these people moving on some big money thing. You want to know why? Because they got the big money.
I'm about to say better than race.
Yeah, they really
better than race type of situation.
But I'm not even just speaking about the sex and romantic and man-woman thing. I'm talking about even
overall.
Politically as a whole. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
That is,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So I'm in Boca, right? And I went all the way to North Miami to get a deal in a car in the dealership in Miami. Man, it's like all Cuban. I didn't see one Black person there, and not any of these Hispanics. It's all Cubans. The chick at the cash at the meet when you first walk in, Cuban. The little restaurant they have next to the dealership is Cuban. Everybody's Cuban.
Which is true. No, he's right. He's right. Let me read this from Africa I Came. From Africa I Came says, you mean you don't go to meth fueled. Let's read that again. You mean you don't go to meth fueled gay orgies? What's wrong with you? Hysterical. But that exists in South Florida. That definitely exists in South Florida. Definitely exists. Yeah. So, short story. One of my cousins from New York, funny enough, came down to Florida, and we went out and we were chilling and whatever. And one of our other cousins stopped with us at like this barbecue pit thing place in the hood, like super hood. We're up for 79th. For all of you that don't know, and for those of you that do know about 79th, y'all know that's the stroll. That's the stroll street. It really is the stroll street. So, but we're chilling. Ain't nothing crazy going on and whatever. What we're not peeping is the club across the street and what the name is. There's a reason why I'm saying that. We're gonna get to it. So my cousin is talking to me, and clearly, he's from the NY. So 2 brothers, diesel-ass brothers, are crossing the street, and they hear my cousin talking, and then they're like, "Oh, you from y'all? You visiting? Yeah, we start, and we're engaging in conversation with dudes and whatever." And our other cousin, who's still where the order window is, texts me, and he's like, "Z, what are you doing? Look across the street." Anybody want to guess what the place was across the street? Just guess. Just random guess. Anybody guess? Anybody?
A racist bar?
No.
Oh,
Let me guess. Same-sex loving joint?
Thank you.
The Birdcage. I'm thinking the Birdcage movie.
Bro,
Robin Williams in the Birdcage.
Hey, bro, when I looked at, because he called me and I sent the call to ignore because we're in the middle of conversation. He's not too far from us, so if it's that serious, he would walk up. So he texts me, and I read the text, and so the way me and my my cousin were he was standing right next to me. So I just showed him my phone, and then we hurried up and hey, bro, yeah, we gotta go. We gotta meet up with our other cousin over here today, and bro. And we ended that conversation so fast, bro, because it made sense why, like, why the club boy, BOI boy.
Oh no.
Anybody that lives in Dade County, tell me I'm lying that club did not exist and it's not off of 79. That happened. I was like, wait, hey, bro. Charles said the pumping store, hysterical. I thought you said plumbing. Pipeline, hysterical.
Z, you think that's bad? I ended up accidentally going to a gay club. I didn't even know what the hell this
Been
was.
there. Yeah, when I worked for the Florida Democratic Party, that was a straight setup. Nah, bro, on y'all asses.
Dude, I mean, like, bro, when I say I saw all the violations from like dudes dancing to like literally two dudes fucking in the stall.
Hey, your Jamaican brain didn't even know what to do with itself.
Bro, I broke down crying. I literally went out and started crying. Like, what the fuck this is? Dude, I went to my friends like, what did you bring me to? I'm not a bati boy. Like, what you brought me to, bro?
Nina Bati, man. Where the blood clot?
I was so stunned.
For me, I didn't when I went. I didn't feel violated because nobody did or said anything to me or whatever. But when I'm walking in the door because it don't hit you yet because nobody told you where you were going. Oh, we're going to this bar. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, I'll meet up with y'all. Yeah, after we do this, we're gonna log in all of our stuff because when you work for the Florida Democratic Party and probably when you work for the Republican Party too, and you're registering votes, you have to put them in the system that night, right? This is how they keep everything fair and clean and nobody's switching stuff. And bro, it's a serious offense with voter registration stuff. So we get everything done, and we're gonna go to such and such. Okay, cool. Meet up over there, and nothing is suspecting on the outside. Bro, you've been that corner inside. The second I put the big toe through the threshold, two dudes kissing on my right hand side. I'm like, God damn it, I can't turn around.
Bro, the urinal in the club was a big ass mouth with lipstick on it.
Bro,
I never been so mentally distraught. And like, dude, I was mad and I broke down. I was mad and sad and crying. Like, bro, it was so many emotions. I'm like, this is gay. And what was messed up? What was really messed up on my, like, before this happened, I even guessed, like, are we going to a gay club or something? Cause I was like, where are we going? He's like, Marcella's. I'm like, what the fuck is Marcella's? Oh, you'll find out when we get there. Immediately in my head,
the people that I went with, they didn't do that. They didn't do that to me. That because I would have found a way out of that. Like I said, I went. It wasn't no violation or whatever. Was it uncomfortable? Yes,
I was a ride. I was a ride. That's why they lied. They lied, bro. I was a ride. Didn't know.
But yeah, bro. So like I said,
you were driving the car, basically.
I was there. A lot of that is like it's low key. Hey, no, because Vince asked why did they want you to go so bad, but a lot of that stuff is like low key hazing. They think it's funny, and then other people are they have different experiences. So for them, they're not violating by inviting you to this place, and it's not like anybody will try to hit on you, which they may or may not. So they don't see it as a violation, and I can appreciate how they don't see that as a violation, especially if somebody doesn't, approach or try to talk to you in that way. Like I said, I wasn't violated. Nobody tried to touch me. Nobody tried to.
Yeah, I wasn't violated either, though.
So it was none of that. I bought a bottle of water, so I could have it in my hand in there. Y'all know how these things go. I was in there for like 20 minutes, and I was, oh yeah, bro, I got things to do. But tomorrow, we got an early day tomorrow. I
went to the bar to ask for a liquor, and then what turned around was a drag queen, and I was like, I didn't have to see none. I wasn't doing none of that. Oh man,
Damo was fighting that joke. He probably ran out crying. This ain't right, man. This ain't right,
dude. No, it got to the point I almost was about to kill him. I was so mad. I was like, yo, what have you brought me to? What is this? And you guys are like, and I knew I should have listened to your ass. I knew I should have because I was like, the way how you guys smiled and giggled.
For me, it was completely different because it was just me not doing my due diligence to find out. So I kind of set myself up in that way. Plus, in their mind, they're just because we're the ones saying like LGBTQ bar, LGBTQ club. In their mind, it's just a club. Yeah, we know the orientation, but in their mind, they're just inviting you to the club.
So okay, cool.
Oh yeah, no.
I'll head out.
Don't
So
get
yeah,
it twisted.
so
They were saying you're gonna get like, dude, there's a bunch of chicks in there. I'm like, they weren't lying. There's chicks in there, but I was just like, bro, like all my eyes could focus on is the two dudes dancing on the stripper pole right now. I can't.
Oh no! See, I didn't have to see that. The only thing were there dudes dancing with dudes and women dancing with women? Yes.
Yeah,
But on a pole, yeah, I didn't have
mixture.
to. No, I didn't see none of that. No, I didn't see none of that.
Like
Oh man.
when I said Mr. Z, when I saw literally from two dudes dancing to two dudes screwing, like I saw everything in the middle.
Oh no! I didn't.
Like,
No! I didn't see. Oh yeah, I
I
didn't see none
saw
of that.
two dudes giving each other blowjobs.
Oh no, none of that. Like I said, the only thing
hole.
for the only thing for me is when like I said, I bent the corner and once I walked in, my big toe passed the threshold, and you look to your right, and two youngish white dudes, probably early 20 white dudes, making out and like groping each other, and it's like, okay, yeah, well now, god damn it, y'all got me. Right,
See,
and that's all.
I already started past the entrance. I was already in the. I was in like the club got split into like three spots. The entrance, then there's the lobby area, and then there's the club area.
I don't know why
so
this
I
killed
made
me.
past it and went to the club
I
area.
don't know
That's
what
when I saw the lights and shit.
this one is killing me right now. Afronet, it's so simple, but it's so funny. And Afronet just says, "Oh no, dog."
Y'all wild. At least you guys
to a hole in the wall.
Say what now?
Hey, I'm from Africa I came. But from Africa I came. But for real though, I really was. And from Africa I came, since Z was doing a two-step with a bottle of water in his hand at the LGBTQ club. No, but for real though, I was for like a good 20 minutes. You know, yeah, two-step. And then, all right, y'all.
see, I went my happy ass right. I went my happy ass. It was called. As soon as I went to the club and I see what's going on in the club, I was like, let me go to the bathroom. Then I saw the two dudes get like I saw the urinals. Then I saw the dude giving blowjob. Like, and I saw two pairs of feet, one behind each other.
Oh no,
like,
hell no! Oh hell, I couldn't do it.
What the? I was like, it can't be.
No, bro.
It can't be true. It can't be. Somebody went into the stall. I guess God opened the door. Like, open the door. I see the two dudes doing it.
Leon, oh man, Leon said I would have replaced my eyes, nigga.
I went like when I say I was like I don't have to pee anymore. I went right back to the lounge area to sit down and wait for my friends and sit there like a good boy in the corner.
So you telling me your bladder said yeah about that? Your bladder said
I was like, I'm cool. This is too much. It's like, dude, I went from I would have been cool with the like seeing the dudes dancing on the pole. I was cool. I was rather see that, but not the two dudes sucking a dick. Real quick.
Let me do this for Els. And Els says,
so we don't have the capacity.
Oh my god, Mike! Please, I don't have the capacity, Mike. I don't have the capacity.
Oh man! And let me read this. And actually, let me read this. And Leon says, the wealthy only sells the lower class a fantasy. You're talking about that I guess insane upward mobility. Can you move up in America? Yes, yeah, definitely. At least that window was open last time I checked. But yeah, you could. But is it becoming more difficult? Yes, by the numbers. And there's actually, I'm gonna put that in my community tab eventually too. The atrophying of upward mobility in America, which that was the whole American dream, was the upward mobility. If you go close that off on people, then get prepared for the guillotines, like I said. So Leon, thank you for that super chat. Let me read this. And Red Falls Black says, Dr. Neil last night fired. A line he spoke resounded with me. Black men, you got to stop being afraid of power. Yes. And he's not the I've listened to a number of people. I want to say Jason Black said similar a little while ago. So a number of people, brothers, I want to even say even Black Uru might have spoke to this a little bit before, but yeah, I want to say a lot of our elders have said something similar, if not that exact same phrase. And yeah, so there's something to be said about that. And then it's the afraid of power thing that gets me.
To say it right, you said it wrong, Z. In fact, I got to put on my sunshades for this, but Black man,
you gotta laugh too. By the way, you gotta laugh too.
Black man, you gotta stop being afraid of power. You got to stop being afraid of power. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is Dr. Ron O'Neill right here. What's good, fam? What's good? What's good, Mr. Z? What's good? Hey, Jay Moore, given how much you coughing, that must be some good shit. Let me get a hit.
Wait, let me read this because El Active killed me. He said
Sharing is
the
not
chat
caring
is
in my
suffering.
life.
And there you go, Jay Moore, about both of our stories. And El says the chat is suffering from secondhand trauma. Hysterical.
Actually, in my case, considering I'm partial, hey, salute, Betty, you was good. The window of mobility is being shut before our eyes. That's true. But to El Saval, I have complex PTSD. So what they're talking about, that's like that's a regular Tuesday for me. I'm pretty much immune to that shit. Oh, he says, excuse my French, mates. Thank you for the £1 on your line. Excuse my French, mates. It's all right. It's all right, bruv. It's all right, bruv. We understand. No problem. No biggie, man. All right?
MD Brooks says, and thank you for the super chat. White dudes as well. That was when did I saw when you posted it? We were talking about some crap that black men got to go through, and he posted white dudes as well. Man, was he talking about? Damn, MD. If you're still listening, please clarify. I'm sorry, that's my fault. I should have. That was one of the ones that I should have read at the time. That's my apologies. Talking about that, let me read this one now. And thank you for this super chat, Sir Him. And Sir Him says, Z, the divestor vid is BGS's black pill bonus. Pound first. So number one, starting at the 52-minute mark. Via black pill bonus. Oh, number one. Okay. And you said that's the one that you're referring to. That I should. Okay. I'll check it out and then we'll see if that could be utilized anywhere here. Yeah. Oh yeah. Leon got stories too, so it's not just us. And Leon says, Mrs. E, I wish I look, man. If you something Jason Black said about on one of his more recent streams covering the Democrats, he's like, you're gonna try to go and you're gonna try to go to one of these things, and then some dude will be touching you on the leg. Not that. That ain't happening. Per se. Although I do know some. Although I do know, go to that, but although I do know LGBTQ dudes that were working for the Florida Democratic Party that were definitely getting it in when they were down here, right? With other dudes, clearly. But they were open, so it was no DL type of thing. But yeah, so Leon got stories too. And Leon says, Mrs. Z, I wish I had the time to tell my story. It was a homegirl's 18th birthday and the L girl in our group, we went out with her and some snapped a pic of me. My side chick commented on it. Hysterical, right? Hysterical, right? But yeah, no. Hey, it was you know what's crazy, Jay Moore? So at the time I was grown as hell, but I was still living with my parents. And when I got home, I couldn't talk to my dad that night. But that next day, before I headed out to work, I spoke to him about. I was like, Dad, you know what happened to me yesterday? And my dad, bro, when I say my dad was, it was funny, but he was mortified at the same time. he was like,
let me guess. He was mortified. Like, no, wait. It was like that episode from the Boondocks where when they found out Gang Solutions was Fruity in the Buoy.
Oh yeah.
And then Granddad thought, and then
y'all
you remember?
Spit.
No. Remember when Riley started rocking all that fashion and he's like,
oh yeah.
And you remember remember he said, in the bed when him and Huey were in their room, and he's like looking at Huey, said, so it's true.
You're looking pretty unfamiliar right now, Granddad. Not that one. Not game recognized.
No. It was like when he was like, oh, the leaders are all like, oh, what's it called? I had a dream about Martin Luther King. Doesn't make me gay. It like doesn't make me like he would say something like that, right? That part.
Do the homie, yes, Bentley. Homies over hoes. Homies over hoes.
Let's do this real quick, because I want to bring a bit of order. The funniest thing of the Do the Homie music video is when he grabbed the girl by her face and threw her clear across the goddamn club. That shit was, and it was really like homoerotic as hell, because they were here spraying alcohol on each other, just like we've seen. Wait a minute, rappers do in real life. Anyway, right? Right? So I'm
glad I don't drink. I'm glad.
Right? Hey, in the very end, when they make out in the hidden area and Riley is like, oh, they swapping spit. Oh, they think that's that shit.
No, that was the other episode. That was a different episode.
You don't know nothing about this. You don't know nothing about this.
That was
Hey,
that.
but
If you remember,
That was when he was in the hospital when he got shot.
yeah, because remember,
he got chased.
remember the like the dude he was that Gang Solution was beefing with. They fought each other and they ended up shooting themselves. And there was the footage of the altercation. That was fucked up.
Hey, yo, Mrs.
man,
Z,
that was a
one
good
thing,
reference. That was a good reference. Terrell, go ahead.
yo, Mrs. Z, the
And
one
then
thing I
after this,
say
we gotta
that
get
came
better
out,
you.
the one thing I say that came out good out of that night that going to that gay club is that I got in for free because I don't know what it is, but it seems like what was it called? Military dudes could get in for free. So it was like I was in the military, so I had my military ID. It was like, yeah, me and my other buddy got in for free because we're both military dudes. So it was like,
Hey,
at least I didn't have to
you know,
waste my money.
the thing about LGBTQ clubs is probably as a straight guy, you probably the one up they all want. I want to be the one. No, I want to be the one.
Jamar, I got stories to tell, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. There's one thing I can tell you. In Oslo, there's a couple of LGBT spots. One of them. Wait, am I hearing a buzz?
Now you're in the background. Somebody's echoing.
Somebody's background. Yeah, I can hear somebody. There's a place in Oslo.
After this, we gotta get better you and Mr. Z. I'm gonna end that in a minute because y'all know reckless. We're definitely reckless right now.
Yeah, there's a place in Oslo. It's called London Town. It's an LGBT club, and I've been warned never to avoid that place, even though I'm straight. You know, I do have friends who are LGBT, and they tell me, "Dude, nobody like you should stay away from that area, especially considering that there's a level of that. You know, immigrants who are LGBT plus, they've been to that area, and sometimes they get shunned and whatnot."
But you know, that's the gayest name I ever heard in my life. As soon as you
London
said London
Town.
Town, I could easily hear the gayness in it. London Town.
Hysterical.
Town.
Well, I will say that apparently in the LGBTQ world, they're even more anti-black than in the straight world, particularly concerning women. But yeah, no, I can see it. They're very openly hierarchical, right? And which we are in the straight world too, but they're very openly hierarchical.
Prime example I can give.
Yeah.
Prime example I can give of that.
Racist gay white dudes before, so it's
Wait. Neymar, we gotta address this. No. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying we gotta address what Jay Moore just did. But Jay Moore, isn't that as American as you get? Say what you just said again for everyone. Say what you just said, please.
I got hated on by gay racist white dudes before.
Wow.
It's still America, bro. It's still America.
No, that's why I told like, you know, whenever some like, you know, my black female friends or black like girlfriends that I had like issues with, I'm like, bitch, one thing I know, I'm fine as fuck because everybody wants me, nobody wants you.
Hey,
and even the men that you're trying to
wait, you let me make sure I heard you right. You said you got hit on by a gay racist white dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
And dude, I got invited to go and fuck the reason why a white dude and his wife at the same time. So.
Yeah, see, the reason why I brought that up, the reason why I wanted you to mention that in a moment of seriousness, what the hell were they doing on those plantations, bro? In America, in France, in America, in Haiti, in Dominican Republic, in Jamaica, in Cuba, in Puerto Rico, name them, in the USVI.
Brazil?
What were they doing on those plantations? You think they was just piping the women?
Buck breaking.
And I mean, and then you heard what was happening on the island, like all over with the pussed out butts and stuff, buttholes, because it was like constantly being, you know, torn up or two. You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
so
there's some weird stuff, bro. And by the way, the fact that he was white and racist is even more reason why he would want to hit on a black dude, because that's the power element of it all.
Yeah,
this is these people are weird, bro. Weird as shit.
No, and that's what you understand why gay black dudes don't even like have that urge to go out with gay white dudes.
Yep. There's studies on that. Yeah, there's studies on that.
They know the dangers of it. I mean,
that's some weird shit.
Dude, if I was a gay black dude going out with a gay white dude, I'm gonna be the one bending him over. I'm not taking. No.
Of course.
Jay Moore said, "I got lines. I got lines." Let's do this. Let's do it. We got to change. We got a moment of serious because we gotta have better you, and then I gotta end out because we got things to do because we are officially super reckless right now. Because you never know. All right, go ahead.
Welcome to the Bedside Baptist Church, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it's He better not be Bedside Baptist at this time of day. Go ahead.
Come on in, Reverend Better You.
That's good one.
Let me get the collection plates. Get out the collection plates. We got shotguns for you who got short pockets.
Yeah, come on to get the better you.
Wait, let me before you go, Billy, because I gotta because Trail kill Trail. I might go find this just for you and clip that and try to find a way to use it. Because bro, the way Janet did it was so funny. It was so funny.
Oh,
So you doing the bending?
So you for
Ain't
those of
nobody.
you
So you doing on the bending?
so for those of you, I made reference to it. Trailer made reference to it before. We're talking about Four Color Girls, Janet Jackson in the movie, and the ghost from what you would call it. That's her husband, and he's on the DL. And there's a part of the movie where she finally confronts him about it, and he say, I ain't doing the bending, and then she say something like essentially
You're getting bent over, aren't
speaking
you?
like he's. Yeah, and she's like, oh, I didn't do the bending, and she's like, oh, so and she says, oh, so you doing the bending, and yeah.
What's the movie called?
Wasn't it Four Color Girls, Trail? I think it was Four Color Girls, right? That was the one, right?
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
I've seen
It's
that
just it's
scene.
funny. It's funny because by the way, Ghost and Janet are like well-to-do black people in the movie. So they're doing well financially, and Janet started suspecting stuff because I think something else, like she caught a disease or something from him, but also because she caught his eye. They went to some type of play or show, and she caught his eye looking at one of the white male dudes like walking across the stage, and she ain't saying nothing. I think she addressed him later or whatever. But yeah, bro, when she said, "So you doing the bit, bro," that shit. Oh, that shit was hysterical.
Excuse me, Z. To your point, in the movie, her character is told by her gynecologist she cannot have children due to an untreated STD.
Yeah, there we go.
And she rejects a ghost's plea for forgiveness, and then she confronts him, and apparently, hey, think about it like that. When the AIDS epidemic hit in the 80s and 90s, especially in the black community, because they always thought it was just an same-sex loving disease until it spilled over into the straight world, and certain men had to hide that they were on the down low and gave it to their spouses.
Yeah.
And one thing, we all don't want to add in the fact that back then too, a lot of them chicks was actually sleeping with those down low dudes, like on a regular.
Knowingly,
When you're talking about back then, most of the infections came from bad needles and what's the fucking word when you're
heroin?
No, not heroin. That's not what I mean. Like you're
blood
at the
transfusions.
hospital.
No, I'm saying if you're sharing needles, that's what I'm saying. But go ahead. Wait.
So it's
Let Leon land with that, y'all.
transfusions.
Y'all know he on lunch break or something like that. Go ahead.
It's blood transfusions at hospitals. A lot of people got it from that during the period, but you don't sit down and get tested, and people find out later that they have it, but you have already went through partners. But I just wanted to tell my story. Okay. It was Erin's 18th birthday. She was a younger girl that always hung out with us since high school. So she wanted to go. We're like, fuck it, let's go. I don't give a fuck. And she was like, no, the girls be on one side most of the time, the guys be on the other. Now, it wasn't to the extreme as yours, right? But they took a picture of me and my boys and her. There was like 5 pictures. And basically what happened was my side chick commented on the pages of MySpace. This is MySpace before Facebook. Yeah, and so I'm hearing some shit. And my mom says, she's like, you went to the gay club? I was like, yeah, I went with Erin for her 18th birthday. That's what I told you. We were going. I told you. She was like, you got to read the comments that people are writing. And I see the people and I say, oh, these are people that I have beef with or don't like me. But then I read the comment. No, my woman told me to read the comment. My girlfriend told me to read the comment. And I read the comment, and it was my side chick. And what she said was, oh, don't tell me you're gay now. That D is too good to be given away. And so my ex...
Sorry, continue.
And so my ex-girlfriend found out I was cheating on her. Look,
L. Let me read this. We gotta read this because we have been summoned and we have been asked to change and make things straight again. And L's active says, and this is hysterical, make Z street straight again.
Too late, mate. We completely crooked on. That's what it is. We crooked on stats.
Oh man! But no, it is a very weird
feeling, pause. It's a very weird thing to be flirted with by a dude. It's a weird thing. And I didn't have that in that scenario that I told y'all at the club, but growing up, especially being a skinny kid, in my early 20s, especially for where I used to work in Aventura, you know, and even when I worked at the law office, you know, dressing fitted plus being really skinny at the time. Yeah, and it's weird, bro. And when I tell y'all weird, these dudes, yeah, it's most of it is subtle because they don't know, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird. So yeah,
the ones
talking about
that I hate
that.
the most, the pushy ones that try to force themselves upon you. That's the one I hate. Like the other ones when they try to like, I'm like, I'm not gay. It's okay, bro.
But yeah,
and they just move on.
Most of the guys are never gonna try you because they know. Like when I went in, they were like, "Are you sure you're in the right place?" And we're like, "It's her birthday. We're coming in." And they were just like, "Okay." And they were worried about violence. You know what I'm saying? Us fighting somebody. I wasn't worried about none of that. And like I said, most gay guys aren't gonna flirt with you because they're scared of you anyway. And but when it comes to white guys, they operate like log cabin Republicans, where they still look at you as a fucking object. They don't give a fuck about nothing. Okay, that's white guys operate like that.
They're trying to put their
say this real quick.
home. That's what they're trying.
Hysterical. And from Africa, I came to Z telling you he was a Haitian twink. No, Z telling you they was trying to make Z a Haitian twink. There's some weird shit, bro. It's some weird. I see this aesthetic with it. I see this aesthetic with dudes that you're probably right that they are bottoms for white dudes, and it's a look to that. I'll say that. Right, it's a look to that, and yeah, it's some weird stuff, bro. It's some weird stuff, but yeah, nah, Z ain't never bent no dude over or been bent over by a dude. But I think if you dress a certain way, if you speak a certain way, you are put in the quote unquote safer box, and in that safer box, there's a lot of pluses, but there's also minuses, and minuses are you will be labeled as more maybe friendly and approachable, and that opens a whole Pandora's box on positive stuff. White girls flirting with you, maybe some Latinas, maybe you got a way in with certain women that other brothers may not, right? But the problem is you maybe but the problem is maybe she wants you and her brother wants you too. Maybe. Just say that's the problem. That's the problem right there. But yeah, so once again, we are making, as El said, we are making Z stream straight again, right? We are making Z stream straight again. Because yeah, it's you know, we're human beings, and these people exist, and they've always existed, and they're gonna do their thing, and they're gonna go too far sometimes. I haven't been on the wrong side of that, thank God. But yeah, they gonna try to see who's who and what's what, and hey, are you willing to do that? And, you know, that's the thing. It's some weird stuff to see. But yeah,
that's why I told you a little while back. Stop wearing them pink and lavender.
No, I'm okay now. I got a weight on me. I got this beard on me. Ain't nobody coming at me like that anymore. But yeah, that's hysterical. But yeah,
remember we had that conversation a little while back.
I remember this like it was yesterday. This is about 3 years. No, this is about over 3 years ago. No, yeah, I remember this like it was yesterday. And no, that's what. So like I was saying, the pluses is that you're maybe seen as less threatening. And certain white women give you play because you just being black is the edgy. You don't have to be an edgy black man. You being black is just the edgy enough. And because you articulate yourself a certain way, you might be in the pool of prospect relationships that she could deal with you and she could bring you home, right? If her parents aren't, on a certain type of racism. That's the plus. But the minus is like what Black Guru was saying, is that when you walk around here with the pink polos and some fitted jeans, right, is that, certain white dudes gonna think you about that life and you're not really, that's the minus. That's the minus.
Yeah,
certain
But you know what, Mrs. E, the one thing that helps defend against this is like whenever they get me mad, that whole Jamaican accent comes out very quickly, and so they all get terrified and they walk away.
Yeah. So I think those active said it perfectly here. Black men are the forbidden fruit. And like there's a pun in there, and that is the funny part. right? Like
you know, apple bottom jeans were basically apple bottom jeans.
Oh no! Forbidden fruit, like there's a pejorative. The fruit is used as a pejorative for
I'm saying
LGBTQ,
like
but like
I'm saying no,
but
we're a nice piece of ass for them. You know what I'm saying?
but
You know,
but
apple bottoms.
that's so triple entendre with that one because I wasn't even thinking about that. Funny enough, but aren't they bringing that back? That's what I was going to ask. I heard did they bring that back? Was it apple bottom jeans they brought back? Were they trying to? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I remember hearing something about this.
I thought it was they're trying to bring about that baby fat thing. So
no. Here's the thing though. From Africa I came. It wasn't just that. So me and Black Room and BGS had this conversation before, and from Africa I came says Z was out here false flagging, and he wondered why he got invited to the gay club. What I didn't appreciate at the time, but I do now. It's not just we're talking about even in the straight world. Mainly my pluses and minuses romantically came from the way I dress, the way I speak, the things I'm interested in, even down to the cars I'm interested in, and what that implied about a certain class level that I do not have and never had. And so even with women, like we're a sister or one of these kind of middle class, maybe trending to upper middle class, aspirational women, white, Black, Latina, where they would maybe tell some of the young brothers no. I was being approached, right? I was gay at the first date, maybe even the second date. It's when my lack of formal education and my class level was spoken of, or I offered that because this is not something I'm hiding. I don't feel a certain way about it. But that's when it's like, oh, okay, right? So the quote unquote false flagging, like I didn't appreciate it at the time, but that's essentially what it came out to be, right? Not just on some sexuality thing, but on a class level. I didn't appreciate it at the time. Now I do, right? So now I go about putting that out there up front. I think that y'all have heard that from Z, and I know it's somewhat jarring sometimes when y'all see me continue to say like, I didn't graduate from college, I didn't do this, and that's as a response to these experiences that I've had where people assume something about you because the way you speak, your interests, like when Nate was up here, you see I could talk geopolitics and all this other stuff. People think that those people had to have had a certain level of education or have moved in certain spaces or from a certain type of family, and there's a whole presumption in that.
He had an androgynous type of vibe like Prince, but not like how he dressed up and did all that stuff, but basically how
I see where you're going. I wouldn't say that.
I'm not saying, I'm not trying to say like, but right on the same boat.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I think I said it earlier, like a non-threatening kind of quote unquote friendly vibe. And there's so much pluses and minuses that come from that. Yeah.
In the way you was like prim and proper.
Yeah, as a man, yeah. But that's usually associated with women. But yeah. Or at least from what I've interpreted. Yeah.
He was dressing. He was dressing like a Carlton Banks.
Somewhat, a lesser Carlton Banks, but yeah, somewhat. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Alexa plays Not Unusual by Tom Jones.
Yeah, I was definitely not dancing like that, even though Mr. Z got 2 left feet. But and by the way, that adds to it also. Bro. It was a whole get up that I was on that I didn't realize how much I was false flagging. And it's crazy because like when me and BJ spoke about this years and years ago, he said the same thing that From Africa I Came said. And I was like, yeah, that's what effectively it came out to be. But that wasn't intentional. That wasn't something I was like, I'm gonna make myself seem like, and no, it wasn't that. But it definitely allows for you to move in a way that like where other like figuratively speaking, where other brothers wouldn't be allowed in the club, I was allowed in the club. Right? Now, when you're in the club, this is when we start seeing who should be in there or not. That's a whole different conversation, right? So yeah, and I'm saying speak figuratively, this didn't happen to me literally, but yeah, that's a whole different conversation. So I've been privy to certain conversations, certain ways of viewing things.
In the club,
just off of that.
When you get in the club, you realize the folks that's in the club know each other, and they don't know each other.
Yes, that part. And it's like who invited him in the club, and who invited him in the club. Yeah.
Right.
You see, See, you know what the sad part is that I keep getting myself into these type of situations because I'm like, what was it called? I'm very talented. I was a singer. I danced. I did like a lot of art. I just did regular stuff. Like I did sports and all this other stuff too. And it's just like I was I was a natural middle guy. So everybody came and hang around with me from all different types of stuff. So I got invited to everything. And so I got to see a lot of stuff that I'm like, I didn't think I was supposed to see this in my entire life. I don't think I was supposed to see this. Like, how did I get into this situation just because of my personality? I basically got into it. And especially, like, what was it called? Yeah, I got invited out to a lot of... Matter of fact, yeah. Just, I don't know why these dudes even ask that. It's just, no. Sorry.
No.
We went cooking again.
I'm having flashbacks again. I'm like, yo, this is goddamn, dude. I really got too many. Like, what's called my circle of friends is too big.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, but
it's all right. It's all right. Let it out. Let it out.
Leon says, I call it dressing like you work around retro professional white workers. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's actually a good descriptor. Yeah.
And the other, the other side about this thing is the fact that you could get some good business deals out of like whatever, like the way how you carry yourself.
So this is why Mr. Z doesn't. I don't really care for the attention as much. That's why I don't care for showing my face or anything like that on my live streams or anything. And there's multiple reasons for that y'all clearly understand. But one of the other reasons is because I got the attention. Like I got a bright red sports car, right? But at the time, what was addictive was at the time, like. When I say I have so many dress shoes I don't wear anymore, it's ridiculous how many dress shoes I have, how many skinny ties I have, how many button-ups I can't fit no more that I have. It's insane how many blazers I've given away to the Goodwill. Now I don't even know if I have maybe five or six or seven. No, I just got bigger too. It's not just the stomach, but I don't know if I even have 7 sports coats and blazers anymore. I think I'm like 4, but I don't. At one point, you're talking about a few, maybe 3 dozen blazer sports coats, countless dress pants. I can't count how many different type of dress shoes I had. So a couple of the pants still fit, but the dress shoes I still have because all of those still fit. But yeah, it's ridiculous.
But how much you weigh?
Name. I'm flowing right now.
Oh.
Flowing right now. Thank you, sir. But yeah, so yeah. Go ahead. Well, actually, let me finish. But no, so yeah, so it there's a whole, as you get older, wiser, et cetera, you appreciate the time, the money, and the vibe you were giving others, right? So it was just a different time in life, and I was able to move differently and have different experiences than I do now. But that was pivotal for helping me to form myself and form opinions and see things from a different angle because of the environment that I was in. That's why I'm able to tell y'all about office politics so well. I was literally in office, right? Literally, and you get to see how much of it parallels to goddamn high school with a couple of people with degrees and stuff. You get to see the status jacket, the status thing. You get to see it's crazy work, It's crazy, and you get to see, very importantly. Let me actually say this: for all of us that were the fresh friend in our circle, you get to see years later your influence on other people who used to didn't give a fuck. I want to be very clear. When you are the person that opens the box on dressing a certain way or presenting yourself a certain way or being seen in a certain way, if you still follow these people on social media, you will see your influence in them, even if they rejected it or acted like they didn't care when you knew them. I'm telling y'all this from experience, okay? From experience. Yeah, go ahead.
Door's open. Wait. Who just snuck in the back door?
Oh, that was me leaving out. Sounds like a creepy ass thing. Just
something out of a movie, man. It's a horrible movie. Was somebody about to roll a joint?
Now we're opening up different topics. That's what that sound is for. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
No, I had a question. I don't have the question no more. I was you kind of answered it, and I was thinking about like, how did your experiences being in the different strata of socioeconomics, like form the things that you are, like the things that that you cover and things like that, like like your experiences and what you learn, how because we say the personal is political and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think when I know exactly what you're saying. If I use a phrase like that around certain people, that is a indicator to something. And because I know the phrase, they're like, wait a minute, right? And because I can say a name like Audre Lorde, they're like, wait a minute. And because I know about Bill Hooks, they're like, wait a minute, right? And they, like, and so it signals something until they realize, wait a minute, he's not really that. It's something else. So this is why I got lucky too with Miss Z. BJS spoke to something the other day when he was saying he's blue collar, so that kind of colored the way that him and with black women interacted, and there was an assumption um, about his status and whatnot with that. And he may not have said that, but that was somewhat implied. And so the I got lucky with Missy, but before that, even though I was dating college educated women, that's all I've dated pretty much since I was like 22, 23. When you are blue collar, when I was white collar, it was a little bit easier, but that was getting in the door. Maintaining was more difficult, especially with a lack of financial resources. Not the financial resources, but I'm no longer white collar, so it's a whole different conversation. When you're blue collar, people don't think you are. People think, I'm gonna just say it because we all know what Mr. Lucy knows. People think blue collar niggas is dumb. Thank you. People think blue collar niggas is dumb. They think, especially blue collar black men. That's why I say niggas. People think blue collar black men are dumb. So people will try to shirk off their freaking niece who got 2 kids from 2 different dudes on you. They'll try to shirk off a sister that all the things she interested in is Real Housewives or whatever the fuck. They'll try to shirk off their daughters and their nieces like that to you. And if you, because I have these experiences too, if somebody tries to hook you up with a cute sister, college educated, the assumption is you will bow to her. Because you're lesser than her. You're blue collar, nigga. You're not that smart. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? So like this is a kind of dichotomy of being in my lane. So I got real lucky with Miss Z, where we have similar interests and like I said to y'all before, the whole dynamic is different. Especially concerning her family dynamic, the how educated her dad was, highly educated man, her mom and her background. So I got real lucky with that. And it happens, but it's rare. In the dating scene, bro, when it comes to being blue collar and being knowledgeable, at least, autodidact, it's just people make assumptions about your level of intellect, knowledge, awareness, how all of that. Yeah, y'all know where it's going. Go ahead.
You know what's really funny is when what's called your friend or family friend, whoever the hell, that's trying to what's called bring you around their college educated friends or so, and then they realize that that you and that friend is smarter than that person that they introduce you to. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I know exactly
that's
what
the
you're
person
saying.
that you're being introduced. And then like the other thing too is the fact that they hate to like. One thing I noticed is that they don't want you to hang around with their college educated friend or people that are smarter because they realize you and them are going to make them look stupid. So they want to avoid it. And that's what a lot of people, even my own family, the women in my family, they don't even like me hanging around with certain women, or they avoid me don't want me to hang around with certain women, their friends, because they make them look bad.
I gotta give Miss Z this, right? So baby, if you're listening, she wants me around, right? I know you're not talking about a woman that you're dating, but she wants me around, and like, yeah. So that's the one good thing is it. But I haven't had that experience that you had. But shout out to Sister Z, younger Sister Z. She want me around. But she will warn me, hey, don't talk about this around these people. And I'm like, all right. But yeah, but shout out to younger sister. And by the way, younger Sister Z is doing really well in her career. She's making moves. Shout out to her. But yeah, but she'll bring me around and blah 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 and brag on me. And as a matter of fact, when shout out to younger Sister Z, we had a get together for her when she had her master's degree, and she handed me the what's the thing? The not the ropes. They call it something else.
The gown? The gown?
Not the gown. But she not the robe. Somebody in the comments is gonna say it. but she handed hers to me, and she actually when she was doing it, somebody said like, "Why are you giving that to Z?" And she was like, "He helped me with a lot of this. Like much of this is because of him." And so shout out to
Oh
her
yeah,
for that.
it's the cap and the
So yeah,
gown for graduation. Yeah.
it wasn't the cap and the gown. It was something I forgot what the ropes. I forgot what they're called. Somebody go put it in the tassels. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So yes. I want to say that. Yeah, the diploma or the tassel. The tassel. Thank you, Abo. The tassel. Right. I wanted to say it earlier, but I thought I was gonna be super wrong. There you go. The tassel.
Isn't
So
the
yeah,
tassel
those.
part of the hat, right? The tassel's the hat thingy.
Is it?
Isn't that the tassel? The hat little string thing?
Oh no,
Puffs?
no, you mean
Is it?
you mean the thing that go around the shoulder?
I'm gonna look it up. for y'all. Somebody said it's called a stole. Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, it's called a stole.
Yo, one thing like to clarify earlier, it was like I had to the way how my family or the friends that all work with me, they all love me and hate me, and they don't know how to they actually before I even pop up to their friends, and so they always give their friends a warning sign about me and say like, oh, when he comes here, you need to worry about what you're gonna say or such and such or something like that until when they start to talk to me and stuff and they realize that hey, oh, they're they agree with what I was saying. They agree with what I'm saying, how I'm going about things and other stuff like that, and they realize I'm a cool person. They usually come up with a warning sign or something like that, or think
Okay, let me say it. So I see pictures of it, but nobody's saying what it's called. It's not the tassel that go on the hat. It's not the stole. It's another. It's like the rope that goes around your shoulders for like depending on what you've accomplished and what you've achieved and all that other stuff. No, nobody said it in the comments, but yeah, I don't know if it might be the stole name also.
It's like a cable toe or something like that. I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
something like exactly. Yeah. She gave me that. Yeah.
I'm looking
I
it up
forgot
right
that.
now.
Yeah, because there's pictures with people having it on, but nobody's saying what it's called. The Shao? I don't think it's the Shao. Let me see. We over here, look, we doing investigation on Z's channel. We gonna figure out what the hell this thing's called.
Shout out to us being the academic group.
We're all trying to look it up. What we're looking for exactly.
Yeah, I can't look for it. I'm driving. I'm touching
Academic dress, clothing, main, tertiary, secondary. Let me look at it. Overview. Okay. Shirt, tie, clerical.
Why don't I ask ChatGPT?
In general, the material used for academic dress heavily.
It's actually called a rope. It's just got called I put graduation rope, and it actually came up. That graduation rope.
Or cord.
That's what it's called. Yeah, but I put graduation rope. It's called.
You just muted yourself, dude.
Oh, I thought it was just me for a second.
Yeah, it's called the Russell cord, I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's called graduation cord. Yeah.
Or the Russell cord.
There you go.
It's
the Russell cord. There we go.
Constructed
All
with
right,
cotton wrap or worsted weft. Okay.
Shout out to Z's channel. This is what we do. Crack
and
research
say,
team.
Hey, I'm not here for bringing just the jokes. I do bring some insights.
Right. Same here said, the chords. There you go.
Yes, the chord.
Yes,
the chords.
We're turning all, Mr. Z, we're turning all corners and curves all over into your channel right now.
You right? and on the graduation section of the stream.
Z, I'm gonna tell you, for me personally, there's one date I always have to keep with me at all times. I have to always remember at all times. July 28th, 2002. That's when I graduated from 2-year community college myself.
Oh, okay.
So hell, I mean, I had to cut my fro for the picture though, but because I made a promise to my mother. But it was a great day. I remember that, but I also remember another graduation.
Somebody's background. Somebody mute up. Jay Moore, I think it might be you.
Yeah, August.
Okay, it is
5th,
you. Okay, yeah.
August 5th, 2005. My younger brother's graduation from college. I remember my dad was the most happiest. It was also one of my uncles also graduating that same day. He was graduating from with a degree in journalism and whatnot. And I can understand how much those things are, how important it is to see your kids wearing that. Postgraduate, It's what you say? He's
L
got a
says,
degree.
I got a degree and I'm in management in construction. I don't know whether I'm blue collar or not. All I know is I'm getting to the bag. Look, it depends. If you're working with your hands, well, because you're in construction, it's inherently blue collar.
He's in
But if you're
management.
working with your hands, if you're in management, if you're in the office, then
He's white collar.
it's a blue collar career, but you're white collar. Yeah. It's a blue
I
collar
could get.
field, but it sounds like you're white collar. Yeah.
I
But if
can
you're
remember.
actually working with your hands in the field, then you're blue collar.
My dad was an engineer, civil engineer. You could say he was blue. He was white collar, but he was blue collar to his core in a sense because I remember how his attire would be depending on what he had scheduled that day. For example, if he was wearing dress shoes, slacks, and a shirt and a dress shirt, that means he's going to be at the office or he had some kind of presentation. If he had to wear a certain polo shirt or something like that, jeans and maybe sneakers, that means he was going to probably be out and about, probably had to be at construction sites. And I remember he always had a hard hat in the car just in case. So
let me read this from Kevin Murray real quick. And Kevin Murray's sister L's active. A light blue collar? Question mark.
He might be
hysterical. Hysterical.
Oh no!
You might be light blue color. Hysterical.
Oh no!
Hysterical.
But all kidding aside.
Real quick, nope, don't even go there. And L says, I'm in the office and I'm on site. Sometimes these hands get dirty. Okay, so actually, Kevin Murray might be right. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Blue, white collar, blue and white collar.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah. But okay, y'all. Look, we got things to do and places to go. And Mr. Z is being reckless. We got things to do. All right. So thank y'all for coming up. Y'all seen the street. You know what? I'm gonna play it one more again for aggravation purposes because Mr. Z like waterboarding people.
I gotta tap out.
Apparently. Right. And so this was the anchor video for everyone. Look, everybody, look. Now I know how to have everyone exit in here. So here y'all go. We're gonna play this for all of you who didn't know what we were making reference to earlier. We're making reference to this video right here. So y'all like, share, subscribe. Hit the thank you button for the replay squad. And let's play this and we're gonna make our outros and we out. Here y'all go.
I just got back from the most unhinged speed dating event of my entire life. Dating in Charlotte is a problem. Honestly, this needs to be studied. This experience needs to be studied. Having been here for only 6 months, coming from Houston, Texas, this is not normal. This is not okay. So I will preface this by saying I did not want to go. This is not my cup of tea. This is not how I generally meet people. I was very concerned and very anxious, going into this. I really was. Like, truly. I tried to get out of it multiple times. I texted my best friend. I was like, I just don't think I should go. She was like, no, you need to get out there. Stop meeting men on these apps. Start meeting men in real life. As we know, men don't approach women as much in real life. So a speed dating event felt like the perfect place to meet men where they would feel comfortable approaching women and women would feel comfortable being approached. So got dressed, got cute, put shit on, might I add, okay? And headed on down there, okay? Here's where everything went wrong. Now, the event started at 6 o'clock. I will admit, I got there at 7:30. Maybe a problem. But the thing about it is the flyer said this is a mix and mingle speed dating happy hour. First of all, I don't even know that those words really go together, but to me, it felt like kind of a come and go as you please. So I didn't want to be the first one there at 6 o'clock. Showing up at 7:30 was also not the move though, because when I walked in, it was packed. And what do you think I saw? What do you think I saw? Exactly what I thought I was going to see. 80 women sitting alone. No men in sight. None. I promise you. I will overlay a video. I could not see one man outside of the people servicing tables at this place. So eventually I get the courage to go sit down with a group of girls at a table, and I'm like, yo, what the thing's that? Like, where are they? I know I'm late. Like, is there some sort of game going on where the men are in one room and the women are in another room? They were like, oh, girl, you just got here. You must not have heard. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, basically, about an hour ago, she came downstairs, took all the men, 10. Keep in mind, there's like 85 women and 10 men. She got the 10 men to choose the women that they wanted to come upstairs with them. So the 10 men out of 85 women chose 10 women to take upstairs. And that's where they did the speed dating upstairs, while everybody else was downstairs looking at each other. Everybody was on their phones. Everybody was looking around like, what the hell is this? I have never been so uncomfortable in my entire life. The mismanagement, I don't even know where to start. This was a ticketed event. So the event owners knew, hey, we have 85 women RSVP'd and only 10 men. They knew that this was a problem going into the event. This was not a surprise. And I figured there would be like a level of disparity between the number of men and women, because speed dating tends to attract women and not necessarily men. So when one girl came downstairs from the 10-person thing, we were all like, girl, what's going on up there? She was like, oh, none of them are my type, so I just walked out. And they were like, well, we're going to have to replace you. She was like, go ahead. Like, I don't want to be up here. I was like, well, what were the guys like? Are they cute? She was like, girl, they're all underneath 5'9". She's like, and I'm 5'8", so I really only talk to men that are 6'2" and above. I was like, point blank, period. I'm 5'9", so I'm the same way. Like, I really only talk to people above 6 feet. So she was like, no, every single person was short. It didn't make sense for me. This entire like way that they're doing this isn't like interesting to me at all. So everyone was just sitting around waiting for the men to come downstairs so that they could have a chance to talk to them, I guess. I was not going to be one of those people sitting and waiting. I mean, what am I supposed to do when they come downstairs? Bum rush them? Especially after you've told me they're all pretty much below 5'9"? I'm out of here. I stayed for 17 minutes and then I left. Like after that, I had nothing to say. The cool part about it is 2 people though, they had seen my previous TikTok. So your girl felt a little viral. Slightly embarrassing, but also fine. I say all that to say that was so bad. And the planners, event planners, owners of that, y'all really got to get it together. Don't ever put together an event like that again. People left extremely disappointed. The only part I am happy about is that was free. The only thing I did have to pay for was parking, and I'm mad about even that. But truly so unhinged. I also, last point, I can see why men think they're the prize. If I was a man dating in this day and age, I would feel like I was the prize too. To have 85 beautiful, good-smelling, intelligent black women sitting in a room just waiting to talk to me, wanting me to pick them, I mean, I would feel like rookie of the year. I don't know what else to say. I would feel like I was the prize too. And I think that's what gives a lot of men this illusion of choice. On dating apps, it feels like endless women. For dating in Charlotte, it feels like an endless amount of women to choose from because we quite literally outnumber them by 7, 8x. I don't know how to go through this. I don't. Feel free to give me ideas, but I can't see how this.
Dude, I just got asked to go to a club like yesterday for my girl. She was asking like, why won't you go to the club? Why won't you do that? And she was like asking for like, why don't dudes come to the club and all this other stuff to me? And I'm just like, lady, it's a lot of money. I mean, it's a waste of money. I don't want to deal with all this stuff, and I know I'm too good for half of these chicks that's in there. So why would I want to go?
Look, at the end of the day, and I'm ending out. At the end of the day, this young lady went to the matchmaking event, the speed dating event, the mixer. She showed up an hour and a half late, trying to be fashionable, trying to show that she didn't really care, right? Trying to make an entrance. She got there. The men and the 10 men and whatever women they chose were upstairs. Notice one girl came downstairs and said, okay, yeah, those dudes above are not even 5'9". She didn't say anything about the other girls coming downstairs though. Oops, number one. Number two, as Black Uru made notice of earlier, the other women were still there in the club. The other 70 some odd women, 70 women, 60 some odd women were still there in the club. You see what I'm saying? So this young lady said she was only there for 17 or so minutes. Great for her. Good. You got standards. Cool. I hope you keep them. You're 5'9". You're looking for 6. Well, she said 6'2" and above, 6 feet and above. Either way, it don't matter. Years make no difference. Great for you. I hope it work out for you. You're in a new city. And the whole, the illusion of choice, and essentially what she was saying is these men aren't that great. We're only going after them like that because the numbers are not in our favor. Let a black woman be a black woman. Eventually, we won't end up talking greasy about black men, right? So essentially, these niggas ain't shit. The only reason we really desperate is because there's not enough of these ain't shit niggas to go around. Is essentially what she was saying. So I'm just saying, right? Yeah. So it's. I wanted to play that for y'all again to emphasize the point. Um, this is gonna hurt, right? And shout out to Black Uru, who sent me that. The Uru Chronicles will say that whenever Black Uru send me something, the Uru Chronicles, and I'll do my best out of respect to cover it. And so yeah, you see what she was on. That's great for you. I hope it worked out for you. Shout out to all the mean, arrogant, snarky, rude, condescending, entitled ass, brat ass black women, educated or not, that think we owe you something. Clearly we don't. Them niggas ain't show up to the goddamn speed dating event anyway. Exactly. Because y'all still won't, I don't know, not be assholes who think y'all are better than us. That's why them niggas ain't show up. If you don't get it. But yeah, so, shout out to y'all ladies. Like I said, them niggas got the up on y'all. They didn't even show up for y'all to reject them. 10 out of, what she said, 80 some odd women or 80 women, 10 men. Ma'am, do y'all not, bro?
85 women, yeah.
Bro, y'all, it's like God will be pointing at the door you're supposed to walk through, and black women be like, nope. It's nope.
No, it's like nope, and they do that Looney Tunes type of walk off the cliff thing that looks down
right?
and falls.
Bro, it's like the door will be get on a black man's program, and God is pointing at the door, and y'all will be like, nope. I would rather like you just said, Jay Moore. I would rather walk off the edge of the cliff into a lifetime supply of antidepressant pills and loneliness and all of that other shit. So I hope it works out for these ladies. I hope it worked out for this lady. Ma'am, I get you. I hear you. She said two people did get in contact with her, I think, because they saw her picture or whatever, her story. So you never know what comes of that. Hopefully, Emerald Ashes. What movie is that from? I don't know what movie it's from. I'll try to find out, but I think I still have the visuals from it. So I just took the audio out, and just clipped it to what I wanted to just this part, so I don't get copyright infringement. But yeah, like I'll see if I can find the movie and everything like that. But I think it's a great sound clip. The reason why I chose this, that's not fair. Y'all don't even need to see her face, but I'm gonna try to see if I can find the visuals for it again. The reason why I picked this one, because it's so visceral that if this is an actress, if this is a movie like you were saying, it's so like in her gut she was saying that's not fair. Like you feel that it is it came from somewhere deep, and this is a white woman clearly. So like but if y'all see the visuals, I'm telling you, if you see her face, that's not fair. Oh my god. Yeah, it's real.
You know what this thing needs to be mixed with is like that. What was it called? I got nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to go.
That was really good. Yeah,
an officer and a gentleman.
Yeah, that was really good.
Both of those two will go together.
Yeah. Speaking of which, that clip you showed, that clip you showed, the speed dating thing. That chick, I just looked at her. Is it just me, or does she look like a cross between America Ferrera from Ugly Betty and Kim Whitley?
I can see the Kim Whitley. I can see that. Somebody said she looked like Gayle King, and I was like, nigga.
Yeah.
I was
thinking. Yeah, but with the glasses and hair, she looked like America Ferrera's character, Ugly Betty, without the braces.
She's just doing too much with the glass. This is a conversation.
The hair, especially
with someone too. The hair, the glasses. It's just dating her. It's just dating. Because I promise you, she's probably not as old as we think she is, because the glasses and the way the hair is, and just it's aging you now. It's
doing too much. You're doing too much.
Yeah, you're doing this way too much, bro. And the way she's and somebody said in the comments earlier, DC is full of women like this, bruh. Shout out to DC, because I've met women from DC, they're black women. Boy, man, a couple slim. I'm thinking about one right now. Slim, dark sister, highly educated. Anyway, but going to what you're saying, going to the brother that said this way earlier. This is way earlier in the stream. The problem is, once again, that pretentiousness. You see what I'm saying? that ear of superiority. Hey, that's a turn. It's a turn off. It's a turn off. Hey, shout out to all the DMV women, particularly DC women. Shout out to y'all. I hear you. Highly educated, doing well. I don't know if you still got a government job, but at least at one point you might have before Elon. Stable government job. That's great. But y'all be single as a motherfucker, right?
Oh, indeed.
And
Oh,
see
indeed.
with Vincent, I'm in DC now. Yes, I'm telling you, attract. If you want to talk about, I think New York is like that northeastern area, but New York gives these women gives DC women a run for their money when it just comes to attractive, very educated, very focused on their career ass women. I used to go to New York all the time. We have family in New York, so you meet these very attractive women, educated, dress well. Especially when you talk about white collar black women, just bad. But you don't want to do nothing. You don't want to have to do nothing with them when it comes to relationship. There might be I've said this
Mr.
before. They
Z,
might be great in their career. They might be entrepreneurs, but they're shit ass girlfriends and wives, bro. Go ahead.
I went back to Brooklyn just like a couple months back, right? And I wanted to go see my cousins and stuff. They bring over this one chick over to their house and stuff with his girlfriend and shit. And she was cool. She was cute and everything. She was a cute little thing, but I was like, oh, she got these tattoos, these damn nose piercing, all this shit, whatever the fuck. But she was educated. I'm like, damn, waste of beauty, whatever the fuck. But then, I was like, I'm still gonna try to flirt with her. Then we were all just smoking and chilling and stuff. And then I was like, she's like, oh, here, sir. I was like, oh, thank you, ma'am, miss, whatever the fuck. And she's like, oh, I guess it didn't tell you. I'm like, tell me what? I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, I'm a they, them. The fuck is a they, them?
She's
And then she was
what
trying
you call non-binary.
No, she didn't even say that. I was so confused, and it's just like I'm looking like you're a beautiful, educated woman, and you're saying the dumbest thing ever, and then you're trying to prove to me what you're saying is smart when it's completely dumb, and you can't even prove. You can't even.
Wait, Jay Moore. But you forgot something very important, nigga. She's a black woman, and you are a black man. You don't question her. You bow.
Yeah, that's when I was like, no. I was like, look, man, I know I'm a New Yorker and all that stuff, but I've been living in like close enough to the Midwest or so at certain points. I'm like, nah, we don't do that over there where I'm at, where I'm living at. No. I'm not going with this stupidness. And my cousin was going along with this stuff. I'm like, dude, you're dumb for even entertaining her foolishness, bro.
Yeah, but he want the vagina. I'm just saying.
No, he got his whole girlfriend. So I was like, you don't even want her. So why are you even entertaining this crap? Because his girlfriend entertains it. She's into that mystic kind of crap too. I'm just like, that's
yeah, well, there you go. But let me do this because I gotta end now. So we'll let's see if we come up with a stream tomorrow. I might do something a bit more serious. We'll see. Let's see how tomorrow looks. I'm gonna try to get to y'all with a stream, but that I don't know if I could do a regular stream tomorrow. Definitely not early, and if it's too late, then I just might not. So yeah. So let's do this. We will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Somebody told me to check out Dr. Neil's stream from last night. I'll check that out. What else? I think some of y'all told me something else. What else was I supposed to check out?
Nameless is streaming supposed to be right now.
Nameless is streaming. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna check out Nameless. I missed his stream from the other night. I promised. I shared it and everything. I promised myself I was gonna try to get up and get to his channel. And Mrs. Z fell asleep on the couch. So there you go.
It was at 2 a.m.
Right?
Hopefully you weren't snoring.
I was there, so it's okay. It was at 2 a.m.
Yeah. So that's what happened with that. Shout out to the nameless protagonist, brother in arms over here. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Thank y'all for listening in. Even at my lowest point right now, we're at 80 something. So that's great. I think we got up to like damn near 150 earlier. So thank you everyone. And all right, Mr. Z out.